Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Peregrine Falcon Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. You can't be a hero without a quirk. The words ring incessantly inside his head, fueling the crushing despair that's been slowly swamping him from head to toe, blotting out everything else until the sight of All Might, his inspiration, his dream, his personal hero walking away from him is all he can see. His last hope, the last bit of fire left in him and keeping him holding out for these past 10 years gone. Like dust in the wind, a ship sailing in the night without any lights to guide them. Ha, ha ha ha, Izuku giggles hysterically, tears pouring down his face as he clings to the iron safety railing fencing in the roof of the building where he'd been left alone. Why did I think this was a good idea? He laments silently. Can I still be a hero without a quirk? What a joke. Truly the ultimate punchline of the week, destined to wallow forever in mundanity. He'd been a fool to think otherwise, to think that somehow, All Might would give him a different answer than what he'd been told over and over again his whole life. Kaken's right, All Might's right, everyone else is right, it's him, useless, good-for-nothing Deku who won't ever amount to anything special, that is wrong. He laughs again, but his breath catches in his throat and turns into a sob that hiccups out of him. They're all right, he's nothing. He shakes, bowing over the iron railing like a sinner in front of an altar. He's quirkless and friendless and just a downright disappointment to everyone and everything. What is he even doing here? What's the point, when he doesn't deserve to live? If you want a quirk that badly, I'll tell you how to get one. Take a swan dive off of the roof, and hope you get a quirk in your next life. Kaken's mocking voice, warped with sick laughter, echoes in his ears. Ah, that's right, there's a way out. Kaken had kindly told him so. So why not take it? What has he got to lose at this point, when nobody would even care if he was gone or not? Clutching the bars like a lifeline, Izuku raises his tear-swollen eyes to gaze upon the street below. Slowly, very slowly, he starts toeing off his shoes. Shrugs off his bag and leaves it crumpled on the concrete. As if in a trance, he climbs over the railing and stands right on the very edge of the roof. What would it be like, to move forward those scant few inches between him and certain death? To feel the wind screaming past him as he hurls himself forward, to feel a split second of pain when he meets the asphalt and then gone the next moment. It would be easy, so easy, and if he's dead, nobody can ever bother him again, right? He nearly feels dizzy with the conflicting emotions of relief and fear warring inside of him. Relief, because he'll finally be free from this miserable hellhole. And fear, because he's so scared of dying, but as things are now, he just can't see any other way out of this cruel world, this life that he's been enduring for so long. And for what? He has nothing to show for why he's clung on all these years. Even All Might had walked away from him. He really can't take it anymore, the endless bullying, the taunts, the jeers, the looks of pity and disgust that people throw at him when they think he isn't looking. He's quirkless, and it feels like a curse. But it's okay, he tells himself. It'll be over soon. Yes, soon. He just needs to let go. His hands shake around the railing. It's not supposed to end like this. Izuku closes his eyes, listening to the roaring sounds of cars in the distance, the hustle and bustle of the daily grind. He thinks about All Might walking away, then that horrible moment when his mom apologized to him after his quirkless diagnosis. I'm sorry. Izuku, I'm so sorry. Mom, that's not it. That's not what He breathes. I'm the one who's sorry. But don't worry, Mom, it'll be over soon. This useless son won't burden you anymore. I'm sorry, and goodbye. He opens his eyes, and jumps. He immediately closes them again, not wanting to watch the ground rise up to meet him. The wind whistles in his ears, through his hair and clothes, and for a moment he feels breathlessly weightless. If the wind is the last thing he feels before he dies, he doesn't mind it so much. It's nice. He imagines that this is how it would feel like to be able to fly. Wouldn't that be great if he had a quirk like that in his next life? Seconds pass by, the wind is still swooping past him, and shouldn't Izuku have hit the ground by now? He frowns inwardly. Something doesn't feel right, it doesn't feel like he's falling anymore, actually. He's not floating exactly, but kind of gliding? The breeze does feel quite pleasant against his feathers. Wait. Feathers? Izuku rapidly blinks open his eyes, and something translucent slides over his eyeballs. He blinks again, and the weird, thin film slides away. Somehow, his eyesight is far keener than before. He can pick out a distant plume of smoke even though he's nowhere near it. And somehow, he's not falling, but flying. Exactly like he'd wished for not even 30 seconds ago. Is this a quirk? But the doctor. The X-rays. The extra toe joint. He's quirkless, he can't have a quirk. And yet, there's really no other possible explanation for this. In the immortal words of the great millennial generation, excuse me, but what the F dash? Izuku's newly developed animal instinct temporarily takes over to steer his body through the dizzying maze of city buildings while his human mind is overwhelmed by the sheer impossibility of his situation. It guides him to a tall tree in a park that he vaguely recognizes, where he alights on a sturdy branch, claws gripping his chosen perch in a tight hold. After a brief moment of scanning his surroundings for danger, the animal instinct steps back and allows the human mind to return to the fore even though he's still screaming inside. If someone takes one look at this bird and thinks he looks extremely cool and regal sitting up there in that tree, well, nobody has to know that in reality, he is thoroughly freaking out. What the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck? Okay, self, just calm down. Just calm. He's obviously turned into some kind of bird. His best guess would be a raptor, based on his ridiculously good eyesight, smaller streamlined body, wide wingspan, and the black and green coloring and striped pattern of his feathers, not to mention the wicked four-toed claws that he's currently using to cling to the tree branch. Even his beak is curved like a hook instead of tapering to a point. Perfect for ripping things apart. My god, he's a bird of prey now. He's a freakin' predator. How did he go from a weak, useless, human punching bag to an animal that's literally made for killing? Izuku really has no clue, but he supposes that this is a good thing, if entirely unexpected. Which leads to his next question, how the hell does he change back? He pauses at that. Actually, why should he change back? He has no friends, barely any family, nothing to look forward to in his human life. All that awaits him if he goes back is more of the same thing every day. More pain, more suffering, even if he registers as a miraculous quirk user, that won't suddenly stop things that have been going on for the past 10 years. If anything, this is a chance for him to start over. Yeah, he can just live like this, like a bird that's got no business with humans at all. He'll still have to be careful though. Imagine setting out for a life of freedom, but then being caught and ending up as someone's pet. The humiliation of that would be even worse than the humiliation of being a useless Deku. Great, so step A, live as a free bird, but don't get caught. Such a funny thought, really. Nobody is going to think he's actually a human if he goes around doing bird things. Although, since he's a raptor, does that mean he has to hunt other birds? He has to eat other birds? Perhaps it's the bird brain talking, but the thought of eating other birds doesn't seem to disgust him as much as he's expecting. Izuku shuffles his wings nervously as he looks back at the plume of smoke in the distance, which appears to be growing larger. It's most likely a villain attack. On reflex, Izuku reaches for his hero analysis notebook, only to abruptly remember that he left it on the rooftop in his bag where he had attempted to jump to his death. Well, not like he can take notes as a bird anyway. Izuku shudders when that childish part of him that desperately wants acceptance and acknowledgement rears up again. He ruthlessly squashes it down, shaking his head. No, he can't. That part of his life is over now. He's a bird of prey, and birds of prey don't go flying towards the fire, or any birds, really. But what if? No, he can't. But it wouldn't hurt to just check things out, right? He's just a bird, nobody's going to pay attention to him unless he suddenly starts acting funny. He can just observe. Do some recon. Yeah. With the goal of just observing in mind, Izuku takes flight again. He flaps his wings and springs off the branch, marveling at how strong he is now and how fast he can fly. The sky is an open world above him, the taste of fresh air and freedom filling that gaping void in his chest with something akin to joy and wonder. He would laugh if he could, because this is what he's been looking for all along, the beauty of swooping weightlessly through the air, and living without limits chaining him to the ground. Here, in the air, nobody can touch him, and Izuku loves it. It takes almost no time at all for him to reach the site of the smoke. Fire rages around the block, a crowd of curious onlookers gathered in front of a wide alleyway, phones out and recording whichever poor sod got caught by a villain this time. Izuku circles overhead once, then touches down on a nearby rooftop that is still a safe distance away from the attack. He peers curiously down at the scene. It looks like the one causing this mess is a villain with a grotesque, sludgy body who is currently holding a boy in their grasp, someone who is struggling with all his might but suffocating underneath all that sludge. Hang on. Is that Kaken that he's seeing? Kaken, who's slated to go to Yui and become a renowned hero, who has the most powerful quirk in their school and an equally violent temperament to match, that Bakugo Katsuki is losing to a villain? Izuku should feel vindicated. He should be relishing the sight of someone who's tormented him all these years having the tables turned on him and becoming the tormented one. He should be pleased that Kaken's eyes are finally filled with the same fear and hopelessness that Izuku's known for nearly all his life, as he tries to fight free but the sludge keeps blocking his mouth and he's literally gasping for air and he can't get any oxygen in him. He should be happy that Kaken's karma is finally catching up to him. Instead, Izuku feels sick. He feels angry. Look at all these people, those 3 heroes in the crowd just watching him struggle. What are they doing? Kaken needs help. Are they just waiting for Kaken to pass out or die? He can hear some people furiously muttering about why All Might isn't here, but still, nobody moves. They're just standing there, waiting. This isn't right. This isn't what a hero should be. Take a swan dive off of the roof and hope you get a quirk in your next life. You can't be a hero without a quirk. Take a swan dive. You can't be off the roof and hope. Without a quirk. You get a quirk. You can't, in your next life, be a hero. These 2 sentences repeat themselves in his head, over and over, until they are so mixed up and disjointed and fragmented into meaningless syllables that they eventually become white noise. The rage and frustration grow inside him, hot like lava, but tempered by the steel forge of his heart. Izuku's not a hero. He isn't going to be a hero either, if it means standing back and sacrificing one to save the many. What can he do anyway, when he's just a bird? Sure, he's weak. He's powerless. He nearly gave up on life earlier when he had thought all hope was lost. But if there's one thing that the past 10 years has taught him, it's how to endure. And from that comes the sword that just needed some willpower to break free. If there's anything that Izuku's got in spades right now, it's determination. The desire to take action and help when everyone else is reluctant about it grows in him like a great starving beast, swallowing up all reason within him until all he can see is Kaken and the villain. And Kaken is dying. He spreads his wings. Those who are there that day will have this bizarre sight seared into their memories, a strange peregrine falcon dive-bombing the villain out of nowhere with a deafening screech and using its claws to rip through the muck just enough for the hostage to blast himself free. The villain is so stunned by the unexpected attack that he doesn't move fast enough to recapture the boy before All Might finally appears on the scene and destroys him with a single fist of righteous fury. The falcon then spirals up into the air and out of sight, as if it had never been there. Some people will even chalk it up to a fever dream later on, despite everything being caught live on camera. But not Bakugo Katsuki, who holds his hands out to catch a single dark green feather fluttering down amidst the flames and ashes and smoke, not a single part of it singed. For a moment, he just looks at it. He's frustrated by this turn of events, but mostly at himself for being a weakling that needed to be rescued. If it hadn't been for that falcon, he barely prevents himself from exploding that feather to smithereens. Instead, he shoves it in his pocket and walks away, heedless of the heroes calling for him to come back so they can check his injuries. He doesn't need help from the nobodies who just watched him struggle the whole time. Some heroes they are. He ignores the voice in his head telling him that if the falcon had been even a moment later, not even All Might would have been able to save him. After Izuku leaves the scene, he flies back to the tree in the park. Being up high somehow makes him feel more safe, so any perch that's tall enough for him to rest on is now considered a bonus. And there are plenty of high-rise buildings and utility poles in the city. He clutches at a branch with his feet. It's rather nice being a bird, he thinks. There's no rules to follow, no bullies trying to harass him, nothing but him and the sun, the wind, and the sky. Now the sun is starting to set, casting long shadows over the ground, bathing the world in soft shades of vermilion. The moment of tranquility breaks when Izuku spies a group of ducks lazily paddling about in one of the park's ponds. And his animal instinct takes over, propelling him high into the sky, eyes locked on his target. He pulls into a steep dive, dropping from a height of 100 meters. The duck only has a moment to squawk in alarm before Izuku's talons strike it and kill it, the rest of the waterfowl scattering with shrieks and wildly flapping wings. The spray of water from the impact is large enough to attract startled attention from the few humans milling about in the park. Izuku flies back to his tree with his prey and arranges it on one of the thicker, flatter branches so that it won't slip off as he's eating. Then his human mind takes back over, and he blinks down at the dead duck in a stupor. Holy shit, did he just hunt that? Instinct is telling him to eat his kill before something else comes along and tries to steal it. Izuku swallows his revulsion as he stares down at the corpse at his feet. It would be really weird if he didn't eat it, right? But it's raw. Freshly killed. Not pre-prepared for consumption. He pauses, clicking his beak nervously. Oh wait, since he's a bird, his sense of taste would be different, right? So he shouldn't have a problem with eating, right? But the blood, the guts, the feathers, the glassy, lifeless eyes staring at him accusingly. The everything that Izuku doesn't know how to address. Well, his stomach isn't going to feed itself. Izuku bends over, unsure where to start. Does he pull the feathers off first? Or just dig in? He starts freaking out again, and his animal mind resumes control. The hooked beak rips off the feathers from one spot, then tears into the carcass. Izuku's human mind is gibbering anxiously in the back of his head, but his raptor side already knows what to do. By the time Izuku comes back to himself, his belly is full and the duck has been picked apart, leaving nothing but residual strips of meat on its bones, a few stringy entrails, and its untouched wings. What does he do with the remains? He doesn't want to leave it in the tree, that's gross. Maybe he can just push it off? And make sure that there's nobody standing underneath when he does. He glances down to check. Yep, it's empty. It's easy to use one foot to slide the carcass off, watching it flop to the ground below where it'll undoubtedly be further ravaged by any scavengers in the area. Izuku absently cleans his wings as he rests in the tree. His little heart clenches when he thinks about his mom and how she'll be feeling when he doesn't come home tonight. He wants to see her so badly, to just envelope himself in her warmth and kindness and love, but no, he can't. If he goes back, he isn't sure he'll have the heart to leave again. No, best to just stay away. Let them come to their own conclusions. Maybe then the real story of what's been happening to him all these years will finally come out. Who's he kidding? He's still known as the local quirkless punching bag. Nobody would blink twice if he went missing. He wonders if his backpack, abandoned on the roof of the building where he jumped, has been found yet. Night falls, Izuku tucks his head into his feathers, instinctively raising himself on a single foot, and goes to sleep. While he dreams about wind and freedom and happy days, Inko sits at home at the dinner table, staring across at the untouched plate of food on the other side. She wrings her hands together nervously. Izuku had gone to school that day, and never came back. He hadn't picked up the phone when she called. This has never happened before, but her Izuku is a smart boy. Maybe he's off doing his hero analysis and forgot about the time. Any minute now, he'll turn up and give her the same one smile she's been seeing for months, a brittle smile that she doesn't know how to fix. Any minute now, he'll come home and apologize for being late, and offer to help her with her chores even though he has homework to do and cleaning is what she does all day when she isn't at work. Any minute now? She waits at the table for a long time. The next few days are much the same. Izuku doesn't do much beyond fly, hunt, eat, and sleep. He lets the reality of this new life sink into him slowly, stops fretting over his new diet, learns how to work his new body as best he can without allowing his primal side to take the reins. At one point he thinks he sees Katsuki wander through the park, but the boy is so pale and quiet that he may as well have been a completely different person. Izuku flies away from him anyway, the skittishness of his human mind sending him as far from his bully as possible. On the fourth day since he had discovered his latent quirk, Izuku is met with an unwanted surprise. He's out hunting and has just caught a pigeon for his next meal when he's pelted with rocks from some dumb kids nearby. His human mind shrieks bullies bully-ebolies and his raptor mind works to try to get away from them before his wings are too damaged to fly. But one pebble clips him before he gains enough momentum and he wobbles dangerously, dropping the pigeon so that he isn't weighed down by an extra burden while he tries to escape. The kids are laughing and it hits too close to home for him to ignore it. He shrills something loud and piercing, angry, lonely, and he has half a mind to turn around and attack the kids right back, something that Izuku the human would never do, but Izuku the falcon is dying to try. But then an ominous voice cuts through it all. What do you kids think you're doing? The children squeal in shock and fear and run away, but not before one of them makes a last lucky shot and slingshots a rock right into Izuku's wingbone. He lets out an alarmed noise as he finds that he can't stay in the air with an injured wing. Oh no, oh no, oh no. A pair of hands gently catch him and cradle him close. A rough voice tsks, stupid kids. No respect for animals at all. Gentle fingers ghost over his wing, and he lets out a pained noise. Looks like it might be broken. Guess I'll be taking you to a vet. Izuku looks up at his savior, a tired-looking man with unkempt black hair and bloodshot eyes. A hero? He doesn't look like any hero that Izuku's ever seen. But he still scared those bullies away, so Izuku deems him safe enough that he doesn't struggle while the man brings him to a veterinary clinic. He dozes on and off, catching little snippets of conversation happening over his head. Something about not being to treat him, but there's this animal hospital that specializes in treating injured birds. Then he's being carried, again, and set down on something cold and smooth. Human voices wash over him, along with the clinking of tools and extremely light touches to and around his wings. Then he falls into a slumber. The next time Izuku is fully coherent, with his human mind, he's sitting in a box lined with the softest, fluffiest blankets he's ever felt. His injured wing has been carefully splinted and spread out in a way that doesn't jar the fragile bones. He blinks his eyes open at the sound of footsteps. The scruffy man puts a dead bird down in front of him. Awake, I see. I brought food if you're feeling hungry, he says, pushing the corpse closer to his box. If Izuku was in his human body, he'd be laughing, a bit hysterically, about how he's being coddled and fed and treated far better as a bird than he'd ever been as a human. He gingerly gets up and steps out of the box, his claws clicking against the wooden floor. He inspects the carcass, and, finding it acceptable, by the standards of his raptor mind, begins to eat. The way his beak can rip meat apart still disturbs him sometimes, but he can't afford to act like anything less than he appears right now. He could be taken as an animal with a quirk, but because of how rare those are, he isn't sure where he would end up if this man decides that that's the case. And Izuku likes his newfound freedom too much to give it up. When he's finished with his meal, the man takes it away and disposes of it. Izuku goes back to the box and snuggles into the soft blankets, careful not to bump his injured wing against the sides of the box. The man comes back and sits cross-legged in front of him, watching him. You're pretty docile for a wild bird, he observes. Izuku's human mind immediately panics coverblown, but he's calmed by the man's next words, must be from living in a human city instead of around the mountain cliffs. Phew. Safe for now. He chirrups, hoping to come off as more of an animal and less of a human. The man chuckles and reaches out to give him a magnificent slide over his little head. You'll be staying with me until your wing is healed, he states, heaving himself to his feet. What should I call you in the meantime? Not Izuku, the falcon thinks. Anything but Izuku. The man sighs, scratching the back of his head. Can't think of anything witty right now, so I'll just call you Hayabusa, da. Izuku laughs in his head because it really is unoriginal to name a falcon, and that's exactly what the man did. But Hayabusa is so far off from Izuku that he immediately approves of it. He doesn't show it. Outwardly, just tilts his head and stares back at the man cutely. The scruffy guy turns away, muttering, I'm talking to a bird. This is definitely Hisashi's fault. Izuku settles in his box, feeling something not quite like peace fall over him. He supposes he could get used to this. Meanwhile, a green-haired woman cries herself to sleep at home, a blonde boy with red eyes sits in front of a detective and a counselor to talk, and All Might drops the tiny TV remote in his hand when a missing person news report flashes across the screen, showing a picture of the young green-haired boy he had just spoken to not even a week ago. Oh, no. Aldera Junior High student Midoriya Izuku reported missing. A third-year student at Aldera Junior High was reported missing by his mother 2 days ago after he failed to return home from school. Midoriya Izuku is a straight-A honors student who is well known for being quirkless, a rarity in this day and age. He is not popular amongst his peers for various reasons, but according to his classmates, he is an avid hero fan and... Click. Toshinori sinks into the couch with a groan, putting his head into his hands. How did this happen? He shouldn't have left the boy on the roof by himself. He should have at least seen him home. Now the boy may be in the hands of a villain, or worse, and the guilt is eating him up inside. He's the #1 hero, he shouldn't be taking people's lives for granted. Now he feels responsible for whatever fate may have befallen the teenager. He can't even work up the courage to go and see the boy's mother to assure her that he'll be on the case. Just imagining what the poor woman is going through makes his regrets become tenfold. The door to the room opens and his longtime friend steps in, suit perfectly pressed as usual, not a hair out of place. Toshinori looks up, hoping that the detective has good news for him. Tukachi flips through the notes he took while speaking with the primary instigator of the bullying, one Bakugo Katsuki. Normally I can't give out details of an ongoing case to an outsider, but since it's you, I'll make an exception, he says, looking at the hunched, gaunt man sitting on the couch in his office. Thank you, my friend, Toshinori croaks, lacing his bony fingers together between his legs. What have you been able to find out? Midoriya Izuku has been repeatedly and heavily bullied by his peers over his quirkless status for years. He has been subjected to all manner of things, including but not limited to mocking taunts, derogatory nicknames, public humiliation, physical altercations, victimization, having his property stolen, and being regularly informed that he has no value to society, Tukachi lists off clinically. Toshinori grows more and more horrified as he listens. Oh God, what has he done? Ongoing investigations have revealed that the victim of the earlier sludge villain incident, Bakugo Katsuki, is responsible for the bulk of the bullying as well as circulating the nickname Deku around, which he has confessed to being synonymous with a useless person. Video footage across the city only caught Midoriya heading to school in the morning, as well as him on his way home before he was presumably attacked. In fact, you are actually the last person seen interacting with him, so I will need any information that you can provide to move the investigation along. I spoke to him, yes, Toshinori admits, FSTNG his baggy pants. During the first apprehension of the sludge villain, I rescued him from being suffocated in a tunnel under a bridge. He latched onto me while I was getting away, because the time limit on my hero form was expiring. And he asked if he could become a hero without a quirk. You told him no, I presume, Tukachi says calmly, giving Toshinori a glance over his papers. I didn't mean it like that. I only meant that he couldn't become a pro-hero without a quirk. There are plenty of other occupations he could have turned to instead, ones that are far less dangerous, Toshinori protests, nearly shooting up out of his seat. Tukachi sighs, Toshinori-san, you know that most businesses won't hire a quirkless person these days. He would have had a difficult life ahead of him no matter what. The blonde falls silent, the guilt inside him growing stronger, a void that threatened to consume him. I've failed him, he murmurs, voice tight. Well, the good news is that we haven't found a body, so he may still be alive. You can start making it up to him by pointing out where you last saw him. Where? The roof, he starts to say, then stops. The pieces of the puzzle snap together in his head with terrifying clarity. The bullying. The quirkless status. The feeling of being told he's useless. The utter despair that had shown on the boy's face when Toshinori had told him no, the fact that he left the boy alone on a rooftop. He surges up, startling the detective. You're sure you haven't found a body, right? He questions urgently. No, we haven't. I'll take you there right now. Bring someone from your forensics department. Tukachi looks at him, really looks at him. You think he may have died by suicide and someone took his body away without informing the proper channels, he guesses, looking only faintly troubled. Possibly someone with connections to the black market. In other words, organ trafficking. Toshinori lets the rage that fills him bolster him with enough energy to return to his muscle form for at least another 15 minutes. He doesn't deign to reply to Tukachi's statement. His body language will speak for him. Let's go, he booms, voice hard, eyes narrow. If villains dared to desecrate the poor boy's body, there would be hell to pay. Tukachi takes out his phone and dials a certain number. This is Tukachi. I have a favor to ask of you. There's a dead pigeon waiting for him when Izuku wakes up again. His savior is nowhere to be seen, which means he's most likely at work. A small trash bin sits next to the tray that the pigeon lays on, clearly where he's supposed to dispose of the remains when he's finished eating. Are wild birds supposed to be that smart? Izuku mulls it over even as he steps out of the box to walk over to his meal. The splint over his wing is annoyingly stiff, but it'll take even longer to heal if he breaks it, so he puts up with it the best he can. It's not the first time he's suffered from a broken bone, although having a wing in a splint is far better than an arm in a cast and a sling. He sets to making quick work of the pigeon, and maybe it should scare him how he's becoming used to ripping flesh off of bones and swallowing the bits. When if there comes a time when he decides to return to his human form, will he still be Izuku? Or will his experience as a bird fundamentally change who he is as a person? It's an existential question that he can't answer, because here in the present, he isn't Izuku, he's Hayabusa. To his rescuer, at least. He still thinks of himself as Izuku inside his head. Once the pigeon is done away with and its bones have been deposited into the trash bin, Izuku decides to take a look around the apartment. It's pretty small, only sporting a single bedroom, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Sparsely furnished, too. The box he's been sleeping in has been pushed into the corner between the worn black couch and the side of the living room leading out to the balcony. Izuku pushes his head between the flat white vertical blinds covering the sliding doors to check out the balcony. It's fairly standard. The only thing decorating it is a sad-looking cactus in the corner. Clearly the man does not possess a green thumb. Aside from a couch, the living room contains a flat-screen TV, a large bookshelf filled with all sorts of books, a low wooden coffee table in front of the couch, and a small circular dining table with a napkin holder in the center. The bedroom, which has been left ajar, only has a twin bed, a closet, a nightstand, and a desk with a neat stack of paper on it. He wanders around some more, trying to see if he can figure out the identity of the man who saved him. With his wing in a splint, unfortunately he can't fly up to look at things above the floor. Fortunately his eyesight is extremely keen in this form and he's able to catch a glimpse of the single-framed photo on the nightstand beside the man's bed. The man looks much younger in the photo, only the barest hint of stubble growing on his jaw, the bags underneath his eyes not nearly as prominent as they are now. A blond man who Izuku instantly recognizes, present Mike, has one arm slung over the man's shoulder, giving a cheery thumbs up towards the camera while the man looks bored and disinterested, but there's a very minuscule upwards tick of his lips that indicates that he's secretly smiling. Both of them are in costume, holding their rolled-up graduation diplomas, and in the Background is a logo that Izuku knows very, very well. His savior went to Yui. And knows Present Mike? Who is this man? Izuku must know so he can scream like the fanboy that he is. But no further digging turns up anything that Izuku can use to deduce the man's identity. DMN. The sound of a key turning in the lock signals the man's arrival back home, and Izuku instantly flees back to his box to pretend that he's been sleeping the whole time and definitely not snooping. The man trudges inside tiredly. Izuku peers at him carefully, noting how his eyes are even more bloodshot than before. An eye-based quirk? There's a long light gray scarf wrapped around his neck, likely an integral part of his costume. The rest of the man is clad in plain black clothing. Not a flashy type hero then. An underground hero? Then, it clicks. Izuku's human mind careens into the void screeching "Oh my god," letting his raptor mind momentarily take over so that he doesn't look completely mental, having a very human breakdown while in bird form, because that will tip his savior off that something's not quite right with him, and Izuku can't afford to have his quirk erased now when he's injured and trying very hard not to be Midoriya Izuku. But it's Eraserhead. Though he's not in the spotlight due to his occupation as an underground hero, he is nonetheless one of Izuku's favorite heroes of all time. And the man saved him. And brought him home. And fed him and made sure he's receiving proper treatment for his broken wing, and the man doesn't even know that he's not a real bird, and that makes Izuku feel all kinds of guilty that he's basically lying to one of his favorite heroes. And isn't that just so messed up that he's doing this to someone who saved him? The man notices him and slouches his way over. "Hey, Hayabusa," he greets, crouching down to slide Izuku on the head. Izuku butts his whole head against the man's hand, a pleased chirrup leaving his throat. Eraserhead chuckles and smooths down the feathers all down his back, careful to avoid the splinted wing, and it actually feels magnificent. Izuku the human is still incoherent with his fanboy ing, so Izuku the falcon continues demanding attention. He actually stands up from the box and attempts to hop on the man's arm so that Eraserhead will carry him. "Whoa, hey, watch those claws," the scruffy man complains as Izuku's wicked talons lock around his forearm. "I don't have any falconry gear." Izuku the falcon has impeccable balance and stays perfectly still as Eraserhead slowly stands up and walks over to his balcony. He slides the blinds to the side, opens the door, and steps out, giving Izuku a nice view of the horizon. It's a lovely sight, and stirs the instincts within him that wish to soar off into the never-ending sky. But he knows he can't right now. "Patience," Izuku's human mind insists. They watch the city below for a few minutes, him and Eraserhead. Then the man turns and walks back inside. "I guess you're probably not hungry yet," he remarks, settling Izuku back into his box. He takes the trash bin with the pigeon bones away. Izuku the human finally calms down enough to take control back from his raptor mind. He watches the man go about with great interest, probably more than should be shown from a wild bird. The hero makes a simple dinner that he eats with lightning speed, where does he put it all, and then retires to his couch with a book. Izuku wishes he had something to do to pass the time. Being a falcon is all well and good, but being unable to fly has him growing bored. A bored Izuku is never a good thing. The more bored he is, the more likely he is to get up to something stupid. That's when a series of loud knocks thumping against the door sound out. Eraserhead groans, covers his face with his book, and tries very hard to ignore them. "Shoyuta, it's me. Open up, I know you're in there." Izuku the human is once again sent into the depths of the abyss, gabbling unintelligibly because Present Mike is at the door. "He's not ready. He's not ready. I brought your favorite beer." The knocking graduates to obnoxious banging and the noise is making Izuku's ear canals ring. Eraserhead sighs. He drops the book on his coffee table and goes to open the door. "Hisashi, I don't want any of your crappy alcohol," he snaps. "And for FS sake, keep it down." The flamboyant blonde hero laughs like the scruffy man just told the world's best joke, and none too subtly elbows his way in, carrying a six-pack of beer under his arm. "I'm your best friend, you can't hide anything from me," he sings, sauntering into the apartment as if he owned it. He spots Izuku immediately and does a double take, almost dropping the beer on the floor. "Whoa! When did you get a pet falcon? She's a real beaut." Eraserhead pinches the bridge of his nose as he mutters, "He is not my pet. Some dumb kids were throwing rocks at him and broke his wing, so I'm taking care of him until he heals." Present Mike whirls on him. "Shoyuta, just look at him though. It'd be a real shame to let him go. Man, just check out that plumage. You ever seen another peregrine falcon with green feathers? They're black, idiot." "No, they're green." Present Mike insists. "A really dark green. Yeah, so dark that it's called black." "Shoyuta," the blonde says very seriously, eyeing him over the top of his shades, "your imagination SCKS. Eraserhead Izuku thinks it's too weird to refer to the heroes by their first names, so he's going to keep calling them by their pro-hero names. Rolls his eyes in response. Present Mike sets the six-pack down and creeps towards Izuku, one hand outstretched slowly. Hey there, lil buddy. Nice to meet you, I'm Yamada Hisashi, but you can just call me Present Mike, he stage whispers. God, even his whisper is loud. Don't listen to Mr. Grumpy over there, K? The Falcon is sorely tempted to bite him for the unnecessary amounts of noise he's making. Hisashi, that's a bird. He can't understand you. Oh, but Izuku can. And they don't know that. And he's not about to let them find out, either. You don't know that. He looks like a real smart cookie, Present Mike retorts, countering Eraserhead's comment. What did you name him, anyway? Hayabusa. Present Mike turns and stares at Eraserhead, who stares drolly back. Shoyuta, I've said it before and I'll say it again, your imagination SCKS, he tells him solemnly. This time Eraserhead kicks him instead of replying. The thing that gets to him the most is the silence. He's used to voices in the background, his mother screaming when he's being particularly rude, the sound of his tagalongs following in his footsteps, Deku's no, Izuku's mumbling as he hunches over those ridiculous hero analysis notebooks. Now, it's quiet. He's adrift, like a log floating aimlessly down the river, no destination in sight. People speak and he can't hear them, or, he does hear them, but retains nothing of their words, their empty platitudes, their misplaced sympathy. People speak and he can't understand them, or, he can understand them just fine, but whereas before he would have agreed that the quirkless wonder is better off dead or gone, now bile rises in his throat and he punches their lights out instead. People speak, and their voices filter through from a seemingly great distance, like his ears are stuffed full of cotton and he's listening to the words underwater. He's hollow inside, all his anger evaporating like morning mist under the sun. The world seems painted in muted hues these days, grayer, the colors leached away by loss. All food tastes like blood and ashes in his mouth, and it's not hard to notice that his appetite is non-existent. Over and over again, his mind is stuck on a single point and refuses to move on. Deku is gone. Izuku is gone. His first, and only, friend is gone. He can't ever apologize for what he's done, can't forgive himself for the crushed look on Inko's face when she reveals that he never came home. If you want a quirk that badly, there's an easy way to get one. Take a swan dive off of the roof, and hope you get a quirk in your next life. He instigated suicide, like a goddamn villain, and it makes him nauseous looking back. At the time, he'd thought nothing of it. But in the wake of the attack that had jarred him out of his ludicrous one-man show, a show that all the adults played along with, never telling him off, never steering him from the wrong, he finally gets it. There's always someone stronger than you. And you don't know what you have until it's gone. God, he's such an a-hole. Maybe it's his mother's fault, he got her temper after all, but she didn't tell him to bully someone till they're broken, shattered, inside. She's not the one who told someone to jump off the roof and then laughed about it. It's him. It's all him. It's his fault, all his fault. Coming home with damaged pride from the villain attack, and then learning that Izuku had disappeared, did things to his head. Things that he didn't like. Things that unleashed all of the disgusting, weak, feelings that he kept under lock and key in his heart. His mom had yelled at him a lot when he sat down and admitted everything. His dad had given him the single most disappointed look he's ever seen in his entire life and walked out of the room. He's lucky that they didn't disown him on the spot. He still has a roof over his head, a place to stay, space to reflect and repent. He doesn't cry. Never been a crier, that was always Izuku's shtick. He just feels numb inside. All the explosive power in this world can't wake him from this nightmare. He doesn't remember what he does those next few days. He thinks he may have wandered through a park at some point, but he can't be sure. He holds on to the falcon feather like a lifeline. It's black, with a green tint that reminds him far too much of the nerd's hair. Maybe it's a telltale sign of his sanity starting to vanish into the ether, but the feather does somehow remind him of Izuku. Reminds him of how much he's failed. But he keeps it with him anyway, as a sign, a reminder of what could have been. He fashions it into jewelry and hasn't removed it since. Anyone who says that his new feather earring is gay can eat his fist. When Inko officially reports Izuku missing, he takes it a step further and goes directly to the detective in charge of the case, who brings in a certified counselor when he asks. Sure, technically students can't be questioned without a guardian present, but what if he seeks them out instead? Besides, his parents aren't speaking to him right now. The truth spills up and over and out, everything that he can remember, everything that he's done, and if he gets put on probation, with a year of required community service, and ends up with a permanent record of his misdemeanors on his file, then so be it. And afterwards, he doesn't go home, goes to the Midoriya's place instead. Inko opens the door with puffy eyes. Katsuki-kun, she murmurs, deftly wiping away the last traces of fresh tear tracks down her pudgy cheeks. She steps to the side. Come in. She sits him down at the table with a hot cup of tea, and waits for him to speak. He cradles the mug close, feeling the heat seep into his palms. It had been so easy to confess to his parents, to the detective and the counselor. Here, the words get stuck in his throat. He forgets exactly what it is he means to say. He meets Inko's weary green eyes once, and has to look away when the ball of guilt churning in his stomach becomes too much, because those are Izuku's eyes, the eyes that he inherited from her, eyes that he broke. I'm sorry, he finally says, glaring down at the table. Inko doesn't interrupt him as he begins to speak, haltingly, of the things he's done for the third time. He sees the flashes of horror and fury in her eyes as he goes on, hears the dishes rattling in their cupboards like Inko wants to use them to pelt him till he's black and blue. He doesn't blame her, he deserves all that and more. But she stays her hand, and he keeps talking. Inko doesn't think she's ever wanted to hurt someone so badly in her life when she listens to what he has to tell her. But she forces herself to stay seated, to hear it all the way to the end. And she's glad she did. She sees the way that Katsuki's shoulders curl in on themselves in a way that she's seen Izuku do countless times, full of shame and regret. Sees the way that he can't look her in the eyes, the way his fingers twist nervously around his newest fashion statement as he speaks. Sees him for what he really is, a child, who thought he could do no wrong until forcibly proven. And in that moment, she forgives him. But she won't forget. She'll never forget. This is Jirai Kigu from our forensics department. His quirk is history, meaning that he has the ability to trace an object's history within the last 100 hours. Tukachi introduces the lanky man with ash-blonde hair next to him. Please lead us to the site where you last saw Midoriya, Toshinori-san. It takes a few tries, because Toshinori doesn't quite remember which building it was that he landed with the green-haired boy latched onto his leg. But he spies an abandoned yellow backpack on top of a certain roof alongside a pair of red sneakers, and zooms towards it immediately. He goes to pick it up, trembling, because it's the same backpack he saw young Midoriya wearing that day, and it had been laying next to the iron railing around the building's roof. Please don't touch that, All Might. We need to document the scene first, Jirai says, touching down on the concrete floor. He kneels and presses one hand against the roof, the tips of his fingers growing neon green. Tukachi surveys the area calmly. He takes note of the backpack's position, the height of the building, how easy it would be for a teenage boy to climb over the iron railing. Toshinori hovers in the background, impatiently waiting for a conclusion to be reached. Jirai writes something down in the notebook he brought, then moves to the railing, then the backpack and the shoes, and finally downstairs to the ground around the building. The results are puzzling, to say the least. His fingerprints are on the outer edge of the railing, meaning that he did stand on the edge to make the jump, however there is no trace of blood on the ground below. Even if there was a villain with a blood-erasing quirk, I would still see that with history. But there's no record of that at all. Which brings us to two possibilities: either he decided not to jump and went home, which seems unlikely given that his belongings are still here, or someone interfered with him mid-jump and took the body away before it could hit the ground. Possibly a person with a warp quirk or a telekinesis quirk, Jirai explains, going through his notes. We can comb through the quirk register to see if anyone matches up, but I can't promise any guaranteed results since there's loads of unregistered quirk users in the underground. That won't be a problem. I've already called someone to take care of the potentially shadier aspects of this investigation, Tukachi interjects. It's our job to put the puzzle pieces together and see the whole picture. If you're finished with your investigation, Jirai-san, we can go ahead and compile the data back at the office. Toshinori-san, you may wish to return that item back to Midoriya's mother. Toshinori picks up the yellow bag, which looks comically small in his enormous hands. He feels a horrible sense of helplessness at not being able to help more. He is All Might, the symbol of peace, and he can't even do right by a young boy who had looked up to him, wanting nothing more than to be a hero. He's out there somewhere, possibly dead, most likely very frightened if he is not, and at that moment, Toshinori vows that he will do whatever it takes to track him down and see him home, even if it's just his body. Every family deserves the closure. Izuku learns that his savior's full name is Aizawa Shoyuta. Now that he knows, he thinks it may be easier to refer to the heroic duo as Aizawa and Yamada respectively, rather than Eraserhead and Present Mike. Aizawa's sarcastic quips and quiet temperament are completely opposite of Yamada's loud disposition and in-your-face personality, but they fit together perfectly. Izuku's fanboy ing has long since faded into simple awe as he listens to them banter back and forth lightheartedly over a can of beer. Aizawa had eventually given in and accepted one of the cans from the six-pack Yamada had brought with him. His raptor mind does get irked by how much noise Yamada makes without trying though. Once the blonde passes out on Aizawa's couch, the dark-haired hero throws a blanket over him with a sigh and a grumble of, "You fell asleep on my couch again." Izuku chirrups at him cutely from his box. Aizawa kneels down and strokes his feathery head. Izuku the falcon is in bliss while Izuku the human is only slightly mortified that he's basically a pet now, even if it's temporary, even if Aizawa denies it. "Good night, Hayabusa," Aizawa says. "I'll get you more food in the morning." Then he stands up, turns off the lights, and walks down the hall to his room, closing the door with a soft snap. Izuku snuggles down into his blanket, trying to ignore Yamada as he starts snoring away. Bit by bit, he's starting to relax. That all-encompassing terror of his daily human life, the fear of his bullies, of Kaken, and the horrible anxiety of feeling worthless slowly start to fade away. He doesn't think that he'll ever fully recover from the damage that's been done over 10 years, but being in a hero's apartment, just chilling, having his peace and quiet, well, quiet is relative when Yamada is present, it's a balm to his scarred soul that he hadn't known he'd needed. Besides, he's not quirkless now. He can turn into a Peregrine Falcon, the fastest animal in the world, and honestly? That's pretty fucking awesome. He doesn't want to imitate Kaken because it hurts to think of him, but he really can't think of a better way to describe how he feels. His raptor mind croons in the back of his head, pleased as punch. And Izuku falls asleep just like that, Yamada snores sounding in his ears, finally feeling safe and warm and content. Inko woodenly traces a finger over the photograph laying on the table in front of her, too exhausted and wrung out to cry any longer. The picture is old, but it's still gold. It was taken on Izuku's 4th birthday, when he had dressed up in the All Might onesie she'd gotten as his gift that day, his favorite All Might action figure in one hand, and 4-year-old Katsuki in a matching set right beside him, both boys grinning at the camera with the biggest smiles they could muster. Back before Izuku was pronounced quirkless, before he became a target of bullying, before Katsuki pushed him away. And now, 10 years later, he's gone. Her baby is gone. Katsuki's apology, no matter how heartfelt, is nowhere near enough to fill the Izuku-shaped hole in her heart. Only Izuku can close the void in her soul, that unbearable ache that she can feel all the way down to her bones. Only Izuku can heal it. But he's no longer here, is he? And she doesn't know if she'll ever see him again. She's not stupid, she knows what the chances are of a missing child being found. It's a statistic that she shouldn't allow herself to dwell on, no matter what, and yet. The chime of the doorbell jars her from the dwindling spiral of negative thoughts. She looks towards the door, wondering who it could be. Perhaps Katsuki, back with a batch of muffins from the bakery down the street that he knows she likes? Or Mitsuki, with an offering of cake that Inko won't be able to refuse? Maybe it's one of the detectives, here with new information on the search for her missing son. Or, could it be? The doorbell sounds out one more time. Inko scrambles out of her chair to answer it, whispering to herself not to get her hopes up. It's a good thing she didn't, because the man at the door is not someone she knows. He's very sickly looking. Practically skin and bones, drowning in a baggy white shirt and dark pants that are barely held up by a belt. He looks a little nervous to see her, absently shifting from one foot to the other as she silently evaluates him, almost like a child who's afraid of being in trouble, even though she's never seen him before in her life. "Can I help you?" Inko croaks raspily. Oh God, her voice, she sounds horrible when the silence stretches on a bit too long. "Ah, yes," the man coughs awkwardly, clearing his throat. "Pardon the intrusion. My name is Yagi Tashinori, I'm working with the Mizudafu police to find your son. We've recovered an item that belongs to him that I'm here to return to you." He holds something out, and Inko can feel her heart stop. He's holding Izuku's backpack. A yellow backpack that she has seen almost every single day since she got it for him, slightly frayed around the edges, scorch marks on one side, presumably from Katsuki, one of the zippers lightly tarnished. She takes it with trembling fingers, opening the top to reveal all his school supplies. But when she reaches in and pulls out a dirty, blackened, and somewhat damp notebook with Hero Analysis Volume 13 scribbled across the top in messy handwriting, that's when she breaks down and all the tears that she'd thought she'd already cried out come rushing back with a vengeance. She sinks to her knees with the backpack crushed to her chest, and she cries with great heaving sobs that make her head ache and her heart feel like she ripped it out with her own 2 hands. The man doesn't seem to know how to comfort her, but he kneels beside her and puts a skeletal hand on her shoulder, whispering over and over, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Midoriya-san." Inko cries and cries until the exhaustion catches up to her, and then she faints, still holding on to that precious bag full of her son's last memories. Tashinori catches her when she slumps, doesn't say a word as he brings her back inside. The guilt gnaws away at him viciously as he looks over her swollen eyes, the thick trails of tears slipping down her sunken cheeks, and hears the heartbroken mumble of Izuku that she whispers even when she's unconscious. I did this, he thinks, settling her on the couch. This is my fault. He doesn't look around the apartment. He doesn't think he has the right to, when he had left a young quirkless boy behind with the ashes of his broken dreams. But he is Yagi Tashinori, and upon his name as All Might, the #1 hero, the symbol of peace, he will not stop until he finds him and brings him home. A bird's broken wing heals much faster than a human's broken bones, so by the end of the week, Izuku already feels better than before. He still can't fly, of course, but he doesn't need to fly to be able to get around the apartment. Aizawa dutifully keeps on catching his meals for him, sometimes it's pigeons, sometimes ducks, sometimes other smaller birds that unfortunately happen to be in the area as he was passing through. Izuku swears that he's feeling more plump than before already. One early morning the underground hero returns after an exhausting night patrol and just staggers over to his couch and falls asleep without changing or taking a shower. His gray capture scarf partially unravels and one end pools on the floor. Izuku seizes this chance to hop out of his box so he can go and steal, the cloth. Aizawa's quirk isn't a combat type, so actually his fighting style using the scarf is super interesting, and if Izuku was in his human form, he'd have his notebook out constantly so he can write all about one of his favorite heroes. Since he is currently a bird, surely it wouldn't look out of place if he just uses it as a blanket, right? For testing purposes, obviously. Nothing else. Yeah, no. He tugs on the scarf until it fully unravels from around Aizawa's neck and the whole thing flutters to the floor. Surprisingly, Aizawa doesn't wake up. He must be really tired if all he does is let out a grumble. Izuku waits a few seconds, then he uses his beak to grip the scarf and drag it away. The hero's bedroom door is open, so Izuku tugs the scarf inside and finds a cozy spot near the foot of the bed to make an impromptu nest for himself. He arranges the cloth just so, then plops down in the center, buries his head into the soft fabric, and falls asleep, surrounded by silken warmth and a feeling that's dangerously close to feeling like home. For Izuku the falcon, it may as well be, but for Izuku the human, home is still back in a small apartment with a plump, kind woman who welcomes him home with delicious food and a smile. Shoyuta wakes up feeling every single one of his muscles protest the awkward position he's sleeping in on the couch. He groans, not wanting to move, but the sticky feeling of dried sweat on his skin is enough to get him to gingerly roll over and get up. He frowns as he wobbles to his feet. Where's his scarf? He doesn't remember taking it off, but honestly he'd only had sleep on his mind when he got home earlier this morning. At least he'd passed out on the couch this time rather than the floor. He rolls his neck to get the K&KS out. A quick glance around shows that not only is his scarf nowhere in sight, but Hayabusa isn't in his box either. His frown deepens. Hayabusa, he calls out. A normal bird can't understand human language, but the falcon has, in the past week, shown a startling perceptiveness that indicates that he may actually be one of those rare animals with quirks. Shoyuta has been tempted to use erasure on the bird more than once, but something in him refrains. Out of respect for Hayabusa's healing injury, perhaps. Regardless, there's usually a reaction when he says the bird's temporary name. This time, he's met with silence. Hayabusa still has to be in the apartment somewhere, though. He can't go anywhere with an injured wing. Shoyuta looks around his living room, through the kitchen in case Hayabusa got hungry and tried to see if he had a stash of dead birds hidden away somewhere, which, no, all of Hayabusa's meals are fresh, because he'd like his apartment to stay clean and void of weird smells, checks the bathroom, and finally pokes his head into his room. He has to stop himself from smiling when he immediately spies the gray and black lump on the floor by his bed. That devious little falcon stole his scarf while he was sleeping and went and made himself a nest out of it. Shoyuta discreetly slinks back to the living room, palms his phone where he left it on the coffee table, and goes back to the bedroom so he can take a picture. The lighting is poor, but he snaps a photo anyway. Hayabusa doesn't wake even as he kneels next to him. To slide his sleek, feathered head. Shoyuta can't pinpoint when, exactly, he'd gotten attached to this strangely docile bird who's supposed to be the epitome of wild grace. Wild is not the word he'd use to describe Hayabusa as he is now, curled up in Shuta's capture scarf. All he can think is domestic. But he finds himself going back to Hizashi's words a couple days ago, when the loudmouth blonde had mentioned how it would be a shame to let the falcon go free once he was fully healed. Shoyuta studies Hayabusa's body bundled up in the scarf, and grudgingly admits to himself that he wouldn't mind if Hayabusa stayed with him permanently. But even if it does turn out that Hayabusa is an animal with a quirk, he's still an animal. Shoyuta can't just keep him here. That's when another phrase comes to mind. If you love something, set it free. If it returns to you, it's yours. If not, it was never meant to be. He doesn't love Hayabusa in that sense, but he supposes the quote applies all the same. When Hayabusa's wing is completely healed, he'll let the falcon go. If the falcon comes back of his own free will, then Shoyuta will accept the raptor as part of his daily life and move on. If not, then Shoyuta will accept that too, and move on. He's shaken from his musings when Hayabusa lets out a little coo followed by a tiny half-snore, which, for a bird, is mostly just a loud breathing noise instead of the horrendous, rumbling racket that buzzes out of Hisashi's throat every time he falls asleep in Shuta's apartment instead of going back to his own. That is so unbelievably cute that Shoyuta wants to scoop him up, scarf and all, and have the falcon nap in his lap instead. But no, he must resist. Shower first, change out of his costume, then think about what to do afterwards. As he gathers up a change of clothes, he sends the photo to Hisashi along with a message. Shoyuta. 8:43 a.m. image. 8:43 a.m. He likes my scarf more than he likes you. Not 3 seconds later, his phone buzzes with a reply. Hisashi. 8:44 a.m. 8:44 a.m. How could you break my heart like THS? 8:44 a.m. I trusted you. 8:45 a.m. But NGL, that bird's got game. 8:45 a.m. Wait, did you just give your scarf to him? Shoyuta. 8:46 a.m. No, he stole it while I was sleeping. Hisashi. 8:46 a.m. OMG what? 8:47 a.m. Shoyuta, you let a bird sneak past you? 8:47 a.m. Are you sure he's not like a ninja or SMTH? Shoyuta. 8:47 a.m. He could be. Haven't used erasure on him yet. Shoyuta enters the bathroom and closes the door quietly. He turns the knob for the shower on and sheds his clothes while he waits for the water to warm up. His phone buzzes again with a reply. Hisashi. 8:49 a.m. Sigma? 8:50 a.m. I'm coming over. Shoyuta. 8:51 a.m. No, don't. You'll wake him up with your inability to be quiet. Hisashi. 8:52 a.m. You can't stop me. 8:52 a.m. I know where you keep your spare key. Shoyuta wants to slam his head into a wall and groan. DMN it, he knew that would backfire on him someday. Well, there's no way to convince Hisashi not to come now. They don't live that far apart, so the loudmouth blonde will definitely be here in less than 10 minutes. Which means he needs to jump into the shower now so he doesn't look like a complete slob once Hisashi gets here. His stomach growls, reminding him that he hasn't eaten breakfast yet. He shoots off one last text before he steps under the spray of hot water. Shoyuta. 8:53 a.m. Fine. Bring me coffee on your way here. Izuku is woken up by a voice whispering just a tad too loudly. Oh my god, Shoyuta, is he sleeping in your capture scarf? That's the cutest thing I've ever seen. I told you to keep your voice down, idiot, Aizawa's gravelly voice grumbles. Izuku lets out a sleepy, questioning noise and raises his little head up. He blinks as Yamada's face swims into view, far too close to him. Somewhere off to the side, Aizawa clicks his tongue. Look, you woke him up. Sorry. Yamada laughs, not sounding the least bit apologetic. Aizawa rolls his eyes at him and steps forward, dropping to one knee so he can slide Izuku on the head with his free hand. Izuku's raptor mind is very content with this, making him stretch his neck out so that he pushes his whole head into Aizawa's warm palm. Izuku's human mind is still sleepy and doesn't protest. Besides, it feels good, for once, to have someone touch him without attempting to inflict pain. Even if both heroes aren't aware that he's actually human. Aizawa smells clean, like he just took a shower. There's no artificial scent wafting off of him, so he must have used an unscented soap. Fitting for an underground hero. So? Yamada prompts eagerly. I'm not going to use erasure while he's injured, Hisashi, the scruffy man sighs, pulling away to sip on his coffee. But what if he's a ninja? A ninja, Shoyuta. Yamada whines, throwing his hands into the air. What if he has a healing quirk? Or an intelligence one, for that matter? Aizawa shoots back. The exuberant blonde jabs a finger into his friend's chest, and says solemnly, think of the possibilities, Shoyuta. Think of the ninja. He makes a few chopping motions in the air with his hands, hopping from one foot to the other in an attempt to mimic the flowy moves that he's seen acted out in the movies. Izuku hides an unfalcon-like snort into the scarf. What are you, 12? Aizawa mutters. No means no, idiot. Killjoy, Yamada complains. Then he perks up, so does that mean you'll do it once he's healed? Izuku tenses and tries to pretend that he's not interested in this conversation at all. If Aizawa plans to use his quirk on him, he'll need to leave as soon as the splint comes off. He can't risk getting outed as Midoriya Izuku yet. He knows it's cowardly of him to run away and hide from his problems, but, really, who can blame him? Life as Hayabusa the Falcon has been a far more enjoyable experience than life as Deku, the quirkless punching bag, except he's not quirkless now, is. When he's healed, I'm letting him go, Aizawa says firmly. Yamada opens his mouth to argue and the underground hero quickly adds, no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Izuku feels equal parts relieved and guilty at that. Relieved, because he won't be found out that he's been using his newfound quirk illegally this whole time. And guilty, because he is lying to a pro hero just to save his own skin, and that's a cowardly move to pull, he knows. But he's just not ready to be Midoriya Izuku again. He doesn't know if he'll ever be in the right frame of mind to pick up the pieces of his broken human life again. They say time heals all wounds, but Izuku's feel like they've been left to fester and rot. Is it so wrong for him to want a safe haven to hide and heal? Even if he could be spying on you, the radio host asks. No one would purposely break their own wing on the off chance that I'd come to save them and bring them to my apartment. That would be inefficient and humiliating besides, the scruffy man scoffs. Yamada groans and drapes his lanky frame over Aizawa's shoulders, almost making him spill his coffee. He ignores the glare and the gruff, get off me, that Aizawa throws at him. You're killing me, Shoyuta, he sighs. But hey, your bird, your call. He's not my bird, I've told you before. Yeah, you say that now, but I bet he'll still be around long after his wing is healed, and then I can say that I told you so, Yamada huffs, pulling back. The scary part is that Izuku is actually contemplating it. But he also knows that he really should go back home at some point. His mom must be worried sick about him by now, even though Izuku does think that she's better off without him, or, well, maybe not now that he actually has a quirk, but how do you bring that up to someone who didn't truly believe in him when he was quirkless? He wonders how Kaken is doing now. Was that day in the park a hallucination? Or perhaps Kaken got a dose of reality when he'd been attacked by that gross sludge villain. Aizawa sips at his coffee again and pointedly does not reply to Yamada's comment. Izuku, now that he's awake, gets to his feet and off of the capture scarf so that the underground hero can pick it back up. Yamada reaches for him with a smile and Izuku has to fight not to shrink back from him. The radio host's fingers are surprisingly gentle though, and feel just as good as Aizawa's. Well, if you're not gonna use erasure, then why don't we watch a movie or something? Yamada asks, heading into the living room once he's done petting Izuku. Don't you have papers to grade? Aizawa says, following after him at a sluggish pace. Izuku trots after them happily, hoping that they do end up watching a movie so that he'll have an excuse to curl up in Eraserhead's lap. Unlike you, I don't wait till the last minute to grade them, the blonde sniffs, sifting through the sparse DVD collection beneath Aizawa's TV. The Falcon inwardly laughs at Aizawa's muttered, whatever, that he hides behind the rim of his coffee cup. Also, you have no movies that aren't like 50 years old. Have you learned nothing of modernity? Don't diss my classics. Shoyuta, you're acting like such an old man. We're barely 30. Aizawa does not answer. He slumps into the couch with his coffee. Izuku makes a questioning noise at him from the floor, and the hero looks down at him. Man and bird have a silent stare-off for 5 seconds, then Aizawa sighs and puts his capture scarf on the couch cushion beside him. Izuku's wing is still healing, so the hero sets his coffee on the table in order to hoist the falcon up on the sofa. Izuku fluffs his feathers in satisfaction and snuggles into Aizawa's side. Yamada turns around and watches them with a huge grin on his face. Don't say a word, Aizawa warns, pulling one arm up so he could curl it around the falcon instead, mindful of the splinted wing. Yamada gives him his best, I told you so look and promptly whips out his phone to take a picture. Aizawa glares, no. I'm not going to post it anywhere, it's just for me, the blonde protests, then pauses. And maybe Namiri. And Tensei, I guess, it wouldn't be fair to keep him out of the loop. See, that's the problem. The more people who see, the less likely it'll stay off the radar. Besides, my scarf is in the photo, it wouldn't take much to put 2 and 2 together, the underground hero points out. You worry too much. Namiri and Tensei can keep a secret. We've been friends for how long now? Yamada says, dramatically flapping one hand up and down. Smile, Shoyuta. Aizawa doesn't, but Izuku tries his best to discreetly look at the phone so it seems like he's gazing into the camera lens right as the photo is taken. Even Hayabusa is more photogenic than you, the blonde hero jokes, going over to the couch to show Aizawa the picture. Izuku peers at the screen out of the corner of his eye, some part of him inside flailing when he finally gets to see what he actually looks like in falcon form. The dark-haired hero looks tired and a bit grumpy, one hand clutching his takeout coffee cup, the other curled around Izuku's side just beneath the splinted wing. And gazing back at the camera is a falcon with big, yellow eyes, feathers fluffed out just so, leaning into the hero's side. It's a good photo. Izuku's raptor mind is pleased with the compliment, while Izuku's human mind can't believe anyone would call him shy, weird, useless, awkward, stuttering Izuku, photogenic. Yamada taps on his phone a few times, then proudly announces, "Alright, done. I posted it to our group chat." Aizawa gives a long-suffering sigh, "Of course you did. I'm improving your social life, you should thank me," Yamada says sagely, pocketing his phone. "Now, what should we watch? You probably don't have HeroStream on your TV, right?" "No, why would I pay money for a subscription to something I don't even use?" I knew that would be your response. "Alright, then let's watch. Group name, we don't play, we slay." Voice of God has entered the chat. Voice of God. Image. Guys, check out this picture of Shoyuta. He's got a pet now y'all. Sleeping Beauty has entered the chat. Vroom Vroom has entered the chat. Sleeping Beauty. Say what? Is that a falcon? Hizashi, that's not a pet, that's a wild bird. Voice of God. Shoyuta denies it, but the bird's his pet now. Isn't he so cute though? Just look at that face. Like DMNBOI. Sleeping Beauty. OMG. It really is. Shoyuta, I never took you for a bird parent. I stand corrected. Vroom Vroom. In this house we stand Shuta's dad tendencies. And you can't deny it, Shoyuta. Voice of God. You have a point, my man Tensei. Seconded. Sleeping Beauty. Thirded. I need coffee has entered the chat. I need coffee. I hate you all. Voice of God. No you don't. Vroom Vroom. No you don't. Sleeping Beauty. No you don't. I need coffee. Voice of God. He used a Kamaji. I am so proud my boy. Vroom Vroom. He leveled up. Finally. Sleeping Beauty. Oh, are we using Kamajis now? Then should his new pet be like Theta. Or maybe more like. 'Cause it's clear that the bird is taken with him. Voice of God. OMG yes. Perfect. I need coffee. I'm leaving. Sleeping Beauty. Oh no you don't. Gimme the deets. I need coffee. I saved him from some dumb kids. That's all. Voice of God. And he took him home and made him his pet. With a box and blankets and stuff. And he catches his food too. While his wing is healing. Vroom Vroom. Amazing. What did you name him? Voice of God. LOL guess. Sleeping Beauty. Something totally uncreative. As usual. I need coffee. Whatever. Vroom Vroom. You named him whatever? I need coffee. No, I'm calling him Hayabusa. Now F off. Sleeping Beauty. Are you serious? Ha 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 ha. Voice of God. Same. Vroom Vroom. Degree. Okay dad. Whatever you say. I need coffee. X. Sleeping Beauty. Haha okay but real talk though. Where the heck did you find a peregrine falcon? I need coffee. At a park. The one close to the subway station in Tamba district. Sleeping Beauty. That's not too far out. How has it not flown away yet? Voice of God. Well it can't go v far wa broken wing. Or I'd be questioning it too. Sleeping Beauty. Actually I'm more surprised that it hasn't clawed your face yet. Hizashi, I mean. Voice of God. Rude. Whose side are you on? Sleeping Beauty. My own? Thought you knew that from day one SMH. Much disappoint. Vroom Vroom. Ouch, need some ice for that burn bruh? LOL. Voice of God. Shuta. They are being mean to me. Rescue me. Please? For all. Sleeping Beauty. Wheeze. Is that supposed to be you and Shoyuta? Are you finally admitting it? I need coffee. Admitting to what? What aren't you telling me? Voice of God. Oh my god Namuri. She's just joking. Don't tika her srsly. Vroom Vroom. Is she though? Come on Hizashi, man up. It's confession time. Voice of God. Not you too Tensei. I need coffee. Sleeping Beauty. I gotta get back to work, sadly. LMK when you grow some ball okay. Hizashi. Sleeping Beauty has left the chat. Vroom Vroom. Same here, I have to do patrol rounds now. Don't be a stranger, Shoyuta. And don't forget to use protection okay kiddies. Voice of God. Tensei. Dude. OMFG. Vroom Vroom has left the chat. I need coffee. Did you knock up a girl or something? Do I need to call the police on your butt? Voice of God. No. Tots not it. For a thates AICNBing. I mean. Forget they said anything. I need coffee. Why are you yelling in the chat? I'm literally sitting right next to you. Voice of God. Because. I need coffee. Voice of God has left the chat. I need coffee has left the chat. Izuku stiffens in alarm as Yamada practically leaps off the couch once the movie credits roll, babbles something unintelligible, 3 octaves higher, and far too loud, and hightails it out of the apartment like the hounds of hell are nipping at his heels. Aizawa stares after him with a pinched brow and perplexed expression. What's gotten into him, he mutters, GRPNG for the TV remote. He shares a confused glance with the Falcon. Obviously there was something in their group chat that made Yamada react like that. Izuku is dying to know what it is, but not to the point where he'd voluntarily reveal himself. So he settles back into the couch while Aizawa gets off the couch and stretches, then steals the spot where the dark-haired hero had just been sitting. Hey, Aizawa complains half-heartedly. Izuku snirks quietly into his uninjured wing. He pretends to busy himself with preening his feathers, all the while soaking up the leftover warmth from Aizawa's imprint. He really could get used to this life. 2 more weeks pass by in the blink of an eye, and the day that Shoyuta finally takes him back to the vet to make sure his wing is fully healed arrives. Hayabusa is more alert this time around. Rather than Shoyuta carrying him limply in his arms, the Falcon is more than happy to perch upon the hero's shoulder, head swiveling this way and that as Shoyuta leisurely makes his way to the veterinary clinic. Oh, how he's missed being outside. Luckily the vet who treated him previously is also there today. He takes off the splint and examines the wing, gently unfolding it to test its mobility and range of movement. Izuku cheers inwardly when the vet declares that he's completely healed, with no lasting damage to his wing. Shoyuta thanks the vet, pays for the checkup, and together, man and bird step outside towards freedom. The pro-hero ambles along, ignoring the blatant stares from passers-by. He's aware of what they're thinking. Who is this homeless-looking dude and why does he have a giant bird on his shoulder? He won't say it out loud, but the weight of Hayabusa on his shoulder and the slight prickle of talons through the thick fabric of his dark clothing has actually come to be somewhat reassuring. It's just as Hisashi said, it would be nice to keep Hayabusa around for longer. The Falcon has definitely grown attached to him these past 3 weeks, and vice versa. But no, he has to be responsible and release it into the wild. If Hayabusa decides that he wants to stay with him or to return to the outdoors, then that'll be that. Shoyuta goes back to the park where he'd first found those dumb kids throwing rocks at Hayabusa. The Falcon keens eagerly, a slight flutter of wings that blows Shuta's hair to the side. He stops in the shade of the tallest tree that he can see. Well, Hayabusa. You're free now. Go on, shoo, he says, holding out his arm. Hayabusa pushes off, careful not to dig his claws into Shuta's shoulder, and soars up into the sky, trilling joyfully. Shoyuta watches with a small smile on his face, ignoring the ache inside his chest at seeing him leave. This is for the best, he tells himself. Hayabusa dips and loops and spirals in the air, almost as if he's dancing, putting on a magnificent show for all those in the park who happen to catch sight of him. Children point up at the sky in excitement, clamoring enthusiastically to their bemused parents. Shoyuta isn't sure how long he stands there watching. It could have been 2 minutes or 10. Either way, he should go home now and try to figure out what's going on with Hisashi. The blonde hero hadn't said anything about what happened in the group chat that day, had simply popped back up and talked to Shoyuta like nothing had occurred. But Shoyuta can tell there's a strange undercurrent in the way that Hisashi treats him now. Almost as if the radio host is holding him at arm's length. It's unsettling. As he turns around to walk away though, he hears a screech from above. Not a moment later, Hayabusa lands on his shoulder again, clicking his beak at him reproachfully. Don't leave without me. The bird seems to say, his big yellow eyes looking at him wide and pleading. Shoyuta frowns at him. What are you doing? You're free to go. Hayabusa blinks owlishly, then he straight up nuzzles him. The slide of the Falcon's glossy feathers over Shuta's cheek, across his unshaven jaw, and down the part of his neck that isn't hidden by his capture scarf reminds Shoyuta of a very affectionate cat, which is definitely not normal Falcon behavior. The Falcon does it one more time for good measure, letting out a little pleased chirrup that vibrates against Shuta's cheek. The pro-hero doesn't have the heart to say no again after that. He sighs and reaches up to slide Hayabusa over the head. All right, you can stay with me. He feels warm inside when the Falcon lets out a happy noise and flutters his wings again. Hayabusa butts his little head into Shuta's hand, making content sounds as the hero runs his fingers down the length of his back. When Shoyuta drops his hand, Hayabusa lifts off from his shoulder, but instead of flying away, he makes circles over Shuta's head. It's decided then. He'll keep Hayabusa with him. Izuku is nervous. If he was in his human form, his palms would be sweating at the thought of what he's about to do. As a bird, he's taken to shifting restlessly as he's perched on the railing of the balcony of Aizawa's apartment. It's been a day since he managed to convince the underground hero to bring him home. Now that his wing is completely healed, he can fly again. And since he can fly, he thinks that it's time to finally visit his mom. To let her know that he's alive. Not dead, not kidnapped, not whatever else she may have come up with. He knows his mom. She definitely would have reported him missing even if no one else cared. What he hasn't decided on is whether to show up as a falcon or in the human form that she knows best. Izuku hasn't been a human in nearly 4 weeks. It's unheard of for a transformation quirk to last that long, but Izuku hasn't experienced any negative repercussions for remaining in his falcon form for that much time. Odd, but hey, he'll take what he can get. Anyways, back to the point. If he shows up as a falcon, she won't know that it's him, and there's no guarantee that she'll let him in. If he shows up as a human, he's completely certain that she'll never want to let him out of her sight ever again, and he's torn because he loves his mom, he does, but he also wants to stay with Aizawa, because he knows it's safe. The real question, is he ready to be Midoriya Izuku again? No, he's not. But a hero doesn't run away from his problems, right? Maybe he should take it slow. Feel things out first. Play it by ear. He'll go to their apartment as a falcon to check up on her. And maybe he'll try to transform back to his human form, if things are really bad. Yeah. Sounds like a plan. You can do this, he chants mentally, as he readies himself to take flight. It's little work to push off of the railing and soar away, feeling the wind streaming past his feathers and the sunlight warming him from above. He swoops a few loops in the air, reveling in the feeling of being untouchable in the sky. He's not quite sure which direction his home is, but with his falcon eyesight, it isn't hard to pick out certain landmarks from above. Izuku flies hard and fast, avoiding the power lines and towering high-rises the best he can. It takes only a few minutes for him to find the park where he'd originally settled after his quirk manifested. From there, he turns southeast. In the distance, he can just barely make out a row of identical apartment buildings, each labeled with a number from 1 to 4. Home. His human mind becomes increasingly more anxious the closer he gets. Does he stay a falcon? Does he go back as Izuku? What will his mom think? What will she say? Maybe it's better if he stays away. He's useless. Worthless. A failure. A disappointment. Even All Might had said he couldn't be a hero. After all, he's quirkle. Oh, there he goes again. A few weeks having a quirk doesn't erase 10 years worth of discrimination. Gosh, this is going to take some getting used to. Can he say that he's all the happier for it? When he reaches the apartments, he flies around the back to locate the kitchen window of his home. Hopefully either the window will be open or the curtains won't be drawn, that way he can check on his mom without awkwardly trying to find some way to enter through the front door. It would be weird if a random falcon stood outside and pressed a doorbell, right? Or, well, he supposes he could ring the doorbell, then perch on the wall and wait for his mom to open the door so he can fly in. Izuku decides to check the kitchen window first. He flaps his wings and slows down so he can discreetly look around. He frowns inwardly when he realizes that the window is covered by curtains. Time for plan B, then. He circles around and lands on the low wall in front of the apartments that functions as a railing. Locating the door with the plaque beside it that reads Midoriya is done with ease, he grew up here after all. He steels himself, willing the whispers and anxiety away, shoving it all to the back of his mind. He has to do this now, before he loses his nerve. The falcon flutters over to the door and jabs the doorbell with his beak, then he flies back to the wall and waits, his little heart thumping rapidly in his chest. Please be home, please be home, please be home. The door opens. Izuku's anxiety returns threefold as it creaks open. But his mom isn't the one who answers the door. It's someone completely unexpected, to the point where Izuku nearly screeches and flies away on principle alone. Because what in the world? The man blinks and looks around, perplexed, when there is no one outside. Is All Might doing at his apartment? The melodic chime of the doorbell startles Inko and her guest from their quiet conversation. Tashinori, he'd insisted that she call him that rather than by his family name, as Yagi-san made him feel quite old, looks back towards the door, then at her. He looks puzzled and a bit serious. Are you expecting anyone else? He asks carefully. Inko shakes her head. I'm not, but it could be someone I know coming by to check on me, she says wearily. Izuku has been missing for nearly a month now, and the void within her grows a little bit bigger every day that goes by without any sign of him returning. Tashinori has been trying to keep her company at least twice a week, which she appreciates, but it's not enough. She can feel her will to live slip away slowly, like the tiny grains of sand in an hourglass. Ticking away. The skinny blonde stands up. I'll go see who that is. You stay here in case it's someone dangerous. She nods. The front door doesn't have a peephole, so Tashinori cautiously opens the door and peers outside. There's no one there. He frowns. A prank? That's not very nice. He checks up and down the hallway in case the mysterious bell ringer is hiding somewhere and waiting for the perfect chance to slip into the Midoriya's apartment, but there's truly no one outside. Just a falcon perched on the wall, which is unusual, but not Entirely out of place in a big city like this. Toshinori is about to close the door when he locks eyes with the falcon. It stares at him with big, round eyes and he stares back. It actually looks a bit scared. Of him? Or? He yelps when the falcon leaps off the wall and swoops past him into the apartment. An alarmed Toshinori-san comes from within, followed by a short scream and the sound of something crashing to the floor. Toshinori whirls around, one for all buzzing angrily beneath his skin. If that falcon turns out to be a villain intent on harming that poor woman, he'll bring him down himself, identity be dem'd. He rushes back to the living room, shouting, Midoriya-san. Are you alright? He's relieved when she calls back a shaky, but positive reply, why yes. I'm okay, I was just surprised. The object that had fallen over was the chair that Inko had been sitting in during their conversation. Inko herself was standing next to the kitchen counter, one hand hesitantly stroking the falcon who was sitting on the counter, docile as you please. It let out little reassuring croons now and then, stretching out its neck to push its head into her hand more firmly. It's not domestic, per se, but not quite wild either. Exhibit A of this falcon is not a normal falcon. Toshinori still won't rule out the possibility that the falcon is a villain in disguise, but looking at this scene relaxes him a bit. He walks over to examine the falcon, and maybe see if it will allow him to pet it too. To their surprise, the falcon recoils away from him and lets out a throaty cack sound, raising its wings up slightly. Its feathers puff out, making it appear bigger than it actually is. Toshinori wilts at the rejection, but backs off, unwilling to agitate the falcon into possibly attacking him. It stops making the threatening noise once he steps away. Inko resumes running her fingers over its head and back, and it leans closer to her. Toshinori sits down on the couch instead. He still watches the scene, alert for any hostile moves that would threaten Inko's safety, but as the minutes pass, no such move comes. The only aggression that the falcon has displayed thus far had been towards him. How curious. After a moment, the falcon abruptly ducks out from beneath Inko's hand and glides down the hallway. It flutters its wings a few times, preening in the corner for a bit before it struts away. This is definitely not normal falcon behavior, is it? Toshinori doesn't have much experience with birds besides interaction with the heroes who have bird-like quirks, so it's not like he has a basis of comparison when it comes to the typical behavior of wild falcons. Exhibit B of why this falcon is not a normal falcon. Inko follows after it uncertainly. It stops in front of a door. Toshinori hears Inko SCK in a sharp gasp and knows instantly that it's the door to her son's room. Why would it? The falcon doesn't try to get Inko to open the door though. It simply looks at it. Toshinori can't see its face from his spot on the couch, but the slight droop of the falcon's feathers indicate that maybe it's sad? Or something similar. Exhibit C of why this falcon is not a normal falcon. Once is coincidence. Twice is happenstance. 3 times is a pattern. Now, Toshinori knows he isn't the sharpest tool in the box, but he didn't become the #1 hero and the symbol of peace by being completely stupid. He takes out his phone to make a note of these unusual occurrences. He feels like he's missing something somehow, an important piece of the puzzle that will make everything come together. He's not seeing it, but maybe someone else might. He'll send his observations to Tukachi later. The falcon turns away from the door and flies back to the apartment's entryway. It shifts restlessly as it waits for one of them to open the door to let it out. Toshinori stands up from the couch to do just that, hoping that it won't take offense to his presence this time. It doesn't, but it also doesn't try to cozy up to him like it did with Inko. The blonde sighs and opens the door, Inko coming up behind him on slipper-clad feet. They watch it take off into the sky, vanishing from sight within seconds. When Izuku gets back to Aizawa's place, the man is waiting for him on his balcony. There you are, he says, sliding the door open so Izuku can come back inside. Izuku is clutching a dead pigeon in one claw so that Aizawa thinks that he was out hunting instead of doing something else. Izuku glides in, dropping his newest meal on the tray in front of his box. His raptor mind takes over the process of eating so that his human mind can sit back and think. He hadn't been prepared to see his mom looking so miserable. He's a terrible son. He did that to her. There's nothing he can say or do to justify to himself his selfish actions. And what had he done when he'd been there? He had panicked. Because All Might had been there, when he wasn't supposed to be. And Izuku had run away. Again. Because he had chickened out and couldn't do it. Couldn't transform back. Couldn't tell his mom that he was alive. Couldn't confront his issues like a true hero does. He just couldn't. So what is he supposed to do now? Fanart by pandemic_NB. Thank you so much. Tukachi Keiji. The aforementioned man looks up from his papers as one of the policeman rookies zips into his office like the hounds of hell are on his heels. He smartly salutes the detective, managing not to spill the cup of takeout coffee in his other hand. "I have a message for you from Aiken-san of the IT department." The police detective tries to make subtle grabby hands at the coffee despite having had a whole cup not even an hour ago, but the lure of caffeine is too strong when he's been working overtime trying to balance this one kid's bizarre missing case with all the other villain apprehensions going on across the city that's getting paperwork constantly dumped on them, despite some hero agencies attempting to streamline the process by doing the paperwork themselves. The rookie promptly hands over the coffee. One glorious gulp later, Naomasa nods at the young officer. "Let's hear it, then." "Yes, sir. Aiken-san has found something of note from a surveillance camera and wants you to head over right away," the rookie rattles off. "I'll do that, thank you," Naomasa says, rising from his seat. Anything to get up and do something besides the blasted paperwork that keeps clogging up his desk. "You're dismissed." The officer salutes again, then returns to his duties. Naomasa tugs at his tie as he strides down the long hallways towards the IT department, which is a large, open office sort of area at basement level that is a veritable maze of computers, holograms, tablets, wires, and other electronic technology gizmos that he honestly didn't even know half the names to. The lights are fluorescent white and bright enough to hurt his eyes as he steps through the sliding doors. Aiken Shinki is easy enough to find amongst all the computers. The pot-bellied man swivels in his chair as the detective approaches, giving him a crooked grin. "Hey there, Tukachi-san. I'm assuming that you got my message?" "Yes, I did. Which surveillance cameras were you looking at?" Aiken turns back to his display of 6 monitors and fiddles with his keyboard. The monitor on the bottom center splits into 2 screens, one showing an aerial camera panning across several rooftops in the city, the other showing the entrance to a building. Both are timestamped with the date that young Midoriya Izuku supposedly went missing. "Where are these from?" Naomasa asks, leaning over to peer closely at the cameras. "The first camera is from a hero support company down the street from the building at the coordinates you gave me, the second camera is from the building itself. It's some sort of business office, I think. Both were fully willing to cooperate with us when we said that it was for an ongoing investigation," Aiken explains. He uses the thumb and index finger of his right hand to zoom in on the left side of the screen, which causes the video to become blurry and a bit fragmented, but still clear enough that Naomasa can recognize the rooftop of the building that All Might had led them to. And there, that tiny, pixelated black and green blob next to the railing, another indistinct yellow blob next to his feet, matches with the description of Midoriya Izuku. Both of them watch as the black and green blob leans forward and disappears. Aiken lets go of the screen, and it returns to its normal dimensions. Then he taps the other screen. From the first video, we can surmise that this kid you're looking for did, in fact, jump from the rooftop. From Jirai-san's notes, we know that there is no evidence of a body hitting the ground, which is backed up by this surveillance camera. The footage hasn't been tampered with, it's the real deal. The kid was facing towards the entrance of the building, so his act would have been caught on camera if it was completed. But it wasn't. The problem is that we don't have any footage of those brief few seconds where the kid would have been falling towards the ground. So we don't have any solid proof that his disappearance was a villain's doing. Naomasa finishes with a tired sigh, rubbing at his eyes. All we have are some theories and circumstantial evidence. "Unfortunately, that's all I've got for you," says Aiken apologetically. "No, don't apologize. At least now we have one known fact in this case, Midoriya Izuku did indeed attempt suicide. What follows that will be the focus of this investigation now." Naomasa sips his coffee, frowning when he realizes that it's gone cold. He pats the other man on the shoulder. "Keep up the good work, Aiken-san. Let me know if you find anything else." "Of course, Tukachi-san." As the detective heads back up to his office, his phone rings. The caller ID reads Yagi Tashinori. He picks up. "Hello? Ah, Tukachi-kun. I'm in the lobby downstairs. Would you be free to chat with me for a few minutes?" "Of course. I'm on my way." Naomasa switches directions to go down to reception instead of his own office. He easily spots the abnormally tall man standing around awkwardly in the lobby and waves to him with a greeting. Tashinori looks relieved to see him. It's almost funny how much All Might's civilian persona dislikes being in the spotlight. Yagi Tashinori is quiet and unassuming in exactly all the ways that his All Might persona isn't. "Let's go to my office. We can talk there," Naomasa says, beckoning the skeletal man over. It doesn't take long to return, 5 minutes at the most. Tashinori doesn't say a single word on the way there, looking lost in thought. As soon as the door is shut and locked, Naomasa directs the sickly hero to his couch. "What brings you here today, Tashinori-san?" Tashinori laces his spindly fingers together. He begins slowly, haltingly. "Well, I'm not sure it has any relevance to Midoriya's missing persons case, but I did have the strangest encounter the other day. Izuku may not have been the most likable person in school, but even he, with his meager social skills, can tell that there's something not quite right with the way Aizawa and Yamada are interacting with each other. On the surface, their good-natured ribbing is the same as ever, but to Izuku with his analytical mind, it's stilted. Forced to some degree. He can see it in the way that sometimes Yamada's smile doesn't quite reach his eyes, or how there's a small, near-permanent wrinkle between Aizawa's brows. Sometimes, the problem isn't about what's being said. Sometimes, it's about what isn't being said. And Izuku knows that whatever this strange new thing is, it's related to something that was mentioned in their group chat, a topic that Yamada has avoided talking about. Aizawa has helped him so much in these last few weeks, it's time for him to return the favor. And he can start by figuring out what the hell's got Yamada treating his best friend like he's going to step on a landmine at any moment. He's got the why more or less ironed out, now he's got to think of what and how. Izuku thinks long and hard about what he can do as a bird while he curls up in Aizawa's spare scarf. The blankets in his box had been switched out for the spare capture weapon when Izuku had refused to let go of it, and he's happily made a nest out of it. The blankets had been soft and warm, but the scarf carries the feeling of security with it, maybe because of Aizawa's lingering scent on the fabric, or maybe because he associates Aizawa with safety. Either way, Izuku is comfortable and very content. So, first, he needs to consider what exactly he's trying to achieve here. Izuku's quirkless and former quirklessness has nothing to do with his intelligence. He's a smart boy and he knows it. Now, obviously he can't just strut up to the loud hero and ask what's going on. Which just leaves listing the facts and speculating from there. Fact, Yamada had posted a picture of them to their group chat. He had been grinning at his phone for a few minutes before his smile had dropped and all the blood had drained out of his face, leaving him pale and shaking. Then he had leapt off the couch and ran away. Speculation, one of the members had said something crude or humiliating or hurtful. Izuku is certainly no stranger to those kinds of statements. But while plausible, something didn't click quite right. After all, Yamada still drops by and pretends that nothing is wrong. He doesn't flush or look ashamed in close proximity with Aizawa, but there's a distance between them now. Speculation, Yamada has a crush on Aizawa and someone outed him in the group chat. Again, Izuku feels like he's missing something here. Yamada doesn't act like someone with a crush at all. He treats Aizawa perfectly normally, none of the usual blushy, stammering characteristics of a person with a crush. But that could just be because Izuku's skewed ideas of romance come from the dramas that his mom likes to watch on the TV. Speculation, Aizawa said something rude to Yamada in the group chat rather than out loud and he hasn't apologized for it. Although Eraserhead is not well known due to his status as an underground hero, Izuku has gleaned enough information about him during his time here to know that Aizawa Shoyuta is very blunt and to the point, often coming across as rude or harsh. But if that's the case, wouldn't Yamada have mentioned something about it by now? He's loud and proud, so it doesn't feel like he'd stay quiet about a friend accidentally hurting his feelings, but Izuku also doesn't know him personally, so he can't really say if that's part of his civilian personality or not. Izuku wants to grab his hair and fist it, pull it until the pain drives him to newer heights, but he can't do that in his falcon form. Thinking about something like this is far more tiring than analyzing quirks. Fortunately, he gets a chance to do some reconnaissance when Yamada drops by with a bag of greasy takeout that night. Aizawa doesn't have a patrol, so he accepts the food. Izuku stares at the boxes of burgers and fries. Definitely something that he'd eat as a human, but is put off by in his falcon form. His sense of smell actually isn't that great as a bird, compared to his heightened eyesight and hearing. But he doesn't need a sense of smell to swoop down and snatch a piece of Yamada's burger right out of his hand. The blonde cries out indignantly, "Hey!" Aizawa muffles a snort in his sleeve as Izuku flutters just out of reach of the hero's flailing fingers. He drops onto Aizawa's shoulder and delicately places the stolen meat on his savior's plate. To his raptor mind's frustration, Aizawa doesn't eat it. So Izuku picks up the piece again and tries to give it to the dark-haired hero directly. Yamada stares. Aizawa mirrors his look of confusion as Izuku insistently shoves the bit of meat at him. The falcon won't take no for an answer, not today. Is he trying to feed you? The radio show host barely holds back his laughter at Aizawa's perplexed expression as he takes the greasy morsel, which is no bigger than his thumb. Izuku the falcon puffs his chest out proudly, then starts to preen his feathers. Gift accepted. Wait, no, that's not what he was trying to do. He lifts off of Aizawa's shoulder again and flaps over to Yamada, who holds his burger away from him. This is mine, Hayabusa. Shoyuta has his own, he says petulantly, cramming as much of the food into his mouth as he can. His cheeks bulge out like a chipmunk's as he chews noisily. Ugh, at least close your mouth when you're chewing, Aizawa complains. That's disgusting. Yamada says something along the lines of, then tell your falcon not to steal my food, but it comes out as a series of unintelligible syllables. Izuku lands on his head, taking care not to scratch the hero's scalp with his sharp talons. Despite the sheer amount of gel that the blonde must slather into his hair every day to get it into his signature hairstyle, Yamada's hair is actually quite soft. The hero freezes mid-bite, attempting to look at Izuku by rolling his eyes up, and failing quite spectacularly. Humans just aren't built to see on top of their own heads. He tries to reach up, but Izuku dances away with a quick flutter of his wings. He then snatches another piece of Yamada's burger, the part that didn't get shoved into his mouth, and flies off. He hears Yamada groan behind him and Aizawa's muffled laughter at his friend's misfortune. Okay, step 1, take the tension out of the atmosphere, complete. He wheels back around with his stolen prize and drops it onto Aizawa's plate. He's feeling rather pleased with himself as he lands on the table. Aizawa's hand comes up and gives him a firm slide from the top of his head down to the tips of his tail feathers. Thanks, but you didn't have to do that, the hero tells him, conveniently forgetting that Izuku is a bird and therefore shouldn't be able to understand him. Izuku just lightly nips one of his fingers in response and flies back to his box. The silence that follows is comfortable and relaxed, filled only with the sounds of the two heroes finishing their food. Izuku watches with bated breath as Aizawa and Yamada quietly look at each other over empty plates, the takeout containers having been discarded into the trash long ago. Are they finally going to talk about it? If they do, that means he won't have to interfere anymore and things can go back to the way they were. No more of that weird, skirting around the subject, let's not talk about the elephant in the room sort of undercurrent. As if reading his mind, Aizawa is the first to break the tenuous silence. Hisashi. We need to talk. Yamada loses his smile, but he agrees solemnly, I think so, too. Good. Aizawa gathers the empty dinnerware and places the dishes in the sink to be washed later. He gestures to the couch. Sit with me. This discussion has been long overdue. Yamada goes, a new tension lining his thin frame. Izuku notes uneasily that the exuberant man walks with a slight slump, like a man going to his execution. Whatever the issue is that's plaguing him, he clearly thinks it's bad enough that he's already expecting a negative outcome from it, despite the fact that him and Aizawa have been friends for a very long time and they must have seen each other at their worst already. It's a posture that, somehow, feels very familiar, yet not at the same time. Oh. It hits him like a sledgehammer to the skull, a lightning bolt striking out of the blue as Izuku remembers, with vivid clarity, that this must have been how he looked when he had been standing on the rooftop that day after grabbing All Might's leg in a desperate bid to ask the number one hero the question of a lifetime. Except, Yamada has someone to talk to about the issue. Izuku had been alone. What a difference it makes, even having one person willing to listen to you and talk you through your problems. Izuku thinks about Katsuki, about the young, friendly child that Kaken used to be before. Thinks about his mom and her apologies and how that's not what he wants to hear. Izuku, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, Mom, that's not it, that's not what I. But you're not quirkless now. You're not a worthless punching bag anymore, are you? The falcon shakes himself to snap himself out of his mind before he can start to spiral. He jumps out of his box and flies to Yamada's shoulder to give him some extra support. The blonde jumps at the unexpected contact, but he manages a trembling smile as he pets the falcon. Izuku is relieved when the gentle motion seemed to calm the man down. Yamada takes a deep breath as he takes a seat beside the underground hero. He looks Aizawa square in the eyes and says, all right, I'm here. Let's talk. You tell me, Aizawa. Sighs, reclining back into the soft cushions. This started because you wouldn't tell me what Namuri and Tensei meant in the group chat. Yeah, about that. Izuku squeezes his shoulder with his clawed feet and butts his head against the man's cheek. You can do it. Shoyuta, the thing is, I like you. The dark-haired man just frowns harder. Of course you like me. We're friends. Yamada shakes his head. No, that's not what I mean. I like you. I have, for a long time. Namuri and Tensei knew that I had a huge crush on you in high school that I never got over. That's why they brought it up in the chat. He laughs a little, a slightly hysteric edge to it. I didn't think that you'd ever like me back, so I'd resigned myself to never telling you. But now you know, I guess. He curls into himself a bit, awaiting what he thinks is an inevitable rejection. Izuku looks at Aizawa to check his reaction and finds the hero staring at his friend with what could pass for a shocked expression. His eyes are wider than usual and his mouth opens and closes several times as he tries to find the words to respond, but he can't. The blonde seems to take the silence as a dismissal and moves to get off the couch. Wait, Hisashi. Aizawa grabs his hand and doesn't let go. Don't run away from me. Why didn't you tell me sooner? What? Shoyuta, I just told you. I know what you told me. Aizawa cuts him off, pulling Yamada back onto the couch. I want to know why you think that I wouldn't feel the same way. What? You do. The blonde blinks at him, flabbergasted. Izuku feels kind of bad that he's pretty much intruding on something very private, but honestly, it feels like they've both forgotten that he's there. He sits quietly on Hisashi's shoulder, marveling at the fact that one of his speculations was right. Aizawa looks more tired than before, if that's even possible. He looks almost like he wants to take Yamada by the shoulders and just shake him. I think we've both been stupid and oblivious, he mutters. He sighs loudly. Hisashi, of course I like you. You were my first real friend at Yui. You gave me my hero name. You spend the most time with me out of all of our friends. You make me feel. He scrubs a hand through his messy locks, looking frustrated. I never put a label on these feelings because I thought they were natural. But you never showed so much as a hint of liking me that way, so I thought that was just that and it would be like this until we died. Yamada sputters, but you never reacted when I touched you. Aizawa shrugs. I thought that was just your thing. What about when I brought you food and gifts? Helped you feed the alley cats? Convinced Nedu to give you a teaching position at Yui? The blonde's hands are all over the place and it takes some skillful maneuvering for Izuku to stay on the man's shoulder instead of flying away like he wants to. You were being a good friend. My best friend, Aizawa adds. Hisashi, you know that. My idea of a proper relationship is skewed by my less-than-stellar experience growing up with a dysfunctional family. Why would I ever expect anything different? Yamada opens his mouth to argue, but can't seem to find the right words for a rebuttal. The voice hero, rendered speechless. That's certainly a new one, Izuku thinks as he continues observing them. The two heroes stare at each other silently, digesting all the new information that's now out in the open, neither of them quite sure where the other stands. It starts with a laugh. Small and uncertain, but it grows and grows, ballooning up and out of Yamada's throat as he laughs all the negative emotion out of him, laughs at the sheer absurdity of the situation, laughs and laughs until he's doubling over because his stomach hurts. Aizawa laughs too, short and quiet, more of a chuckle than full-blown laughter. Once the radio host catches his breath, he straightens up with a toothy grin, bright-eyed and radiating joy in a complete 180 of his mood just a few minutes prior. We're a right pair of idiots, aren't we, he says, throwing an arm, the one that Izuku isn't currently occupying, over Aizawa's shoulder. All this time. Seriously, what we been doing? He laughs again. Saving other people instead of ourselves, Aizawa quips. More than just people, in your case. Yamada scratches the feathers around Izuku's neck. Izuku closes his eyes in bliss at the attention. He's glad that things are working out for them. It's quiet for a while longer, then Yamada speaks up again. Hey, Shoyuta? I've got a question to ask you. The blonde leans closer with a smile. Will you go out with me? He asks cheekily. Aizawa huffs in his direction. Did you really need to ask? Humor me. Fine, you sappy idiot, yes. Yes, I will go out with you. Aizawa says it with a half-hearted grumble that both Izuku and Yamada know is a false front to hide his true feelings. Yamada grins like his birthday came early and leaps off the couch, pointing one finger straight into the air. Oh yeah. Izuku is already airborne before he can even think about it, because he knows exactly what's going to happen if the loud hero lets loose a scream so close to him. Apparently Aizawa does too, because his hair begins to rise with the activation of his quirk, Hisashi, not in my apart. Then, man and falcon lock eyes. Oh. F-. More fan art by the talented Forkwithiga Need Sleep on Tumblr? What a good flying boiomg. Time seems to slow to a crawl. Izuku meets Aizawa's blood-red gaze head-on, and he screeches in panic and despair as he feels the erasure quirk take hold of him and yank the metaphorical rug out from under his feet. Screeching becomes screaming. Human screaming. And Izuku, in his much bigger and heavier, and clumsier, human body, cannot stop himself from cannonballing straight into the shocked underground hero and sending both of them crashing into the couch in a pile of tangled limbs. At least it wasn't the coffee table. Izuku groans from somewhere around Aizawa's stomach. Great, now what is he supposed to do? What the foo, hey, are you okay? That looked like it hurt. Yamada leans over them, checking for any injuries. No sheet, Captain Obvious, Aizawa grunts, slowly sitting back up. Izuku freezes where he's practically laying in the man's lap, a blinding sense of panic starting to overtake what little rationality he has left. Oh no, oh sheet, I'm in so much trouble, oh no, oh F-, oh god. Run, his raptor mind screams. He JRKS himself up, banging his head against the man's chin with a sharp crack that had both of them cringing in pain for a few seconds. Run, run, run. Izuku finds himself scrambling off the couch and falling over himself to flop on the floor with a dull thud, narrowly avoiding hitting himself on the nearest corner of the coffee table. He screams as hands reach for him in his peripheral vision, oh god, his human vision SCKS, how did he live like this before, and scuttles backwards in fear. No, he can't deal with this. No. No. In his panic, he doesn't hear the two heroes attempting to calm him down. His breathing comes in short, sharp gasps and he can't think. He looks at Aizawa in the eyes that are no longer red, meaning he deactivated his quirk and blurts out, I'm sorry. Somehow he makes it to his feet. And then, he flees. Run. Shoyuta curses as the boy and isn't that a FING trip, finding out that his new pet falcon was a human child with a quirk. This whole DMN time leaps for the sliding glass doors leading to the balcony outside. Hizashi, he yells, grasping his capture weapon in one hand. On it. The blonde reaches out and tries to grab the boy's flailing limbs. Hey, little listener, calm down. It's okay, you're safe. You're safe. The boy doesn't seem to hear him, because his flailing gets worse. He actually slams his head against one of the doors, his fingers searching for the lock. A wailing noise rises out of his throat, not quite human, but not like a bird's screech either. One hand lashes out and grazes Hizashi's cheek, leaving a long red scratch there. Hey, kid, just calm down. No, the kid screams. He unlocks the door and throws it open, running to the balcony railing. Oh shit. Shoyuta leaps into action, throwing his scarf out with the kind of precision that comes naturally to him after years of training. The capture weapon flies out and wraps the kid up before he can do something crazy like jump off the goddamn balcony. No, let me go. Please let me go. The kid is outright sobbing now, trying to roll himself out of the scarf to no avail. Another horrible screechy noise leaves his lips, sounding wounded and full of fear and pain. Without Shuta's quirk erasing his, feathers begin to sprout randomly out of his face and limbs. Shoyuta has to turn erasure on again to ensure that the boy doesn't just shrink back into his falcon form and fly away. Kid, look at me. Come on, Shoyuta says, trying to stop the teenager from hurting himself even more. I'm not going to hurt you. The kid stops struggling, but he doesn't say anything besides, no. Shoyuta really doesn't want to have to resort to this, but unfortunately Namuri isn't around to put him to sleep. So he chops the boy on the back of the neck and the kid instantly falls limp. Hizashi watches from the doorway, an unhappy frown pulling at his lips. Is he gonna be alright? He asks. Man, I've never seen a kid try so hard to get away from two pro heroes before. Makes you wonder what happened to make him this way. Shoyuta gathers the unconscious boy in his arms, his head lolling to the side to rest against Shuta's chest. I don't know, but we'll find out, he promises darkly. That sort of blind panic when faced with pro heroes isn't natural. The boy had been fine as a falcon, so it likely has to do with some aspect of his human life. And Shoyuta has seen his fair share of unsavory characters in his years as an underground hero. He lays the boy back on the couch gently. The kid is pale and tiny trembles run through his skin, but his breathing is steady and slow. He'll be alright, he just needs to rest. Hey, wait, isn't this the missing kid on the news? Hizashi comes up beside him, eyes narrowed in focus. He's supposed to be quirkless though. You can't trust everything the media says, Shoyuta replies, examining the kid on the couch. True, Hizashi sighs, draping himself over Shuta's back. Let's wait for him to wake up. Hopefully he'll be calmer this time. He pauses. How's your chin? Seems like the kid hit it pretty hard. Now that he thinks about it, there is a dull throb in that area. The kid had a really hard head. It's fine, nothing I can't handle. Your cheek okay? It's just a scratch, don't worry. Didn't even bleed, Hizashi informs him cheerfully. Good, then can you go to the store and buy some green tea? I don't have anything here but coffee. Green tea will help him relax, Shoyuta says, tilting his head just enough to see Hizashi from the corner of his eye. Got it, I'll be right back. Shoyuta feels Hizashi's warmth leave him and instantly misses it. God, it hasn't even been 20 minutes since the confession and he's already feeling like a lovesick teenager all over again. Ridiculous. He wouldn't trade these emotions for anything else in the world. The door shuts with a soft click, leaving Shoyuta alone with the unconscious boy. The kid starts to tremble, eyes scrunching, a quiet whine escaping him. Protect him, his instincts say. Shoyuta thinks back to the group chat and everyone's teasing about his tendencies to act like a dad, and wants to put his head in his hands because god damn it, it's true. Here is a kid, who has likely been abused or shunned by society. Shoyuta has been with his human form for less than half an hour and yet, he can already feel righteous rage simmering beneath his skin, towards those who dared think that it's okay to hurt a child. A child, who panicked upon being returned to his human body. A child, who thought that staying in his falcon form was safer than being human. A child. Shoyuta would dearly like to know who hurt this boy so he can find them and punch their FING lights out, have a nice conversation with them. For now, he'll wait for the boy to wake up so they can have a proper chat, hopefully with less panicking and more actual talking. The green tea should help. A wounded noise escapes the kid again. Without thinking, Shoyuta reaches out and smooths down the boy's wild, curly hair, stroking him with the same motions that he had used when the boy had still been Hayabusa the falcon. It works amazingly well. Within seconds of Shoyuta petting him, all of the tension just oozes out of the kid's entire body and the wrinkles in his face smooth out. The beginnings of a dumb smile start showing around his mouth. He's known this kid for less than half an hour and he's already attached to him. DMN it. Shoyuta doesn't count the minutes that pass by, but soon enough, Hisashi is back with a box of sencha tea bags. He sets them aside on the kitchen counter for the time being as they wait for the kid to stir. Shoyuta fetches a spare blanket, one of the ones he'd formerly used to line Hayabusa's box, and drapes it over the kid so that he's not cold once he wakes up. The kid's mind seems to subconsciously register the familiar feeling of the blanket, because he almost instantly curls up underneath it. Hisashi coos quietly at the adorable scene. He whispers to Shoyuta under his breath, "How cute. You don't have a pet anymore, Shoyuta. Congratulations on your new son Herc." The dark-haired man removes his elbow from where he jabbed it into his new boyfriend's stomach for making that offshoot comment. No regrets. None at all. He ignores the butterflies that flap around in his stomach when he realizes that he just referred to Hisashi as his boyfriend. Worth it, Hisashi wheezes with a laugh. It takes about an hour for the kid to return to consciousness. Hisashi sets about in the kitchen preparing the tea as Shoyuta sits on the couch by the kid's head and keeps running his fingers through the thick strands to keep the boy calm and relaxed. He half expects the kid to shoot up and try to run away again, and he's prepared with his capture scarf in its usual place. But the teenager wakes up slowly, groggy, and quite disoriented. He doesn't even seem to notice Shoyuta as he slowly raises himself up, blinking tired eyes at the wall. The blanket slips off of him to pool in his lap, and in that moment, he looks like the world's most confused kid. "Where?" the kid mumbles, shifting position so that he's nearly sitting up. He rubs at his eyes. "What was I?" Shoyuta sees the exact moment the kid remembers what had happened, because he looks at both of his hands and freezes. He thinks he hears the kid whisper, "Oh no." Then Hisashi waltzes out of the kitchen like the godsend he is and hands a mug of hot tea to the startled teenager, who takes it with a stuttered thank you. "No problem, little listener. How are you feeling? I know we were pretty rough with you earlier, but it seems like you've calmed down now. Shoyuta says a cup of green tea will help you relax, so I made one for you," the blonde says, talking a mile a minute. The kid blows on the surface of his tea and takes a tentative sip, wincing as the hot liquid burns his tongue. "I am okay. I'm just a little. I guess I'm just trying to get used to being human again," he admits, nearly dropping the mug when his fingers shake too hard. He flinches when he turns his head to the side to see Shoyuta so close to him. "I am sorry. For hitting you. And for scratching you. I wasn't thinking straight." "What, this?" Shoyuta rubs lightly at his bruised chin. "I've had worse, kid." "Yeah, no worries. You were panicking and just trying to get away from what you perceived as a threat, in this case, us," Hisashi responds. "But you're all right now, aren't you?" Still. "I'm really sorry." The kid bows his head over his cup of tea. "It's all my fault." "Hey now, don't go blaming yourself for that. When you're ready to talk, we'll listen," Hisashi promises, sidling up beside the underground hero and bumping his shoulder. "We're not mad, okay? We would just like to know what happened to you to make you feel like you had to run away." The kid stares at them with huge green eyes, wide with disbelief. "Why you're not going to arrest me?" he asks, his voice small. Shoyuta carefully settles his hand on the kid's head again, ignoring the surprised gasp that slips out of the boy's mouth. "If it's about your illegal quirk usage, we'll address that issue later," he says. "For now, let's start with your name." "Oh. I'm Midoriya Izuku." So he is the missing kid that Tukachi has been looking for. "And how old are you, Midoriya?" "14. He's 14? The kid is tiny. Shuta's mind sweeps through all the possibilities in an instant: malnutrition, starvation, abuse, bullying, and wants to set something, or someone, on fire. How dare someone do this to a child? Something must show on his face, because the boy flinches backward. Hisashi takes over for him, understanding that Shoyuta is too stricken by rage to speak clearly at the moment. "Can you tell us what happened and why you chose to stay in your quirk form?" he asks kindly. The kid Midoriya shudders at the question and takes another sip of his tea. That's definitely not a sign of something good. Well, I should probably start by saying that am I my quirk, and here the kid pauses and looks kind of surprised, mouthing to himself, my quirk, as if he's never said those words out loud before, which is just sad. My quirk manifested really late. So everyone thought that I was, quirkless. Growing up. I even have the extra toe joint. And quirkless people aren't really treated very nicely these days. That is the understatement of the FING century. Shoyuta forces himself to stand up and go out to the balcony to get some fresh air before he does something regrettable like punch a hole in the wall. Behind him he hears the kid ask Hisashi if he'd done something wrong, and his new boyfriend, bless him, wraps the kid up in a tight hug and tells him over and over that no, he hasn't said or done anything wrong, and he shouldn't blame himself for the things that other people chose to do to him. Shoyuta turns his head just enough to watch as Midoriya actually starts crying at that, loud heaving sobs that shake his entire body and make him look even smaller and younger in Hisashi's embrace. Someone is going to pay for this. Shoyuta inhales deeply and exhales, in and out, several times before he feels, barely, calm enough to come back inside to hear the rest of the kid's story. It takes a bit for the kid to stop crying long enough to choke the rest of the words out. Everyone told me that I couldn't be a hero because I am weak and stupid and quirkless. Some of them told me to kill myself, even Shuta's rage grows more with every word that falls out of Midoriya's mouth, but I didn't really listen to them until tea that day. The day that All Might saved me from a V-villain, and I asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk. And he told me no. I thought that if even the #1 hero didn't think I could do it, then there was no point in continuing on. So I jumped. The kid whispers the last few words so quietly that the two pro heroes can barely hear him. I jumped. Shoyuta takes a deep, long breath through his nose. 2 words. I jumped. Just 2 little words, and a picture forms in his mind, crystal clear. Here is a literal child who was so broken by hero society that he thought there was no way out but to kill himself. If that isn't the epitome of everything that is wrong with the modern-day hero obsession, Shoyuta will eat his scarf. Never mind the fact that All Might, the symbol of peace, indirectly caused a child to believe that he should end his life on account of worthlessness. Never mind that a quirkless kid was so traumatized that he forcefully triggered a response from his repressed quirk gene to manifest a quirk right as he was about to die. 2 little words. To his consternation, Shoyuta can feel even his perpetually dry eyes getting suspiciously wet thinking about how cruel the world has been to this one boy. No more. If he has anything to say about it, Midoriya will no longer suffer such injustices upon his person as long as he is under Shuta's care. No more. Continue, he says gruffly. Hisashi rubs circles on the kid's back as he shudders again. He drinks more of his tea. Well, that's how I got my quirk. I jumped and suddenly I found myself like that. I really freaked out at first, because I thought I was quirkless this whole time and then I'm just not. It was really confusing. Then I thought I could just stay like that because no one would miss me anyway, Midoriya mumbles sadly. This kid. I was in the park for a few days before you found me, and, well, you know the rest. Midoriya peeks up at Shoyuta, shrinking back into Hisashi's hug a bit at whatever demonic expression is currently occupying Shuta's face. Sorry. The blonde lightly slaps Shoyuta on the shoulder. Stop that, you're scaring him. He turns back to the teenager and adds, thanks for sharing your story with us, little listener. We appreciate it. A word of advice though, don't listen to the haters. I think you could be a phenomenal hero. The kid stares at them in wonder and bewilderment. Why you believe me? He sounds absolutely shocked. Shoyuta doesn't have to wonder why. Of course. Hisashi tells him openly, smiling bright and warm. Why wouldn't we? Midoriya tears up again. Oh, he hiccups, setting the mug down so he can hide his face in his hands. No one's ever believed me before. No one's ever believed in me before. Scratch setting something on fire. People are going to get destroyed for crushing this kid's dreams to dust. He just has to find out who, All Might notwithstanding. Deep breaths, Shoyuta. Deep breaths. Kid Midoriya. What about your parents, he asks instead. That should be a safer topic, right? Oh. The kid scrubs furiously at his eyes, wiping away the tears and leaving the corners of his eyes swollen and red. That's right. Obviously I couldn't tell you before because I was still in my other form, but I actually went to go visit her a couple days ago. My mom, I mean. Just your mom? What about your dad? Midoriya visibly wilts. He's, not around anymore. He left after the doctors diagnosed me as quirkless. I don't really remember him, honestly. Shura's list of people to beat the sheet out of talk to just got a little longer. And how was she? The kid shrinks, his shoulders coming up around his ears. Shame and guilt radiates off of him in waves. I didn't talk to her, he mutters, picking up his mug again. He drinks what's left in the cup. I couldn't work up the courage to transform back in front of her. I just ran away. Like a coward. He ducks his head, trembling faintly. Shoyuta ruffles his hair, barely holding back a smile as Midoriya's head shoots back up at the touch and he gapes up at the dark-haired hero. Don't sweat it, kid, he says simply. We all have to start somewhere. He unapologetically steps on Hisashi's foot when the blonde mouths teasingly at him, you can't deny your parental instincts, Shoyuta. The teenager starts crying again. TT thank you. You're so cool, Eraserhead, he stammers while sobbing. Ha. The kid knows who he is. Had he given himself away unknowingly because he had thought Hayabusa had just been a regular falcon? He needs to fix that. Should he question Midoriya on what he'd seen while he'd been in his falcon form? It would be real bad news if the villains managed to get a hold of him. That's Aizawa to you, he says instead. Midoriya gives him a real, watery smile and doesn't say another word. The underground hero has another question sitting on the tip of his tongue, but something in him holds back from uttering it. The kid already looks exhausted from all the crying and going through a roller coaster of emotions in a very short amount of time. Shoyuta forces himself to swallow it, teeth slightly clenched. He'll ask Midoriya at a later time, once the kid has gotten some actual rest. That is, if the kid stays. Shura's quirk is off, Midoriya could change back to a falcon right now and fly away if he wants to. Fly far away and leave them all behind. But he doesn't. Instead, Izuku falls asleep right there in Yamada's arms, Aizawa's fingers stroking through his messy curls, little whispers of praise and stories of their hero days passing through his mind. Everything will be okay as long as he can hold on to that beautiful warmth of acceptance. He doesn't say it, but before he fades away, he thinks that, oh, this must be what it's like to have a dad. Maybe even two. Group name, we don't play, we slay. Voice of God has entered the chat. I need coffee has entered the chat. Voice of God. Guess who's no longer single? I need coffee. Unfortunately. Voice of God. You know you don't mean that. Also. Guys. Shura's got a kid NW. He's totes a dad. Vroom Vroom has entered the chat. Vroom Vroom. Haha wow congrats? It only took you 12 years to confess. LOL? I need coffee. AM not. Also F you. I need coffee changed username Vroom Vroom to taste the elbow. Taste the elbow. LOL okay I see you. And I know I said we stand Shura's dad tendencies. But what's this about AdKD? A kid. Voice of God. Hey Bushes is a KDI. A Laturla kid. I need coffee. My falcon is actually a human child. Taste the elbow. What? Sleeping Beauty has entered the chat. Sleeping Beauty. Can I just say? Fucking finally OMG. And? What? Voice of God. You guys know that missing kid on the news. That's him. Taste the elbow. Seriously? Did you talk to Tukachi already? I need coffee. Not yet. There's something I want to clarify with the kid first. He's sleeping right now. Voice of God. Originally he fell asleep on me but. Image. I need coffee. Hisashi. Why? Voice of God. Omega. Sleeping Beauty. Cute. Taste the elbow. Whispers Dadzawa 21XX. Voice of God. Here here. Sleeping Beauty. Carrot. I need coffee. That's it. This chat is cancelled. Voice of God. LMFAO. Sleeping Beauty. LOL nice try. Hashtag Dadzawa 21XX. Taste the elbow. Hashtag Dadzawa 21XX. Voice of God. Hashtag Dadzawa 21XX. I need coffee. I hate all of you. Also Hisashi, you realize he's your son too now, right? Voice of God. GASP. You right? OMG. Baby boy. I'ma spoil him so MUHC. I'll give him anything he WNTS. I need coffee. Never mind. This was clearly a mistake. Sleeping Beauty. Ha 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 ha. Too late for that LOL. Taste the elbow. LOL? Do. You know why he pretended to just be a falcon? Bad home life or something probably. I need coffee. Let's just say this kid hasn't had the easiest time of it. Being supposedly quirkless and all. Sleeping Beauty. Oh yeah for sure. Poor boy. If he keeps staying with you, I hope you give him all the love he needs. I need coffee. That's his choice. Although I do need to confirm his situation at home. If he isn't safe there, I refuse to send him back. Sleeping Beauty. Not to bring up an old meme, but Kashmiu side how about da? Taste the elbow. No one. Shoyuta, FITEME, oh. Voice of God. LMFAOO. Voice of God changed username I need coffee to Dad for all. Dad for all. Dad for all changed username Voice of God to Ball and Chain. Ball and Chain. WAT. Why? Shoulda. Darling. Sleeping Beauty. MC Reing RN. Taste the elbow. Ulmo. Never underestimate how petty Shoyuta can be. Dad for all. Sleeping Beauty. Okay, my turn. Sleeping Beauty changed username Dad for all to Savage Dadmination. Savage Dadmination. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Sleeping Beauty. I have no idea what you're talking ABT. Savage Dadmination. So be it. Savage Dadmination changed username Sleeping Beauty to Midlife Crisis. Midlife Crisis. OMG. Aizawa shoulda. Are you calling me old? Savage Dadmination. I have no idea what you're talking about. Midlife Crisis. Liar. And don't use my own words against TME. That's cheating. Ball and Chain. LMAO. Joke's on you Namiri. Ha 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 ha. Taste the elbow. Now we've all been christened with the Dadzawa stamp of approval. Midlife Crisis. No. Ball and Chain. I'll do you one better. Ball and Chain changed username Savage Dadmination to Tyrannosawa Rex. Tyrannosawa Rex. You're dead to me. Ball and Chain. Love you too. Superscript 3, Heartsuit. Taste the elbow. Degree. Midlife Crisis. Degree. Eggplant. Ball and Chain. Namiri. There's a kid in this room. Tyrannosawa Rex. Do you really think the R-rated hero cares about that? Considering her choice of costume. Taste the elbow. How old's the kid anyway? Ball and Chain. This precious child is 14. Taste the elbow. Oh, so like Tenya's age. Tyrannosawa Rex. Imagine people telling your brother the kinds of things that are regularly told to the quirkless population. Taste the elbow. They'd never find the bodies. Midlife Crisis. LOL overprotective brother much? But I feel you. Poor kid. Anyways, I have to finish grading these essays before I sleep. So good night, sweet dreams. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. Ball and Chain. Good night. Taste the elbow. Good night. Tyrannosawa Rex. Night. Midlife Crisis has left the chat. Taste the elbow. Thanks for the update. Despite all our teasing. We're really happy for you guys. Congrats again. Ball and Chain. Ah Tensei, how sweet of you. Tyrannosawa Rex. Thanks. Taste the elbow. I've got an early meeting tomorrow so I should sleep too. Good night. Ball and Chain. Good night. Tyrannosawa Rex. Night. Taste the elbow has left the chat. Tyrannosawa Rex has left the chat. Ball and Chain changed username Ball and Chain to Cool Papa Zashi. Cool Papa Zashi has left the chat. Mornings are an interesting time of the day for a particularly peculiar school principal. He watches the students come to campus in waves, some walking leisurely, others hurrying along so as not to incur their teacher's wrath. In his office, he's so high up that he can see across a good portion of the city, and from there the citizens look like nothing more than ants scurrying over the ground. He sips his tea, humming in delight as the faintly sweet notes of honey and spice melt on his tongue. Wakucha may not be as strong as the black tea produced in other countries, nor as highly regarded as the famed Golden Tips Imperial Tea, but it certainly has its own charm. There is a chime from his computer that indicates an incoming email. Hopefully it isn't one from another indignant parent who is furious about their child getting expelled by Aizawa on the first day. Really, there's only so many times he can politely tell them to F off before he gets the urge to bring out his more sadistic side. Aizawa is a grown man, a teacher, and a successful pro-hero. Frankly, he trusts his former student far more than a parent going on a self-righteous tangent about their supposedly perfect, flawless golden child. To his pleasant surprise, the email is from the man he'd just been thinking about. The title is short and to the point, the bulk of the email not much better. It asks him to look into the background of a junior high student named Midoriya Izuku. The very same one from the news. Specifically, it asks him to look into Midoriya's records to find any instances of bullying that were either played off, wrongfully blamed, or entirely unreported. How curious. An opportunity to rake someone over the coals for harmful conduct towards a quirkless human child, maybe even multiple people? Yes, please. Nedu cackles gleefully over his cup of tea as he gets to work. Meanwhile, a certain blonde outside in the hallway flinches as a bout of maniacal laughter floats through the door. He abruptly turns and hastily walks away. Maybe he should come back at a later time to discuss Nezu's offer? Izuku doesn't wake up until nearly noon. He stretches, a wide yawn escaping him as he opens his eyes to a familiar room. It takes a moment to realize that he's sleeping in Aizawa's bed and he bolts upright. He looks down at his human hands and arms. Last night hadn't been a dream, he really did return to his human body after Aizawa accidentally deactivated his quirk. And then he had poured his heart out to two pro heroes, cried a lot, and had subsequently fallen asleep on Yamada after that exhausting ordeal. They must have carried him to bed after that. Izuku blushes at the memory. That's actually kind of embarrassing, now that he thinks about it. But he feels really good now, like a giant weight has finally been taken off of his shoulders. Honestly, that had been the best sleep he's had in years. Also, Aizawa's bed is a lot more comfortable than it looks, and it should be a crime to have a mattress this soft. The apartment is quiet save for the faint hum of electronic devices. Neither of the heroes must be here at the moment. The green-haired boy slips out of bed, wondering if it would be okay to take a shower. As a falcon, Aizawa had only needed to fill up one of his kitchen sinks halfway for Izuku to hop in and take a quick bath to clean his feathers. It had been more difficult with a broken wing, but his raptor mind had known instinctively how to get around that problem. Now that he's back in his human body, however, he realizes that he's still wearing his singed black gakurin from that day. And it feels wrong. There's just two problems. 1, he doesn't have any spare clothes to change into, and 2, taking a shower would mean using up Aizawa's hot water and soap and a towel, which he does not want to do after the man's already letting him stay in his apartment. Maybe he should just transform back until the hero comes home again? His falcon form is far more comfortable than his clumsy, awkward human body. His human body that suddenly decides to make a particular urge known to him. Izuku goes into the bathroom to relieve himself. As he's washing his hands, he looks up and catches his reflection in the mirror. Wow, a good night's sleep definitely did him wonders. All that napping he did as a falcon must have helped too. He still looks like a scrawny little thing, but the bags underneath his eyes have all but disappeared, the stress lines wrinkling his brow have lessened, and his apathetic, dead fish eyes now have a little gleam of hope to them. He looks like an entirely different person. He tries to smile in the mirror. It's not great, too forced, too crooked, too nervous. But it's something. Then his stomach growls, reminding him that it's been hours since his last meal. He turns off the faucet and leaves the bathroom. Izuku wanders into the kitchen, hoping that Aizawa had left something for him to eat before leaving the apartment for whatever business he needed to do. Lo and behold, there's a bowl on the counter with plastic film wrapped over the top, a note stuck underneath it. Izuku moves the bowl aside to read the note. Hey kid. Not sure when you'll wake up, but I made breakfast for you. Just heat it in the microwave. I'll be back before 1 o'clock. The note isn't signed with a name, but that's okay. Izuku knows instantly that Aizawa is the one who wrote it. He feels warmed down to his core that the man is still looking out for him despite the fact that he found out Izuku isn't a regular falcon. He takes the plastic wrap off and peers into the bowl. It's fairly simple, rice topped with fluffy scrambled eggs and thin strips of ham, drizzled lightly with some kind of sauce. His stomach roars as he inhales the delicious scent wafting from the bowl. He quickly locates the microwave and heats up the food. It's a bit weird to eat human food again after spending a month eating raw meat. Objectively speaking, the food is very tasty. Izuku's human body and human mind welcome the sustenance. His raptor mind, not so much. There's a faint pinging in the back of his head that screams, wrong. It doesn't make him nauseous, but Izuku ends up only eating about 3/4 of the bowl before he has to push it away. He instantly feels guilty about it. And yet, he can't bring himself to finish the rest either. He puts the plastic wrap back over it, then moves back into the living room. His box with Aizawa's spare capture scarf is still there on the floor. Izuku's got nothing else to do while Aizawa is out, might as well practice transforming with his new quirk. He's still not clear on how he was able to maintain his falcon form for such a long period of time without major repercussions, unless the strong emotional backlash and subsequent meltdown last night could be considered a negative drawback. But that only happened because his quirk was forcefully deactivated, so if he likens it to like a dam, then of course a major spillover is expected if the dam holding most of his emotions at bay suddenly vanished. Izuku thinks about how it felt when he had first transformed. He doesn't remember the actual process of changing, since he had been too busy focusing on the wind and the sun and how peaceful death would be, but he does remember the feeling of the breeze ruffling through his feathers, how it felt to glide instead of fall. There's a prickling sensation along his skin, along with the uncomfortable feeling of his bones literally being reshaped, but he manages to return to being a falcon. He flexes his wings, blinks a few times to readjust his eyesight, and shakes himself a little. Alright, that wasn't so bad. He should time how long his transformations take though. This time had felt a lot slower than when he had been falling from the roof, but that's probably because he isn't in a life-or-death situation at the moment. He hops into his box and settles among the soft folds of the scarf. This is nice. This is good. Comfort level, heavy checkmark. He hops back out and does a quick circle around the room in the air. Working wings, heavy checkmark. He lands on the couch and tries to change back into a human. The reverse transformation is equally as uncomfortable, but thankfully he's sitting on the couch and not falling out of the air like the first time. Full transformation cycle, heavy checkmark. Izuku repeats this a few more times before he hears the key turn in the lock. Aizawa is back. Since he's currently in his falcon form, he flies up and greets the tired hero by perching on his shoulder. Aizawa pauses in the doorway, one hand still gripping the door handle. "Oh, you're awake. Did you see the note that I left for you?" He sets the bag he's holding on the floor so that he can slide the falcon over the head. Izuku nods and lets out an affirmative noise. "Good. I have something I need to ask you, so change back to your human self." Izuku focuses on changing back as he deftly leaps off the hero's shoulder and spreads his wings. He ends up not transforming fast enough, so he stumbles when his feet hit the floor and nearly falls over if not for Aizawa quickly grabbing his arm. "That was incredibly reckless of you, Midoriya," Aizawa says, his voice laced with disapproval. Izuku shrinks back and mumbles an apology, feeling tears prick the corners of his eyes. Oh no, he messed up. He had just wanted to practice. And maybe show off a little because he was never able to before. Now Aizawa's mad at him. He's stupid. This is all his fault. Eraserhead's going to kick him out now. Why would he want a dumb, impulsive, weakling like him around instead of? Aizawa sighs loudly, and lays a hand on his head, ruffling his unruly hair. Izuku looks up at him with a face full of despair. "Kid, I didn't mean it like that. You could have hurt yourself doing that. I was worried about you. And no, I'm not going to kick you out, so get that thought out of your head right now." Oh, I'm sorry." Izuku wipes his eyes with his sleeve. "You don't have to keep apologizing either." Okay? Izuku doesn't quite know how to respond to that. No one's ever told him to stop apologizing. Some people thought that he should apologize just for being born. Judging by the sudden flicker of rage across Aizawa's face, he had said that last part out loud, hadn't he? The underground hero takes a deep breath through his nose. He picks up the bag from the floor and gruffly moves it into Izuku's arms. "Here, I got you a change of clothes. Go wash up and I'll speak with you afterwards," he says. Izuku stares at the bag. "Why you bought me sea clothes?" he stutters. I can't accept this, you're already helping me so much. I did it because I wanted to, not because I had to." Aizawa cuts him off. "Now go on, unless you need help washing yourself for whatever reason." "No I don't." Izuku yelps, turning bright red in embarrassment. He clutches the bag to his chest. Thank you. I can wash totally myself I'm good, I can definitely wash myself KB." He flees down the hallway into the bathroom, hearing Aizawa chuckle in amusement behind him. His face and ears burn hot with absolute mortification. And here, he had thought he couldn't look any more uncool in front of one of his favorite heroes? Izuku still feels guilty for using Aizawa's soap and water, so he takes a quick 5-minute shower. The clothes in the bag consist of a simple charcoal gray t-shirt, black boxers, dear God, a pro hero bought him underwear, that's like the pinnacle of shame, gray sweatpants, and a pair of black socks. There's a box at the bottom of the bag. When Izuku peers inside, he's shocked to find a brand new pair of dark red high tops nestled amongst crisp white tissue paper. He kneels on the bathroom rug for a solid few minutes just staring at the shoes. There's no way he can pay Aizawa back for all of this. He can't accept these. It's just too much. He's just Deku, a nobody. Worse still, a useless nobody. And yet, here he is, in a hero's apartment, in his bathroom, wearing the clothes that Aizawa had bought for him, and he's getting emotional over a pair of shoes. How is this my life? He mentally laments, putting the lid back over the shoebox. When Izuku shuffles back into the living room, Aizawa is sitting on the couch with his laptop open. He catches Izuku's eye and promptly shuts his computer. That was quick. Feeling better? He asks. The green-haired boy nods, not trusting himself to speak after the disastrous mix-up from earlier. The clothes fit you all right? Izuku nods again, then attempts to stutter out a thank you. Why yeah. Thanks for everything. You didn't have to buy me any new shoes though. They must have cost a lot. Like I said earlier, I wanted to. And I'd be a poor excuse of a hero if I just let a child wander around barefoot. Aizawa scoots over, patting the space next to him. Now sit with me. Izuku obeys, sinking into the plush cushions. The dark-haired hero gazes at him with a serious expression. Midoriya, I want you to be completely honest with me. Are you being abused at home? Izuku is so aghast at the question that he actually leaps clear off the couch and yells, "What, no?" Then, blushing at his outburst, sits back down and repeats quietly, "No, I'm not. And my mom is a good person. She's the only one who cares about me." Aizawa raises an eyebrow. Izuku hastily amends his statement, "She was the only one who cared about me all these years. She works really hard to keep a roof over our heads and food on the table. After my dad left, she raised me single-handedly, even though it had to have been really difficult to care for someone like me." "Someone like you?" Aizawa parrots, frowning. "Midoriya, I'll say it as many times as I need to, you are a child. Don't hold yourself accountable for the inexcusable actions of others who should have known better." But nothing. Aizawa claps a steady hand on Izuku's shoulder, and the teenager immediately stops shaking. Oh. He hadn't even known he'd been doing that. "Midoriya, despite what you may have been constantly told, you should know that your life has meaning, too." Izuku can't help but cry again at the unfathomable kindness that Aizawa keeps showering upon him. He is nothing but a stupid Deku who makes everything worse just by existing. He doesn't deserve to be treated so nicely. And yet, is it any wonder that with every good point that is hammered home, he feels the world grow a little brighter? Aizawa silently hands him a tissue to blow his nose. When Izuku is finished, he picks up the conversation again. "Well, we've established that your home life isn't terrible. That's good. Next, since you are technically listed as a missing person, we will need to talk to Tukachi, the detective who is in charge of your case. Once that's cleared up, I'll see you back to your home." Izuku's heart absolutely plummets at the news. He loves his mom, he does, but he is also afraid of returning to his friendless, bleak, bullied life. He won't get to see Aizawa or Yamada every day, won't be able to enjoy his simple, carefree days as someone's pet falcon, won't feel a hand caress his head, won't hear a hero talk to him as if he's actually worth something. He pitches forward and wraps his arms around Aizawa's waist, startling the older man. "I don't want to go back," he sobs. "Kid, you just said that you weren't being abused at home." Izuku shakes his head. I'm not, and not at home. Home is good. It's the rest of my life that's not great. Sometimes, the problem isn't about what's being said. Sometimes, it's about what isn't being said." Shoyuta is an experienced underground hero who has long since mastered the art of picking up such clues, and this case is no different. "So your issue isn't that you don't want to go home, but that you don't want to go back to your school," Aizawa realizes. "Is that where your bullies are?" Izuku burrows into the man's side until he's all tucked up into a ball, face smushed into Aizawa's stomach. The hero's clothes faintly smell of his detergent, a clean scent that helps him relax. He turns his head just enough to mumble, "I don't like the teachers either. Because they never helped me. Because they publicly humiliated me in front of other students. Because they saw me getting beaten up and looked the other way. Because they blamed me for instigating fights when it was the other way around. All because I was quirkless." "I see." Izuku can hear the anger in Aizawa's voice, and he almost pulls away out of habit. Oh no, he's made the man mad again. But Aizawa wraps an arm around his shoulders and pulls him back in. "Here's what we'll do then. We'll go to the police station to talk to Tukachi, then we'll go to your house so that I can speak to your mother about the possibility of homeschooling you, supplemented with a daily training regimen to increase your physical abilities. Does that sound like a better idea?" Izuku sits frozen on the couch against the hero's side. Had he heard that right? Homeschooling was never an option for him because his mom works long hours, but here, Aizawa is actually offering to teach him one-on-one? And give him training? This is too good to be true. Izuku keeps waiting for the other shoe to drop, and aside from his forced quirk deactivation, it hasn't. For once, it hasn't. The seconds tick by, and yet, Aizawa doesn't loosen his hold, nor does he take his offer back with a cruel, "Just kidding, you're not worth it." He waits, patiently, as Izuku wrestles with his emotions. Why you would do that for me?" Izuku peers up at the hero with watery eyes. But my mom. I don't think she can afford to pay you to do that." Aizawa snorts, and the sound vibrates through Izuku's skin. "Kid, I'm an underground hero. I didn't get into it for the money. Same thing with homeschooling, I'm not doing it to get paid. I'm doing it because I want to help you become who you want to be." Oh, it's too good to be true. But then again, the truth is stranger than fiction, as they say. Izuku can't formulate a proper reply to that, so he just buries his face back into Aizawa's stomach with a wet noise, shoulders shaking. He can't tell if he's sobbing or laughing or a combination of both. There are no words to express how happy he is right now. The police station is a fairly bland building all around, made of weather-beaten gray stone and hundreds of bulletproof windows reflecting sunlight at all hours of the day. Multiple cop cars are parked on the side, officers in uniform scurrying about, shouting this and that and how there's been an attack by so-and-so and the like. It's a sight that Eraserhead has undoubtedly seen many, many times over the course of his hero career, especially being an underground hero who regularly deals with the seedy belly of the criminal world. To Izuku, it may as well be an intimidating monolith towering over him, ready to SCK the life energy right out of him. What if he lets something slip with his mumbling and they realize that he used his quirk illegally and that he's definitely too young to have a hero license and how he's a coward who ran away from home and left his poor mother behind and that he's been killing the local wildlife for food, and what if they arrest him because of his illegal quirk usage and put him behind bars and end? Kid, calm down. We're just going to talk to Tukachi, there's no need to get so worked up over it, Aizawa reminds him, gently nudging him along. Sorry. Izuku squeaks, ducking his head in embarrassment. He sticks close to the man's side, avoiding eye contact with any of the curious officers watching them walk into the lobby. Their stares feel like they're peering straight into his soul and it's uncomfortable. Aizawa walks right up to the harried-looking receptionist and asks her to page Tukachi to come down. He flashes his hero license as she gives him a skeptical once-over at his disheveled state of being and she complies after a beat. Tukachi Keiji, this is Hanamura. You have a guest in the lobby, she says into the phone, still giving Aizawa a subtle side-eye. She nods at whatever the detective replies, and hangs up. Hang tight, he'll be down shortly. Thank you, Aizawa grunts. He and Izuku shuffle to the side so that they're not in anyone's way. It doesn't take long for a rather plain-faced man to trudge into the lobby, holding back a small yawn that speaks of too many hours spent investigating rather than sleeping. He sees Aizawa first and raises a hand halfway in greeting before his eyes land on Izuku. The green-haired boy shrinks back as the man just stares at him for a good 30 seconds. Aizawa pats him on the head. Tukachi, he says, inclining his head in the other man's direction. Aizawa-san. I see, so you found him. Why don't we talk in my office, the detective sighs, gesturing to the doors he just came from. Izuku tightly holds onto one of Aizawa's black sleeves as they make their way through the twisting gray maze of hallways and harsh fluorescent lights to a nondescript door. The detective opens it to reveal an equally plain office, albeit one that's a little messy from the overflowing stacks of paperwork on top of what is presumably a desk. At least the couches in the back are free of clutter. Tukachi gives him a small smile as they sit down. He pulls out a little notepad and a pen. First of all, I want to say that I'm glad that you are alive, Midoriya-kun, and do you mind if I call you that? He starts off calmly. Sure. Wonderful. I'm sure Aizawa-san has already mentioned who I am and what I do, but to make a formal introduction, my name is Tukachi Naomasa and I am the detective in charge of your missing persons case, which was filed with our office by your mother approximately 2 days after your disappearance. Izuku feels himself relaxing into the couch as the man talks, lulled into a sense of safety by the detective's steady voice and the warmth of Aizawa's body next to him. Tukachi continues, will you tell me what prompted your decision to leave? Izuku shifts guiltily, looking at Aizawa for guidance. The underground hero nods at him. Izuku takes a breath and hesitantly recounts the same story he had told to the two pro-heroes about how he had discovered his latent quirk and how he came to be in Aizawa's care. Tukachi doesn't interrupt him or give him any judgmental looks, which bolsters some of his confidence. He scribbles a few things on his notepad, letting out little sounds of acknowledgement so Izuku can tell that he is still listening. When Izuku gets to the end of his tale, the detective gives him a warm smile and actually thanks him for sharing his story. Izuku tears up a bit at that, which he scrubs away with his sleeve before the tears can fall. You did great, kid, Aizawa says, ruffling his hair. The green-haired boy beams at the praise. The hero directs his gaze back to Tukachi, who flips the notepad shut and tucks his pen away. So, what now? Well, of course, I have to get into contact with Midoriya Inko to let her know that you're safe, Tukachi replies, tapping his chin. I'll have to round up everyone who's working on the case to let them know the good news as well. Then we'll need to contact the quirk registrar so they can fax over the proper documents so we can get Midoriya-kun's new quirk officially registered. Izuku's shoulders come up to his ears when he realizes he pretty much just admitted to using his quirk illegally in front of a police officer. Tukachi notices the change and gives him a wink. Don't worry about it, Midoriya-kun. I'll let it slide this time considering the circumstances that you found yourself in. We can just say that you were doing some quirk training under the supervision from a licensed pro-hero, if anyone asks. The boy's jaw drops and he stammers in a slightly high-pitched tone, are you sure? I'm not in trouble? You're not Gigi going to arrest me. Tukachi waves a dismissive hand. No, you're fine. I'm certainly not one to throw kids in prison, if I can help it. You're still young, he replies. Aizawa wordlessly digs into his pocket for the packet of tissues that he'd brought with him as Izuku bursts into tears, again. He can't help it. Call him a crybaby if you will, but he's just so relieved and happy and he can go home and he can see his mom tell her all about his new quirk, and he'll be training with Aizawa, if his mom allows, and the two adults share knowing looks as Izuku turns and hugs Aizawa. Thank you, he says thickly, voice muffled because his face is buried into Aizawa's shirt. He's so grateful that it's overwhelming. For once, luck seems to be on his side. After all these long, lonely years, things are finally looking up. Sure thing, kid, Aizawa responds easily, lifting an arm to hold Izuku close. And maybe just maybe Izuku's association with the word home has begun to change to include a dark-haired hero with tired eyes and a grumpy face, but whose body houses an impossible kindness. Inko is mechanically cleaning the kitchen when her phone goes off. She sighs, not expecting it to be any more of a courtesy call than the previous ones. At least the detective is kind enough to give her an occasional update regarding the case of her missing son. She picks up with a weary greeting. Ah, good afternoon, Midoriya-san. I hope this is not a bad time to call. Tukachi's familiar voice fills her ear. No, please continue. Excellent. Well, I have fantastic news for you. If possible, I would like to ask you to come to the Muzutafu station now. Your son, Izuku, is alive and has been safely located. He is currently at. Inko almost stops breathing as the words register in her mind. The phone slips from numb fingers and clatters to the floor, miraculously without a scratch on the screen. All she can think of is Izuku. Her baby. Her son. Izuku is alive. Izuku is alive. Izuku is alive. She leaves the apartment so fast that she almost forgets to lock the door, but she really can't care less right now. She needs to see her baby right away. She needs to confirm with her own eyes that it's him. Izuku baby, I'm coming. Inko makes it to the station in record time with absolutely no recollection of what happened along the way. She bursts into the lobby, wild-eyed. The receptionist looks up at her, one eyebrow slightly arched in a questioning manner. Can I help you, ma'am? My son, Izuku. Where is he? Tukachi Keiji just informed me that he's here. Please, tell me where he is, she all but begs. The receptionist takes her rushed babble of words in stride, cool as a cucumber. What's your name, she asks. Picking up the phone. Midoriya Inko. The receptionist dials, hello, Tukachi Keiji, this is Hanamura. Midoriya Inko-san is here to see you. She hangs up and gestures to a stiff-looking set of couches on the side where a couple of people are already waiting. Tukachi Keiji is on his way, please have a seat while you wait. Inko vibrates with so much nervous energy that she finds that she can't sit down without fidgeting continuously, so she just opts to stand. It feels like it takes a million years for the detective to come down, but at last she sees him stride into the lobby, head swiveling. She waves and practically runs over to him. Midoriya-san, I'm glad you could make it so quickly. Come with me, Tukachi says with a grin. She follows him without protest. Izuku, is he? He's okay? Inko warbles anxiously as they make their way through the hallways. Goodness, how do these people get anywhere? All these halls and doors look exactly the same to her. If she'd been sent to find the detective instead, she would have gotten lost immediately. Yes, he's fine. Unharmed, as far as I can tell. He was staying with a pro hero up till now for reasons that I'm sure you'd rather hear from him than me, Tukachi explains. They stop in front of a door that's been left slightly ajar. A pro hero? Izuku was? Oh, that's... Inko trails off, not sure how to feel about that. Izuku loves pro heroes, she knows, but then why didn't he ever contact her? Well, you can hear all about it from the source. Tukachi pushes the door open and calls into the room, Midoriya-kun, are you awake? Your mother is here. Then the most beautiful, wonderful sound greets her as she hurriedly steps into the room, Mom. Time seems to stop. Green eyes meet green. Izuku, Inko breathes reverently, drinking in the sight of her son curled up on one of the office couches next to an unknown man who looks like he hasn't ever heard of sleep in his life. She reaches out as Izuku scrambles off the sofa and catches him as he launches himself into her waiting arms, sobbing. She relaxes too, the bone-deep tension and exhaustion of the past month catching up to her as she sinks to the floor with her son, both of them embracing tightly. She hushes him as he begins babbling tearful apologies to her, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm sorry, Mom. And rocks him a little bit, stroking his hair. It's okay, baby. It's okay. I'm so glad that you're alive, Izuku. Please don't do this to me again, she whispers. He nods wetly against her shoulder. Inko looks up at the man still sitting on the detective's couch and asks, are you the one who found him? He doesn't look like a hero, at least not the kind that has Izuku regularly fanboying about them. But who is she to judge? Heroes come in all shapes and sizes, don't they? Yes. I have some things to discuss with you regarding your son, but those are things better said at home, the unkempt man sighs, stretching. Inko bows her head as low as she can manage while still holding onto Izuku like a lifeline. Thank you. Thank you for bringing him back to me. I'm so. It was nothing, the man interrupts her before she can go on thanking him. His eyes are dark, but they shine with intelligence, and a hint of fatherly fondness when he looks at Izuku, which she definitely needs answers to. Happy to help. Tukachi claps his hands together. Well, now that that's settled, you're free to go. I'm glad this turned out so well, he laughs lightly. Izuku finally pulls away from her long enough for them to both stand up. The hero? Gets up as well. Inko watches her son smile at the man and wonders what had happened between them in that long month that her son had been missing. How did the man find Izuku? Most importantly, where has Izuku been? I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, I'll be escorting you and your son back to your apartment so we can continue our discussion there, says the hero. Well, now she's finally got a name to put to the face. I'm Midoriya Inko. We're happy to have you along, she replies. Shoyuta has to admit that the Midoriya apartment is very cozy. Though the boy had vehemently denied being abused at home, Shoyuta had still had some reservations until he could confirm it with his own two eyes. Midoriya Inko's genuine, heartfelt joy at being reunited with her son certainly helped. The lived-in feel of the apartment, though, is what really cemented Shuta's belief that there is no abuse happening in this home. The whole place just radiates a homey vibe, from the furniture to the little knick-knacks scattered around, to the various pictures of Izuku hung tenderly on the creamy walls. Please, make yourself at home, Midoriya. That's going to get way too confusing calling both mother and son by their surname. Maybe he should just keep referring to the kid as Midoriya, and the mother as Midoriya-san, says, bustling into the kitchen. I'll make some tea, then we can talk. The kid takes a seat at their dining table. Shoyuta does the same after a beat. When the tea has been brewed and served, Midoriya-san joins them. She looks at her son first, hugging him again and pressing a kiss to his head that he accepts with an embarrassed "Mom." Then her green eyes the same shape and color as her son, who must have inherited them from her, turn to Shoyuta expectantly. Right, well, first things first. He clears his throat and gives Midoriya a meaningful glance. Don't you have something to tell your mom, kid? He asks. Midoriya-san looks confused as she turns back to her son. Izuku? The kid sinks in his seat guilty. Well, this might be hard for you to believe, Mom, he starts hesitantly, but I'm and not imnotactually quirkless. It takes only a few seconds for the mother to parse out the rushed last bit of the teenager's speech, and she puts a hand to her mouth in shock. What? But Izuku, honey, the doctor said. She pauses when the teenager rapidly shrinks. In his place, a falcon sits, blinking. Shoyuta can see the exact moment that the single mother puts the pieces together. Oh, you're the falcon that was? Midoriya transforms back, his head bowed. Why yeah, that was me. Sorry I didn't let you know that I was okay, be back then, he mumbles. Midoriya Inko wraps her son up in another tight hug. It's okay, Izuku. I'm sorry that I didn't believe you. Shoyuta produces a sheaf of paper and slides it across the table to her. Here is his official quirk registration, which was filed on his behalf by the Mizudafu police. As a requirement, he needs to follow up with an appointment to a quirk counselor to figure out what he can and can't do with his new quirk, which is simply being called Falcon. I see, Midoriya-san murmurs, letting go of her son so she can examine the papers. It must be quite a shock for her, considering that everyone, including Midoriya himself, had believed that the kid had been quirkless this entire time. Izuku, this is incredible. Although I admit I'm very surprised because neither my nor Hisashi's quirks have anything to do with animals. It's definitely an outlier as far as mutations go, but not the strangest I've seen, Shoyuta agrees. Now, as for what I actually came here to speak with you about, Shuta's eyes harden and he takes on a rather chilly aura. It has come to my attention that your son has suffered from various mental and physical bullying incidents that put his life in jeopardy time and time again, to the point where he had thought he had no other choice than to take his own life. Sheer horror fills Midoriya-san's eyes and she whips around to stare at Midoriya, who shrinks into his chair in shame. Shoyuta raps his knuckles on the table to bring her attention back to him. As you can see, that did not happen, but only due to his quirk forcefully manifesting itself to save his life. That's not the point I'm trying to make though. Shoyuta takes a deep breath, reaching over the table to tap the kid on the head. Midoriya shoots up, startled. I would like your permission to take your son as my personal student. Personal student? What would that entail, exactly? Good, at least she knows which questions to ask. The gist of the bullying seems to come from his peers at school, so by taking him on as a personal student, he will be learning his lessons at home in a safe, controlled environment with minimal risk to him. I may not look like it, but I am a teacher at Yui, Shoyuta explains, withholding an aggrieved sigh when the woman gasps loudly. You're from Yui? Midoriya-san exclaims. Yes. Now the kid is staring at him too, slack-jawed. Why you didn't tell me you taught at Yui? He can see the steam blowing out of the Midoriya's ears as he goes into full fanboy mode and almost hyperventilates out of his chair. Kid, calm down. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Of course it is. Yui's my dream school. It's the school that All Might graduated from. Interestingly enough, the boy's nervous stuttering vanishes when he explodes into a passionate tirade espousing the virtues of the foremost hero school in the country. Shoyuta holds up a hand and Midoriya instantly shuts his mouth, a sheepish expression crossing his face. Sorry, guess I got a bit carried away, he titters. Right. He turns back to Midoriya-san. Well, as I was saying, I would like your permission to take your son on as a personal student, and I will not only homeschool him in his subjects, but I will give him direct one-on-one training so that he'll be in shape for the heroics entrance exams next February, the hero continues, gauging Midoriya-san's level of agreement carefully. Mom, please, the kid beseeches, staring at her with big, watery eyes that could make a grown man cave in 3 seconds flat. I want this. Please. Midoriya Inko folds like a wet blanket under the sun. Of course, of course. Although, I don't think I'd be able to pay you back for this, Aizawa-san, she says, wringing her hands together in an unconscious nervous gesture. Like mother, like son, he supposes, holding back a laugh. You don't need to pay me for this, Midoriya-san, he says dryly. I assure you that I'm not doing this for money, but out of interest in seeing your son live up to his potential. Midoriya-san opens her mouth to reply, but they are interrupted by the sound of the doorbell ringing loudly through the apartment, making both Midoriyas jump in their seats in surprise. Who could that be? The woman mutters, getting up from her seat to go answer the door. I'll get it. The kid says loudly, jumping out of his chair. Soft footsteps pad to the door, and then the door swings open. Shoyuta sharply turns in that direction when there's the sound of something falling to the ground, followed by someone speaking in a voice thick with disbelief. Izuku? The alarm bells really start ringing when Midoriya replies, but with a voice full of wary apprehension. Oh, it's nice to see you again. Kaken. The email comes on a bright Monday morning. The sun is shining, birds are chirping, and there is nary a cloud in sight. People come and go about their lives, unaware of the brewing storm that is headed towards a particular junior high school in Mizurufu. There is a cheery jingle from the desktop computer on the principal's desk, indicating an incoming email. One of the many that he receives on a daily basis, so he doesn't think anything of it until he reads the email header. UA meeting requested. From YUUEI? The principal hurriedly opens it, unable to keep the grin from forming on his face. Finally. A student from this crappy, middle-tier school has caught the famous hero school's attention. Yes, it must be Bakugo Katsuki, there is no other student who can possibly. When he actually reads the email, however, no names are mentioned. It simply reads, Greetings, Shigeyama Kochu of Aldera Junior High. We have recently received some sensitive information about a certain student of yours and would like to discuss this matter further in person. The proposed day and time of this meeting shall be on Friday, June 1st at 10 o'clock, at your school. If this is not acceptable, please reply with your preferred day and time. We look forward to hearing from you. Regards, Nedu, principal of Yui High School. Short and to the point. But Shigeyama is in no position to refuse a meeting with someone from the most prestigious hero school in the country. He sends off a quick confirmation and leans back in his chair to look out of the window to his right. Aldera is going to rise to even greater heights after this, he can feel it. Yes, today is a good day. He doesn't seem the dark clouds slowly gathering on the horizon, just barely out of sight. Brat. Get your shitty butt down here right now. Katsuki almost snaps the pencil in his hand in two as the hag's banshee voice echoes all the way up the stairs to his room. Fing hell, what does she want now? He stomps down the stairs as quickly as he can so that she doesn't scream at him again. What do you want, hag? He grumbles, stuffing his hands into his pockets as he slouches into the living room. Why don't you show some Fing respect for once in your DMN life? Mitsuki hisses, her fist twitching at her side in a manner that he knows intimately means that she is restraining herself from smacking the hell out of him for mouthing off. It's bad enough that you baited Izuku into killing himself. Katsuki can't quite hide the flinch as her words slice into him like so many thorns, but you can't even be bothered to clean up your own DMN image even after we're letting you stay under our roof and eat our FING food? I didn't raise you to be a villain. Katsuki is silent. He knows he F'd up already, she doesn't have to keep throwing his failure back into his face like this. He's got a black mark on his record, he's been going to counseling for his anger issues, he's even apologized to Auntie, what more does she want from him? His dad pokes his head out of the kitchen. Mitsuki dear, I think that's enough, he says. There's still disappointment in his gaze when he looks at Katsuki, and he hates it. Katsuki, take these over to Inko's place, will you? He holds out a plain brown box, which must contain his homemade pastries that he knows Auntie loves. In his own way, this is another apology for Katsuki's behavior. He wants to hurl the box at the wall and scream. He does not hurl the box at the wall or scream. Katsuki grudgingly takes the box with a muttered, "Am I your FING pack mule now?" Masaru gives him a look. The teenager wilts a little under his stare and goes to put his shoes on. Mitsuki is still standing in place, arms crossed, legs apart, looking down, ever since that day, always looking down at him, always looking down, 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 at him with a face painted in heavy disapproval. He slides his shoes on in a hurry, chest feeling tight. This house feels like it's closing in on him and choking him, just like that villain. He slams the door on his way out, not bothering with a goodbye. The walk to the Midoriya's apartment isn't far. The air is still slightly cool with the last clinging traces of spring, but warm enough that he has no need for a jacket. He kicks a pebble in his path, watching it bounce over the pavement and hit a nearby street lamp, sending it into the road where it's crushed beneath the tires of incoming traffic. He reaches up with his free hand to touch the feather that sways with every step he takes. The soft fibers brush against his fingertips and the touch helps to calm him down. He can breathe out here. There's nothing to box him in, hold him down, make him drown in the confusing mix of emotions that threaten to come out when he thinks about Izuku and his final words to him. Just breathe. Katsuki doesn't remember getting to the apartment. He blinks and he's already there, hand poised to ring the doorbell. It's a path that he's taken dozens of times, so it's no surprise that he came here on autopilot. The box tucked under his other arm feels heavier than it should, because even though it's just pastries, just food, it represents something else. Apologies can fix something that was broken. But they can't bring someone back to life. He breathes in, then out. Rings the doorbell, and waits. The door swings open. And abruptly, the words that Katsuki prepares to say to Auntie shrivel up and die in his throat. Because that's not FING possible. Dimly, he's only partially aware that the box of pastries slips from his arm and hits the concrete with a dull smack. He can't breathe. The Izuku phantom hunches over behind the door, eyes downcast in reflex, exactly like the real thing. Everything is the same, down to the untamable curly green hair, the freckles splashed across his cheeks, the nervous tension radiating from his body as he instinctively curls into himself to protect himself from a blow that's not coming. No. He has to be hallucinating. He has to be. There's no way that it's him. The part of him that isn't screaming denials into the void notes that this Izuku isn't exactly the same. There's a healthier glow to his skin, and the bags beneath his eyes are all but gone. Even though he's somewhat hiding behind the door, the line of his skinny shoulders is straighter than before. F dash. F dash. F dash. He's hallucinating. He has to be. Izuku is gone, this can't be him. A strangled, incredulous noise bursts from his mouth in the form of the boy's name before he can stop himself. Izuku? The Izuku phantom flinches, but haltingly meets his eyes, something that the nerd would never have done previously. That settles it. He's got to be dreaming. His mom must have smacked him over the head one too many times and knocked him out. That's a more likely explanation for what's happening than having the ghost of his sin come back to haunt him. Then the phantom opens his mouth. Oh, it's nice to see you again? Kaken. Don't call me that. Don't call me that. It is Izuku. Izuku is alive. Katsuki didn't kill him. But he could have. You're alive, Katsuki croaks, staring. Yes? Izuku says slowly, looking a little freaked out by how oddly the blonde is acting. Right, he's used to explosive schoolyard bully Katsuki. Not who he is right now. There's 1,000 apologies on his lips, but his tongue is thick in his mouth glued shut like honey. Izuku searches him with those big green eyes as Katsuki just stands there, frozen. He straightens up a bit and takes a step out from behind the door. Well, Kaken, I just want to say, you were right, the green-haired boy begins. Katsuki's automatic response is I'm always right, but he clamps down on the reflex. Is this it? Is Izuku giving up? On being a hero? After all these years? But Izuku's next words horrify him beyond anything he could imagine. "I got a quirk from TT taking a swan dive from T the roof, J just like you said." And Katsuki's mind breaks down into static. Shoyuta gets to the door just in time to hear Midoriya mention that whoever he's talking to outside is apparently the one who told him to kill himself. He grabs the door and swings it open a little wider, nearly ripping it from its hinges in a fit of protective rage. It's another FING kid, a little taller, with spiky ash-blonde hair and red eyes that are wide with sheer alarm. He stumbles back, looking sick to his stomach. The kid takes a step forward, hand reaching out in concern. "Kaken, are you okay?" The blonde looks like he's about to hurl. How can you say that so casually? You know what I said was wrong." "I know what I said was wrong. Why would you choose that time of all times to listen to me, Deku?" he shouts, fists clenched, shoulders trembling. Shoyuta firmly grasps Midoriya's shoulder and pushes him back inside, much to his protests. "As much as I would love to hear all about that time, we should continue this indoors," he says sternly. He looks at the other kid and JRKs his head towards the box still sitting on the floor where it had been dropped. "You gonna pick that up or not?" The blonde's eyes narrow and he spits venomously. "Who the hell are you? Never seen you here before." "Wow, so polite," Shoyuta thinks sarcastically, rolling his eyes heavenward in a prayer for patience. "The name's Aizawa to you, brat. Now come inside before you make any more of a scene," he drawls. The blonde stubbornly stays where he is, glaring, but it's less effective when he's pale and shaking. Should've seen kittens with fiercer glares, really. Midoriya Inko approaches them and peers out. "Oh, Katsuki-kun? Please come in. We were in the middle of something, but you look like you could use some tea, dear." Shoyuta watches the angry brat deflate like a balloon. "Yes, auntie," he sighs, picking up the box. He moves the box at the woman. "For you, from my old man. You brought it here for me?" "Thank you, Katsuki-kun," Midoriya-san says, smiling at the brat, who looks away guiltily. Shoyuta feels like he's missing something here. Midoriya-san knows her son had tried to kill himself, had clearly heard her son admit that the brat had told him to kill himself, and yet, she is smiling and welcoming the brat into their home like nothing had ever happened. Something's missing, and he doesn't like not knowing what it is. Midoriya is sitting quietly at the table when the three of them walk in. Shoyuta spots his fingers twisting together nervously under the table. The kid looks up, makes eye contact with the blonde brat, and gives a fearful little squeak as he sinks back down into his chair. The brat plops down in the seat across the kid and gives him a long, hard stare. Midoriya-san walks into the kitchen to prepare a fourth cup of tea for their guest while the plain box that the other kid had brought sits on the table between them, unopened. It's silent save for the clinking of the kettle and the sound of water running from the faucet. Shoyuta goes around and stands behind the kid, ruffling his hair just to get him to relax. The kid nuzzles against his hand with a happy sigh. The blonde brat stares at their interaction, a little furrow between his brows as he attempts to parse something out. Don't get him wrong, Shoyuta would love to tear him a new one for suicide baiting a classmate, but he doesn't have the full story. He wants answers and he's going to get them. He ignores the mini Hizashi voice in the back of his mind that's sing-songing, "You can't deny the parental instincts, Shoyuta." The brat is the first to break the awkward silence. He leans forward, drumming his fingers on the table. "So, you said you got a quirk by following my advice." Shoyuta doesn't miss the bitterness that's latched onto the last word, the flash of guilt in the blonde boy's red eyes. "Do you think I'm FING stupid enough to fall for that?" Midoriya frowns, puffing up in indignation. But it's true. I can fly now." "Jumping off a roof doesn't count as flying, dipshit." "Watch your language," Shoyuta cuts in sharply. The brat whirls on him, baring his teeth in a snarl. "Don't tell me what to do." The movement brings their attention to the dark feather that's attached to one of his ears, fluttering with his every move. "Wait. Hang on. That feather looks like..." The kid comes to the realization at the same time, because he blurts out, "Are you wearing one of my feathers?" "What the hell are you talking about?" The brat barks defensively, one hand absently toying with the accessory. "This is from the day of the sludge villain attack," the kid finishes, one hand coming up so his fingers are touching his chin. "I know, I was there. But I didn't know I lost a feather that day." "And you kept it? Is it because I distracted the villain and helped get you free?" "The feather does suit you, Kaken, but gosh, that's actually kind of embarrassing." Shoyuta sees, almost in slow motion, as the brat's palms crackle with the beginnings of his quirk. "Stop muttering and tell me the DMN truth." The kid ducks his head, shrinking back against Shoyuta, age-old fear taking over his thin frame. "That's enough." Shoyuta activates his quirk, feeling his hair rise up off his shoulders, the capture scarf unwinding beneath his hands and lashing out to bind the blonde to his chair. The brat struggles, but when he looks up and meets Shuta's glare, he falters. To Katsuki, knowing about Eraserhead and seeing Eraserhead in action are entirely different things. Right now, the man looks absolutely demonic, looming over Midoriya with the severest of frowns on his face, black hair whipping over his head, eyes glowing scarlet like the blood in his nightmares. He shivers, and goes quiet. Midoriya-san comes back to the table like her guests aren't having a stare-off and slides a fresh cup of hot tea in front of the brat. "Please release him, Aizawa-san," she says, taking the seat next to her son. She turns to the brat trapped to the chair. "Katsuki-kun, don't you have something you want to say to Izuku?" Shoyuta grudgingly takes his capture scarf back, wrapping it around his shoulders again. Midoriya turns his head and gives him a small grateful smile. The angry brat glares down at the table. He takes a deep, deep breath, huffing through his nose. He looks up. "Izuku." Midoriya looks at him and stutters, "Why yes?" The brat grits his teeth and spits out an apology so insincere, Shoyuta can feel their Japanese ancestors rolling in their graves at the disrespect. Midoriya's eyes are wide and he looks freaked out. I'm sorry, but what did you just say, Kaken?" A vein pops on the other kid's head and he yells, "I'm fing happy, are you sorry now?" Complete silence. Before Shoyuta can whip out his scarf again, the brat slams his head against the table so hard that their teacups rattle and shake with the force. No. That's not what I meant to say. Goddamn, this brat is a mess. Who the hell raised this little shit stain? Back in the Bakugo household, Mitsuki sneezes. Trembling, the green-haired kid reaches out to shakily pat the explosive boy on the head. It's okay, Kaken. I think I understand what you're trying to say," he says haltingly. But you know, I really did get a quirk by doing that." The brat lifts his head off the table and gives him the stink eye. "This again? You have the extra toe joint, which means you're quirkless." Midoriya withdraws his hand with a sigh. He looks up at Shoyuta for permission, which he grants with a silent nod. The look of shock masked as indifference on the angry brat's face when the kid turns into a falcon right in front of him is pure gold. The blonde begins, but he can't seem to find the right words to say, because he fists his hair and lets loose a garbled scream into the table, frustrated. Midoriya flies onto Shuta's shoulder and nuzzles him, burrowing into the folds of his scarf with a happy noise. Midoriya-san coos at the adorable action. His phone buzzes in his pocket. When he looks at the screen, it's an email from Nedu, cheerfully informing him of the upcoming meeting with the principal of Aldera Junior High, the school responsible for this mess. There will be nothing left of that school once the pro hero and the Yui principal are through with it, not even ashes. Shoyuta strokes Midoriya over the head with a satisfied smile. The brat finally calms down and pops back up. Well, calm seems to be relative for him considering he still has a surly scowl on his face. "Let me see him," he demands like the little sheet that he is. "No," Shoyuta deadpans. The blonde quickly grows enraged and spits, "Excuse me? What do you mean no, who are you two?" "Katsuki-kun," Midoriya-san interrupts, "don't be rude to Aizawa-san." "What, are you Deku's new dad or something?" the brat snorts. A very unfalcon-like honking noise sounds right next to Shuta's ear. He guesses it would be about the equivalent of a human choking on something. Not quite. "As I mentioned before, my name is Aizawa. I'm a teacher at Yui," the pro hero says, smirking inwardly when the blonde's mouth falls open in disbelief. "You?" Yes, Shoyuta is aware that he looks more like a homeless bum someone picked off of a street rather than a professional in any capacity. "Me," he agrees. He drops the smile and sends a glacial glare in the brat's direction. "Let me guess, you want to be a hero just like all the other snot-nosed punks out there who think their quirk can get them anywhere they want." "Of course I do. Then let me give you a word of advice, the way you are now? You are garbage who I will personally make sure never makes it into Yui or any other top-tier hero school in the country. Someone who doesn't value lives has no business trying to be in the hero industry." The blonde brat turns white as a sheet. Midoriya-san gives him a wide-eyed look. "Aizawa-san, isn't that a bit harsh?" she asks hesitantly. Midoriya seems to agree because he lets out a disapproving squawk and nips at Shuta's ear. "Stop that, I wasn't done," the hero says, gently stroking Midoriya's feathers to calm him down. He turns back to the angry brat, who is still frozen in his seat. There's something swimming in his eyes. Fear is the most prominent, but there are other emotions mixed in, a little bit of guilt, a little resignation. So he's not completely hopeless, good to know. He continues, "That being said, high school entrance exams are still 10 months away. You're still young, you can change, but only if you want to change. Being a hero isn't about earning fame or glory. Most days, it ends up being a thankless job that will test the limits of your endurance and sanity. There are dozens, if not hundreds of heroes out there who want to be one for all the wrong reasons. You know what happens to those who think they can coast by on their quirk alone? He lowers his voice. They die. The brat flinches, hard. Shoyuta is dead serious. Stop laughing, Hisashi, that wasn't an intentional pun. About this. You want to be a hero? Want it more than anything else in the world? Then prove to me that you have what it takes, he commands, fierce, unyielding, and authoritative all in one. Everyone is quiet as they digest his words. Shoyuta watches as the blond boy clenches his fists, then raises his head. There is a fire burning in his eyes now, fueled by determination. I'm going to become the #1 hero. I'll pass all of your shitty tests, be the best at everything I do, and I won't stop until I surpass All Might, he vows. Well, he kind of missed the point that Shoyuta was trying to make, but if the brat is willing to put in the effort to change, Shuta's not going to stop him. He does love his logical ruses, after all. Midoriya-san is tearing up. Aizawa-san, thank you. You are an amazing teacher, she murmurs, wiping at her eyes with a tissue. You really care about people, don't you? No, I don't, Shoyuta responds with an inaudible grumble, tucking his chin beneath the folds of his capture scarf. Midoriya butts his little head against his cheek and lets out a pleased noise. He then flies off of Shuta's shoulder and transforms back so that he can hug the man around the waist. Thank you for giving him a chance, the kid whispers against his side. Kaken. I think he can become an amazing hero. He just needed that extra push to do better. Now Shoyuta isn't going to forgive the little shitstain anytime soon, but he'll let it go if the brat shows he can change in those 10 months leading up to the entrance exams. If not, well, they'll cross that bridge when they get there. After a few more minutes of forced conversation, Katsuki takes his leave. Inko sees him off at the door, asking him to pass on a thank you to his father for the goodies. He rubs the back of his head exactly the way Mitsuki does when she's embarrassed and doesn't want to admit it, and it makes her heart hurt when she notices a few fading marks on his skin around his wrists, shaped like human fingerprints. Still, she doesn't say anything about them, and closes the door as he departs. She knows exactly how much pride that child holds within him, along with the anger and the grief and the other emotions that he won't put a name to. He won't admit that anything is wrong until it's forced out of him. Inko is too gentle for that. Her and Izuku both. But she steps back into the living room where Izuku is animatedly talking about a new hero's recent debut, MT Lady. Unlike other adults, and other kids, Aizawa doesn't interrupt her boy's rambling or tell him to shut up. He listens attentively, only inserting a few reminders for Izuku to breathe. Inko smiles at the sight. Aizawa is different from other people. He's good for Izuku, in ways that she is not. Perhaps. The pro-hero notices her watching them and waves a hand in front of her son's face. Izuku stops talking instantly, eyes turning towards her inquisitively. Midoriya, I would like to have a word with your mother. In private, Aizawa says, standing up. Izuku hesitates, looking between her and the pro-hero, before he nods and scurries off to his room. She smooths down his flyaway hair as he passes by, reassuring herself again that this is real, that Izuku being here isn't a dream drudged up from the depths of her desperate mind. Her baby, her son, her Izuku. She'll never take his presence for granted ever again. Never again. When the door to Izuku's room softly clicks shut and she can vaguely hear him moving about inside, she turns back to Aizawa. He gestures to the table and they both take a seat across from each other. Midoriya-san, I mean no disrespect, but there is something that has been bothering me about you, Aizawa begins with a hard look in his eyes. Inko can guess what he's about to say and tries to steel herself for the words to come. Why don't you explain to me why on earth you would allow your son to be in the vicinity of one of his main bullies, someone who told your son to actually kill himself? Despite her efforts, Inko still cringes at the accusation despite herself. She folds her hands in her lap, willing herself to stop trembling. Aizawa-san. I'm sorry. I know that I have no excuses for this, she murmurs, casting her gaze down at the table so that she doesn't have to look right into the hero's intense stare. She soldiers on, but Katsuki-kun has already apologized to me for his thoughtless actions. That boy. I don't think it's completely his fault that he turned out like this, you know? I hope you can understand that he's the product of a toxic system. Katsuki-kun used to be such a darling, before he and Izuku were 4. They used to play together all the time, even promising to become heroes together. But when Katsuki-kun got his quirk and Izuku didn't, I think that changed something between them. She risks a glance at the hero, and is met with a stony face that betrays none of his emotions. Part of her wants to wail apologies and beg for forgiveness, but she takes a deep breath to center herself. It's okay. It's okay. She continues, I'm sure a hero such as yourself knows how much the current society relies on quirks, right? I mean, quirks have become so normal, it feels like they've been put on a pedestal. And if you don't have quirk, then you're not special and you get ostracized for it, like my little Izuku did. Even my ex-husband walked out on us after he found out. Inko feels herself dropping into a bitter, melancholy mood when she briefly mentions her former husband. 10 years down the line, she still feels the sting of rejection when he dropped them like last night's leftovers upon hearing that she had borne him a quirkless, useless child. Hisashi grudgingly pays the bare minimum for child support. But nothing else. No letters, no phone calls, nothing. For 10 years, Izuku had been pretty much the only good thing she had in her life, and he'd almost left her, too. To her horror, she can feel the tears well up in her eyes and trickle silently down her cheeks. It's not fair, is it? To be judged for something that you can't help. My Izuku is so smart, he works so hard and he really tries to be like everyone else, but people didn't see him, just his lack of quirk, she chokes, grasping at her sweater. Aizawa raises a hand as if to comfort her, but she shakes her head. She has to do this. She has to get all of this off of her chest. Katsuki-kun was raised with this ideal vision of society where people with powerful quirks go the furthest in life and those who don't possess a quirk shouldn't even try. In this current age where heroes succeed if they win all the time, like All Might, or fail if they lose, where is the sympathy for the people who have quirks, but don't have the strength to become heroes? Where is the courage to stand up for the ones whose voices can't be heard? Aizawa-san, I know deep down that you are correct when you say that there are so many heroes out there who entered the industry for the wrong reasons, but in the end, they still save people. They are considered heroes in the eyes of the public. And yet those same heroes would condemn a child to death to save the many. Do you know about the sludge villain incident, Aizawa-san? The one where a villain held a student hostage, but ended up being defeated by All Might? Aizawa nods. That student was Katsuki-kun. I'm not really sure what happened exactly. Katsuki-kun didn't want to tell me, but I think that he learned something from that, because he came to apologize to me a few days after it happened. He's still a child, Aizawa-san. I may not be the best mother out there, sometimes I'm a barely functioning adult myself, but I think that we have an obligation to steer someone away from the wrong path. Katsuki-kun is trying to be better, I can tell even if he doesn't seem like it right now. Please don't look unkindly upon him. We are human, we all make mistakes. I know that doesn't right the wrongs that he has inflicted on Izuku in the past, but surely you can see the potential in his future, too. Inko trails off nervously, thumbing away the tears from her eyes. Perhaps, Aizawa agrees, although the crease of his brow is still worryingly stiff. It also sounds to me like you are attempting to make excuses to cover for that brat's poor behavior. Inko can't deny that a part of her is soft on the boy because he and Izuku used to be childhood friends. The warmth and fondness of those long-past memories still remain to this day. The blunt accusation definitely hits hard and it hurts. She starts, and stops. She starts crying again, silent tears that slip down her sunken cheeks, completely different from her usual sobfests. Aizawa sighs and digs into his pocket. He hands her a small packet of tissues to wipe away her tears. She deftly wipes the tear tracks away. I am sorry. I rambled on and here you are, just giving it to me straight. Inko takes a deep breath. Surprisingly, she does feel better now that she's let some of the emotions out. You're right, Aizawa-san. I let my past memories cloud my judgment. But please give Katsuki-kun a chance. He is trying to make amends, he just doesn't know how to do it properly. Aizawa snorts, muttering under his breath, that's one way of putting it. He gives her a considering look. Besides, I am giving him a chance, but it doesn't matter if he can't prove that he's willing and able to change himself for the better. It's up to him, not us. Yes, you're right, Inko sighs. I'm terribly sorry for babbling on like this. It's all right. Bottling up your emotions isn't the healthiest coping mechanism, but it seems like you feel better now, don't you? The hero says gruffly. Inko nods. Good. I got the gist of the situation basically, you've already forgiven your son's main bully because he's starting to take the steps to make amends for his previous transgressions. Because of that, you thought it wouldn't be too harmful to let them exist in the same space for a short period of time, yes? Right, Inko agrees, fiddling with the packet of tissues. Though I suppose that wasn't the best choice to make in the moment, in hindsight. No, it wasn't, but hindsight is 20/20, as they say, Aizawa says, leaning back in his chair. Inko gives him a smile, though it's wobbly and tear-stained and she feels like she must look quite a sight. Thank you for your honesty, Aizawa-san, she murmurs, bowing her head. Not just to me, but your honesty towards Katsuki-kun. I think this was something that we both needed to hear. The man shifts uncomfortably in his seat. You're welcome, I guess. Inko lifts her head. So, should we continue where we left off before Katsuki-kun came by? She offers hesitantly. About Izuku's homeschooling. Of course. You can call your son back now. This is something he'll want to have a say in, I'm sure. Toshinori picks up the phone on the first ring. Hello, Tukachi-kun. Have you found anything out yet? The warm voice of his old friend crackles in his ear. Indeed I have, Toshinori-san. Midoriya-kun was safely located and returned home earlier this afternoon. Ah. Toshinori feels all the air leave his feeble lungs in one long, relieved exhale. That's great. Nana had once told him that he had too much of a conscience sometimes, carrying every life he couldn't save on his shoulders even when he knows that those lives that have been lost are not his fault. Then he immediately feels guilty for comparing this current situation to those, because he's the one who had panicked and essentially told a quirkless kid that he wouldn't amount to anything great, even though he hadn't meant it that way, but really, he's a hypocrite. After all, how had he felt when he'd heard those same words some 30-odd years ago? But now, he can maybe make amends. He'll go to the kid and apologize for being insensitive. It's what that poor child deserves. Tukachi speaks again, unaware of Toshinori's inner monologue. Now, I do have a funny story to share with you. Do you recall coming to my office and talking about an odd falcon that you met at the Midoriya's apartment? Oh, yes, I remember. Did you find out about that, too? Yes. As it turns out, Midoriya-kun is not quirkless, he is the falcon. His quirk is the ability to transform into a peregrine falcon. Toshinori doesn't reply for several seconds, feeling utterly shocked. But wait, he's what? He sputters out, unable to scrape together a coherent sentence with all the thoughts tumbling over themselves in his head. If he wasn't currently on a very public street, he might have tried to find a wall to bang his head against. I think you owe him an apology, Toshinori-san. Don't do anything rash though, alright? Tukachi says, then hangs up. The blonde stares at his phone silently, although he doesn't really see it, his mind lost to the past as he goes over the memories again. Of running out of time, blurting out a somewhat logical response as fast as possible so that he can get away. Of turning on the TV, dropping the switch when the realization of what he had allowed to occur under his nose hit him. Of trying to reassure that boy's mother that he'll find him, unsuspecting that the kid had been right there all along. He sets off down the street, shoving his phone back into his pocket. He tilts his head back, closing his eyes to block out the sun. If he could, he'd grind the heels of his palms right into his eyes. Stupid, he's stupid. He's a fool. Number one hero, his butt. He's an idiot. Gran Torino was right, he really doesn't think before he acts. One self-degrading meltdown later, Toshinori finds himself in front of the door to the Midoriya apartment. He tries to psyche himself up. What's he so nervous for? He's All Might, for God's sake. Does it really make that much of a difference coming here to apologize to a kid for his unintentionally harsh words rather than coming here to offer support to a distraught single mother? He looks down at his shaking hands, clenched into fists so tight that the skin over his knuckles has turned white. You coward, he thinks viciously, rooted to the spot. Just ring the doorbell. Apologize. Grovel if you need to. Just do it. The decision is taken out of his hands when the door unexpectedly swings open. Toshinori jumps back, looking like a deer in the headlights as another man pauses in the doorway, sharp eyes assessing him with a single glance. The other man has long black hair, uneven patches of scruff dotting his jawline, and a gray scarf wrapped around his neck several times. He seems familiar. But no matter how much Toshinori racks his brain for answers, he just can't place where. Or how or why he's getting such a weird sense of déjà vu from this guy. Can I help you? The man drawls, shifting almost imperceptibly so that he's guarding the apartment rather than just standing in the doorway. Chin up, Toshi-kun. How are you going to inspire people if you can't even inspire yourself? His old mentor's words come floating back to him. He squares up. Takes a deep breath. Yes, my name is Yagi Toshinori. Is Midoriya-san in? Yes. The man doesn't let up his casual but suspicious stance. Another pro-hero, then. Admirable, since Toshinori does know he looks like a walking, talking skeleton on a good day, and really, he does look rather suspicious showing up to someone's home unannounced, but this feeling of being interrogated is exactly what he doesn't need right now. Calm down, he tells himself internally. He clears his throat. May I speak with her? One moment. The man closes the door, leaving Toshinori standing out front like a fool. In reality, it doesn't take longer than 20 seconds for the door to reopen, revealing both the other man and a bewildered Midoriya Inko standing beside him. Oh, hello, Toshinori-san. Thank you for taking the time to come and see me, but you don't need to come around anymore. My son is safe and sound, she says, bowing slightly. Thank you for your hard work. Toshinori lifts a hand. That's not a problem. I'm glad to see that you're doing better now. And she does look like it, although there's still a trace of recent tears in her smudged makeup and slightly red eyes. But she carries herself differently than when he had first come to return the backpack to her, happier, like there's less of a weight on her thin shoulders. Actually, there's something else I wanted to speak with you about. May I come in? Oh, does it have to do with Izuku? Yes, it does. Well, technically, it's less about Izuku and more about Toshinori trying to make amends to Izuku. Same difference, right? I see. Well, please come in, Inko says, gesturing for the other man to open the door wider. She addresses the man with a small smile. Thank you again for everything, Aizawa-san. I'll be in touch soon for Izuku's first lesson. Of course. Don't hesitate to give me a call if you need help, the man Aizawa says, striding past Toshinori and down the hallway. The way he walks, at first glance a loping gait, but in actuality a measured, even set of steps designed to minimize sound and maximize efficiency of movement, tells Toshinori that this man is definitely an experienced fighter. He probably is a pro hero, but not one in the limelight like Toshinori is. The blonde has had his fair share of experience in working with underground heroes or dealing with vigilantes. That's why Aizawa seems familiar even if he doesn't know his face. Give him the guy's alias and he'll know who he is in no time. But that's not important right now. Inko calls into the apartment. Izuku, we have another guest. Can you make more tea? You don't need to, Toshinori tries to say, but Inko shakes her head. He coughs into a fist, willing himself not to hack up blood at that moment. Well, then, pardon the intrusion. When they walk into the living room, Toshinori can see the exact moment that young Izuku realizes who he is, even before Inko starts to introduce him. Izuku, this is Yagi Toshinori. His green eyes almost pop out of their sockets with how wide they get. The kid almost blurts out, but a quick glance at his mother and he hastily corrects himself. Alright. Nice to see you again? Phew, crisis averted. Oh, you've met Toshinori-san before? Inko questions, moving over to the counter where Izuku has put a little tea bag into another mug. Why yeah. When I was watching MT Lady's debut, the kid flat out lies. Well, it's not like he can just say, hey, this is All Might and I met him after I grabbed his leg after he saved me from a villain and asked him if I could be a hero without a quirk and he said no and that's when I tried to kill myself, ha ha ha, isn't that so funny? Toshinori doesn't have any better ideas, so he doesn't dispute it either. Midoriya-kun, he says, addressing the teenager directly. Young Izuku freezes, eyes darting around nervously. I want to apologize for what I said to you that day. The boy stops fidgeting and gapes at him. I'm sorry, but you Inko looks on from the kitchen where she's steeping the tea bag, thin brows knitted in worry. Toshinori heaves a sigh like the tired, frail old man that he feels like. I want to apologize, he repeats, worrying the skin over his knuckles unconsciously. I believe I said something incredibly insensitive to you that day, and it was not my place to tell you whether you can or cannot do something that you are passionate about. Oh. Young Izuku looks at a loss for words. Inko tells him to have a seat, despite the fact that his lanky frame made him a tad too large to sit at their dining table comfortably. He pulls the chair out a little more to have room for his legs, his eyes never leaving the boys the whole time. He's serious about this. Toshinori-san, are you feeling responsible because I jumped from the roof after that? Young Izuku asks hesitantly. Crash. Both of them flinch as the sound of a ceramic mug meeting the floor reverberates through the whole apartment. Inko is standing in the kitchen, her face chalk-pale as she stares at Toshinori in horror. Shards of the broken cup are scattered at her feet, the tea spreading across the floor. Mom. Izuku jumps over to her, their conversation momentarily derailed. Midoriya-san, Toshinori says at the same time, half rising out of the chair to help clean the mess up. He finds himself staring down the sharp edges of the broken cup, which are floating in the air in front of his face. Izuku is fretting over his mother, who stands immobile as a statue, uncaring of the tea that's drenching her house slippers and dyeing them a watery shade of green. Her eyes, once filled with warm concern and gratefulness, now look at him with anger and disbelief. And Toshinori can only look on helplessly as Inko speaks with a voice so cold that you'd think she had an ice quirk instead. Explain. Toshinori has stared death in the face and laughed. Now though, staring down a tiny slip of a woman who is threatening him with the shards of a broken mug, he gulps loudly, nervous sweat dripping down his face. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, right? Midoriya Izuku has known two constants ever since he turned 4. He was born quirkless, and his mom is nice, but she'll never think that he can do it because of his perceived handicap. A little over a month ago, the first constant had become void. He is not quirkless, he does in fact have a quirk, getting it through trying to kill himself notwithstanding. It's a lovely quirk, the ability to transform into a peregrine falcon. He's not sure how it mutated so much considering his mom's quirk is small object attraction and his dad's is fire breathing, but he now has solid, undeniable proof that he is not quirkless as everyone, including himself, has been led to believe these past 10 years. Today, the second constant is being challenged by one person after another, specifically, the first part of the second constant. The fact that his mom is a nice person. She wouldn't hurt a fly, he thought. She also won't stand up for him when it matters the most, and though it hurts, he's long grown inured to her willful blindness when it comes to his well-being. He had been happy to be reunited with her, sure. She's his mom, he loves her, and she loves him. Right? Then why did she let Kaken in? Izuku wants to clap both hands over his ears when the negative thoughts begin to creep in. Why doesn't she understand? Why does she apologize instead of? Katsuki has never once set foot in their apartment after it came out that Izuku was quirkless. Home had become a sanctuary, of sorts. Hey, maybe his mom doesn't say a word about her son coming home covered in bruises and burns every day, but she still keeps the first aid kit stocked. She gives him food, water, and shelter. She cooks his favorite katsudon on the days where he's especially sad. She tucks him in at night and kisses his head and hugs him before he goes to school, never raising a hand to him, and rarely her voice. She says, "I love you," and Izuku believes it. But she never says, "You can do it," whenever Izuku talks about heroes. And somehow, that hurts more than all the beatings he receives from his bullies, Katsuki included. But there is someone who told him very recently that he could, isn't there? A word of advice though, don't listen to the haters. I think you could be a phenomenal hero. Validation is a powerful thing when used correctly. Izuku has waited his whole life to hear those words being said to him. It could have been said by the drunkest man on the planet and he still would have been over the moon about it. The fact that present Mike is the one who said it makes it even more special. Really, it's just 4 little words. 4 little words that can make molehills out of the steepest mountains. So why doesn't she say them? In the span of a single day, Izuku has gone to a police station, reunited with his mom, returned home, pleaded for homeschooling, encountered Katsuki, sat through the most effed up apology he has ever heard, re-encountered All Might in his civilian form, listened to another apology, and now, is faced with the absolute horror that is his mother threatening the #1 hero with a broken teacup. Izuku has shed rivers and cried out a good chunk of his bottled-up emotions, but there's still plenty left. He's 14, young and lonely and full of the same angry, angsty, I am having an existential crisis teenage hormones as every other teenage boy out there. Can you blame him for having enough? The fact that his mom would sooner threaten All Might's civilian form than Katsuki is the straw that breaks the camel's back. He screams, his voice cracking like glass, "Stop it." Startled, both adults turn towards him with wide eyes. Inko starts to say, but Izuku stomps one foot on the floor, silencing her. No. Stop it. Why are you getting so worked up over this? You didn't have this same reaction to Kaken, so why do you think it's suddenly okay to threaten Toshinori-san? Like a dam that's been cracked in one spot, he finds all the repressed feelings bursting over and out of him, and he can't stop the words from coming out. Kaken didn't even apologize properly to me. And you were doting on him the whole time while I was here, and you didn't say a single word when he called me dipshit right in front of you. Your own son. You only told him off after he was rude to Aizawa-san. But when you heard me ask if Toshinori-san was feeling guilty for what he said because of what ended up happening, suddenly you grow a conscience? How is that fair? He starts sobbing because he can't help being a crybaby, especially not while he's emotionally wringing himself out like this. Inko is staring at him, one hand raised as if she wants to reach over and pull him into her arms just like she used to do when he was younger. Izuku. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, she says hesitantly, the shards wavering from their spot in front of Toshinori's face. I don't want your apologies, Izuku cries, backing away. That's never been what I wanted. You don't even know what I want, do you? Inko drops the broken mug, looking utterly heartbroken. The shards hit the floor and break apart even more, scattering bits of ceramic across the wooden planks beneath their feet. Toshinori is looking helplessly between them like he doesn't know what to do. Young Midoriya, perhaps you should, he begins, reaching out a thin hand. No. I've had it. I've had enough of all of this. Thanks for apologizing, but I need to be alone now, Izuku says, roughly scrubbing at his eyes with the back of his hand. He runs out of the kitchen, but instead of going to his bedroom, he rushes out the front door, slamming it behind him even as Inko pleads for him to come back. He launches himself off the wall in front of the door, transforming into his falcon form with ease and soaring off. Izuku's raptor mind takes control over his body while his human mind wails and screams why and haudoshi haukuchido istom over and over on repeat, the leftover repressed emotions from 10 years of bullying spilling out through the cracks. He can't cry while in falcon form, but his human side is trying its best to do the mental equivalent of it. While he's in the air, he spies Aizawa squatting on the roof of the apartment building. He immediately flies down, seeking comfort from the only person who has actually given a DMN about him and meant it. Aizawa sees him coming and raises an arm for him to land on. Izuku's raptor mind carefully touches down, holding his talons outward so as not to tear through the sleeve of the hero's jumpsuit. He makes distressed noises at the man, scrambling over his arm to try to burrow himself under Aizawa's capture scarf. "Hey, what's wrong?" Aizawa asks quietly, shuffling in place so that he's sitting cross-legged on the concrete floor. "Did something happen?" Izuku doesn't transform back. Instead, he butts his head up against the side of Aizawa's throat, listening to the steady thump-thump of the hero's heartbeat. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Aizawa seems to sense that he's not in the mood to disclose whatever disaster went down in the Midoriya apartment right after he left, so he simply raises a hand to slide Izuku over the head. His raptor mind coos inwardly, pleased with the attention. 1, 2, 3, 4. Izuku tries to time his breathing to match the hero's pulse. The emotions within him are still going haywire and it's hard enough trying to handle them in his falcon form. He doesn't know what he would do if he turns back into his human form and starts crying all over Aizawa again. One could argue that hey, he's already been there and done that, so it won't be as embarrassing as the first time. But still, Izuku can't bring himself to do it, not until he regains some control over the raging tempest inside of him. 10 years is a very long time for resentment to build up, for the anger and sorrow and frustration to fester. Throw in adolescent teenage boy hormones and simmer, and you'll get one very tired 14-year-old boy who just wishes people would leave him alone. One thing keeps happening after the other. Apologies after apologies come to him, but not the words that he so desperately wants to hear. There's only so much he can take before he breaks. He's already been broken before. Hundreds of times, every time someone mocked his quirkless status, every time he tried to make a friend and was summarily rejected, every time he was kicked and punched and thrown into walls and had his lunch stolen, every time someone faked being hurt at school so that Izuku would be punished instead, he's been broken and remade so many times that he doesn't even know what parts of him are real anymore. He's been shattered before, too. The feeling of being told no for the nth time, only this time coming from the one person who he had looked up to the most, and still does, if only because he can't seem to let go of this ideal of the number one hero, a man who strikes such fear in the hearts of villains and joy in the hearts of civilians alike. Izuku had been one of them, too. And then that little tiny flickering candle went out in the face of an insurmountable typhoon, and the pieces of himself that he'd thought he'd glued back together well enough fell apart again, like the broken teacup that splintered into too many bits to use ever again. It's easy to tell a person sorry. It should be equally as easy to tell someone you can do it. Really, even a little encouragement would have gone a long way in little Izuku's life. 1, 2, 3, 4. But no, poor little quirkless Izuku, oh, whatever will he do, he's a weakling who can't even fight back, oh no. F that. Isn't a hero's job supposed to be about saving people? What gives them the right to degrade others on account of worthlessness? This society built upon the public image of heroes, this imperfect world that let Izuku fall through its cracks, it's bullshit, that's what it is. But, it's not like all heroes are like that. Izuku has spent many years idolizing heroes, both big and small. He has whole notebooks filled with his observations of their quirks and fighting styles. Of course, that's mainly for heroes who are in the spotlight, like Kamui Woods, Edgeshot, Ryukyu, Fat Gum, and the like. The man who he's clinging to now though Izuku wrestles with his inner fanboy, because on one hand there's the symbol of peace, All Might, who's everyone's favorite hero, the same All Might who told Izuku that he couldn't be a hero, even though he came and apologized for it just now. On the other hand, Aizawa had picked him up and taken care of him back when he'd thought Izuku was just a bird, had fed him and cuddled with him and given him the care and attention that he'd been craving for, and didn't kick him out even upon learning that Izuku was actually a human child. He hasn't explicitly stated, you can do it, to Izuku either, but well, actions speak louder than words, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Izuku snuffles against Aizawa's warm skin, sighing as much as a bird can sigh. He lifts himself away, mourning the loss of Aizawa's hand on his head as he flutters to the concrete floor and reverts to his human form. Aizawa adjusts his scarf, his dark eyes boring into Izuku's. Ready to talk now? He asks. As he had predicted earlier, Izuku starts crying softly, little hiccuping sobs that blur his vision with tears and make his limbs tremble with exhaustion. Aizawa wordlessly opens his arms. Izuku doesn't hesitate, crashing into him, hands FSTNG the hero's jumpsuit. "I can't believe her," he cries. "I don't know what to do, Aizawa-san. I just yelled at my own mom." But he can't get the words out through the deluge of emotion swamping him, feeling too many things at once to say anything remotely coherent. It's dizzying and makes his head spin in all the wrong ways, and then he starts panicking because he's crying and he feels sick and his body isn't obeying him and it's too much. Aizawa pats his back, grounding him back to reality. "Kid, you don't have to talk if you don't want to. First, let's focus on calming down. Breathe with me, alright?" He inhales deeply, holds it for 4 seconds, and exhales. Izuku shakily tries to copy him, his breath stuttery and anxious in comparison. Aizawa adds, "Don't think, just breathe. Follow me. Inhale, hold, exhale. Inhale, hold, exhale. In and out. In and out. Don't think. Just breathe." They repeat this until Izuku stops trembling, his breathing returning to normal, the ugly anxiety that had reared its opportunistic head quieting down. "Sorry," he whispers weakly. "What did I say about apologizing?" Aizawa says, but there's no bite behind his words. "I'm still sorry. I cried all over you. Not the first time it's happened, kid." Izuku leans back, rubbing at his eyes. He must look a sight right now, with how much crying he's been doing lately. "Aizawa-san, why do I feel like this?" he asks despondently. "She's my mom. I love her." "You can love someone and still feel like they've wronged you in some way," Aizawa says steadily, clapping one hand on Izuku's thin shoulder. "Will you tell me what happened?" Izuku nods. He talks about what Toshinori came to the apartment for, although he avoids mentioning what the man said exactly, because 1, he can't tell anyone that Toshinori is actually All Might, and 2, he's completely certain that Aizawa would go ballistic and shank the blonde man in rage. He talks about how his own mother would sooner threaten a stranger over her son than his childhood bully. He talks about how he's been through an emotional ringer all day and how he just couldn't handle any more apologies and so he left. Aizawa listens intently without interrupting him, his face as unreadable as a stone statue. It makes Izuku nervous, but he keeps talking. Aizawa hasn't told him to shut up or be quiet, so he takes it as a good sign to continue. When Izuku has no more to say, he fidgets in place. Aizawa looks deeply contemplative and he doesn't want to interrupt the man's train of thought. "Midoriya," he begins, making Izuku jump. Why yes? Do you remember when you told me that you weren't being abused at home?" Of all the things he expects Aizawa to bring up, this isn't one of them. Yeah, he replies hesitantly. "What does that have to do with?" The man sighs, but it's one. That's sad rather than mad. "When you think of abuse, what comes to mind? I'm guessing that you probably only consider physical beatings, name-calling, and bullying as abuse, don't you?" he says. He looks at Izuku directly in the eyes, nothing but serious, open honesty on his face, and adds, "But did you know that emotional neglect, especially by a parent or guardian, is also considered a form of abuse?" Cold dread coils in the pit of Izuku's stomach at the implications. "My mom's not abusive," he protests instantly. "She isn't. She doesn't hit him, or call him names, or rag on him for his former quirklessness, or starve him, or use him for nefarious purposes, or lock him in his room as punishment, or whatever else constitutes as abuse." Aizawa pokes at his forehead with a single finger, halting his muttering. "But she didn't take care of your needs up here, did she?" Izuku doesn't reply, because it's not true, it can't be true, his sweet mother, abusive? There's just something so fundamentally wrong with that statement that Izuku can't agree with it. "I'm not asking you to accept it as fact," Aizawa says patiently, ruffling his hair. "Just consider it, alright? Most people have a hard time wrapping their heads around this issue, you aren't the only one." Izuku doesn't think he can ever think of Midoriya Inko and abusive, or even neglectful, in the same sentence. That's just not he can't. Maybe absent-minded, sure, or not as considerate to him as he's made her out to be out of familial obligation, but not. "Kid, seriously, don't overthink it," Aizawa huffs. "I'm not saying that your mother is a bad person. A lot of cases where neglect tends to occur is often accidental or a result of having 2 working parents who can't spend all day with their children. In your mother's case, she seems to have a preconceived notion that being quirkless requires an extra dose of sympathy rather than encouragement, which is, unfortunately, a very typical mindset in this day and age. In general, the quirkless status is more often than not viewed as a disability, even if that person is actually an able person. The incident involving your primary bully is, admittedly, not the usual response I would expect from a parent, but I believe that there may be other possible external factors included that I am not privy to. I'm not asking you to suddenly think of your mother as a villain or anything that extreme. But in order to move past these issues which have impacted you in the past, you have to be willing to acknowledge that there is a problem in the first place. You don't have to do it right now. Take as much time as you need. Okay? Okay, Izuku whispers. Aizawa ruffles his hair again. Good. Now what do you say we go back down and talk to her again? I'm sure she's worried about you running off like that. Communication is a two-way street, you know, so it'll help her understand what upsets you if you tell her honestly. This is true. Izuku ducks his head, faintly embarrassed as he recalls yelling at his mom that she doesn't even know what he wants, like he had expected her to just read his mind and know the answer, but humans don't work like that, unless there's someone with a mind-reading quirk. That would be so cool. He nods shyly, switching back to his falcon form to make things easier. Aizawa parkours off the roof, leaping down to the lower levels with ease even without the use of his scarf. Izuku glides towards the next building over, then turns in midair to land back on the low wall in front of his apartment, where Inko and Toshinori are waiting in front of the door. The moment Inko sees him land, she bursts out into tears and rushes towards him, bawling, "Izuku baby, I'm sorry. Please, whatever I did wrong, I'll fix it. I don't want you to hate me," she cries, her arms raised as if to embrace him. For the first time in his life, Izuku actually flinches at her touch, instinctively dodging her hands and making his way to Aizawa's shoulder on reflex. She stops, eyes wide, a heartbroken look on her face. Izuku? Sweetheart? Izuku doesn't know what had possessed him to do that. He sits rigidly on Aizawa's shoulder, reeling from what he'd just done. Is he afraid of her now? That's silly, she's his mom, she raised him all by herself for the past 10 years, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? Is it because of that whole talk about abuse earlier? Is that it? Aizawa takes one look at him and seems to make a decision. He says, "Midoriya-san, I understand that it has been a long and trying day for both of you. You should take an extra night to reflect on the things that we've talked about today and how you can improve yourself." He turns his head to gaze at Izuku out of the corner of his eye. "Midoriya, do you want to talk to your mother now or tomorrow?" "Tomorrow. Izuku's had enough for today." He answers by turning away from his mom. Inko sobs, her entire posture slumping. "Izuku." Toshinori gently takes a hold of her shoulder and steers her back inside, nodding to Aizawa. "I'll take care of her," he promises. Izuku hopes that he'll be okay considering his mom tried to attack him with a broken mug earlier, but he supposes the man isn't the #1 hero for nothing. Once the door clicks shut behind them, Aizawa begins to walk towards the elevator. "Come on, let's go home. I'll get Hizashi to bring you some hot chocolate or something. You're probably tired, too, aren't you?" Izuku bobs his little head. Aizawa nods along, too. "I figured." He loosens his scarf in the front, making a makeshift sling of sorts. "Here, why don't you take a nap? I'm sure you could use some sleep right now." Izuku happily tucks himself into the folds, cocooning himself into a little bundle of warmth slung across Aizawa's chest. He feels safe tucked away like this, like nothing bad can touch him again. The slight rocking motion of the sling as Aizawa walks lulls Izuku into a doze. Today has been an utterly exhausting experience. Now that the shock and panic and anxiety has worn off, the accumulated emotions from all of the day's events catch up to him almost instantly, and it doesn't take longer than 30 seconds before he completely falls asleep. When Shoyuta gets home, Midoriya is still fast asleep in the makeshift sling. He carefully unwraps his scarf and places the dozing bird into his box, making sure he's nestled comfortably within the folds of the spare scarf that replaced the original blankets. Midoriya doesn't stir even once, a testament to how exhausted the teenager must be after so many emotional events occurring one right after the other on the same day. Shoyuta palms his phone and sends off a message to Hizashi. "Shoyuta. 6:58 p.m. Come over. 6:58 p.m. It's important." Less than 3 minutes later, his phone buzzes with a reply. "Hizashi. 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Need me to bring anything?" Shoyuta wants to get sloshed so fucking bad, but he can't, not while Midoriya is still in this unstable emotional state. But a drink or two might help him loosen up some. Shoyuta. 7:01 p.m. Beer. Don't care which, I just need a drink. Hizashi. 7:03 p.m. Ouch, must have been one hell of a day if you're asking for beer. 7:03 p.m. Be there in 15, baby heartsuit, carrot. Shoyuta. 7:03 p.m. That better not be what my contact name is on your phone. Hizashi. 7:04 p.m. Don't worry. 7:04 p.m. You've been immortalized as ShowDMN instead. Shoyuta. 7:05 p.m. 7:06 p.m. I'm sure the HPSC would love to see the embarrassing photos from Namuri's party 6 years ago. Hizashi. 7:06 p.m. I was just kidding. Shoyuta. 7:07 p.m. Hizashi. 7:09 p.m. At the store now, CYA soon lovely. Shoyuta fights down a smile at the last text. He puts his phone away and goes to the kitchen to browse through the various takeout menus he has stashed in the corner for nights like this, when he's too tired and worked up to cook anything. Beer and greasy finger food are a terrible diet for a pro hero, but indulging once in a while is fine. Besides, his metabolism is already shot to hell with all the jelly pouches he drinks on a daily basis. He ends up going with Kowloon Palace, a Hong Kong-style eatery that's relatively cheap, and is about to phone the restaurant to place an order when there's a knock on the door followed by Hizashi sing-songing, "Shoyuta, I'm here." Shoyuta opens the door with his phone in one hand. "Hizashi," he says, his lips quirking up at the sight of the blonde grinning at him. Not his signature present mic grin, but a smaller one reserved for his closest friends. "Hey, how you feeling?" Hizashi says, surprisingly soft. "You okay?" Shoyuta holds the door open so his boyfriend can squeeze past him into the apartment with the six-pack under his arm. "I'll be fine once I drown myself in cheap Chinese takeout and beer," the underground hero mutters darkly. "That bad, huh?" Hizashi winces sympathetically. "So is the kiddo back? With his mom now?" "About that." Shoyuta sighs, pinching the bridge of his nose as he shuts the door. He roughly gestures in the direction of Midoriya's box on the floor. Things got a little complicated. Hizashi stares at the dozing bird swaddled in Shuta's scarf, then back at the tired hero. Then his eyes catch on the takeout menu still dangling from Shuta's hand. "Well, why don't we order something to eat and you can tell me all about your day," he says, linking one arm with Shuta's and steering him towards the couch. "I don't know about you, but some beef chow mein and fried rice sound amazing right now. Ooh, I could go for some pot stickers too, or maybe some shumai." The blonde hero prattles on about all the food he would like to eat and the sound of his voice relaxes Shoyuta, who can feel some of the tension bleeding out of his shoulders. It's too bad that dim sum isn't available at night. He is rather fond of the bakery's pork buns. They get a few things for themselves and an order of noodles for Midoriya and settle down to wait for their DLVRY to show up. Shoyuta finds himself leaning against Hizashi's bony shoulder and closing his eyes, a familiar exhaustion weighing down his eyelids. Hizashi slings a slender arm across his shoulders and tugs him close, saying as quietly as he can manage, "You should rest. I'll wake you up when the food gets here." He slides his fingers through Shuta's hair, nails lightly scratching against his scalp. Shoyuta grunts something that even he can't be sure is a proper answer and drops off the edge of sleep into a light doze. It's been one hell of a day and by the gods, it isn't even over yet. They could all use a bit of sleep, really. "Izuku. Mom?" Izuku turns around in the darkness, and Inko is standing several feet away from him in the same blouse and skirt combo she was wearing on the day that he was pronounced quirkless. She's slender and willowy as if all the years of stress eating had never happened. "Izuku. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Izuku opens his mouth to say that, again, that's not what he wants her to say, but then he realizes that he's not the one she's speaking to. He watches as a dead-eyed, shell-shocked version of himself holding an All Might figurine accepts her embrace. "Mommy, can I still be a hero without a quirk?" the child version of himself whispers against her stomach. But Izuku doesn't get to hear her answer, because the darkness cracks in half, and then shatters like a broken mirror, revealing the present-day Inko sitting alone at their dining table, her head in her hands, 2 plates of Izuku's favorite katsudon lying on the table untouched. The image is immediately juxtaposed by Izuku in his falcon form, being cradled by 2 strong arms wrapping him gently in a gray cloth. Izuku's heart clenches as he watches Inko's shoulders shake with sobs, the katsudon growing colder the longer she sits there. "Mom." He reaches out, but something blocks him, a great black fence of protruding thorns with a blood-red abuse slapped over it. "It's not true," he wants to shout, but he can't speak the words. He tries to run towards it, but the images seem to move further and further away the harder he tries. "Stop it," he screams as another set of letters dangle down in front of him one letter at a time. He's forced to come to a halt and clamp his hands over his ears as an overlapping echo of voices resound through his head, harsh as loudly clanging bells. Izuku awakens with an ear-piercing shriek, forgetting that he's currently in his falcon body as he desperately flails his wings and thrashes around inside of his box. There's a shout and hands trying to hold him down, but he bucks, not liking the feeling of being captured. He lashes out with his beak and he thinks he may have drawn blood, but, EY. Hey, little listener. It's me, your favorite radio host. It's Present Mike. Oh yeah, Present Mike? Izuku's frenzied raptor mind struggles with the threat blinking on and off and making his animal instincts go haywire. He unconsciously releases his quirk, popping back into his miserable human body and bursting into uncontrollable tears immediately. Oh no, it's okay, little dude. You're safe. Nobody's gonna hurt you here, it's just your favorite grumpy pants and me. I resent that comment, says Aizawa somewhere off to the side. But you know it's true. Izuku feels like his throat is closing up the longer he cries, but he can't seem to get himself to stop. He's hiccuping and sobbing and curling up into a ball, and he's probably getting snot and tears all over present Mike Yamada, which is so gross, and he's so sorry, but he doesn't even know what's going on other than the fact that it feels like something inside of him is just broken. Hey, you wanna hear a song, little bird? I know just the thing. You'll love it, promise, cross my heart and hope to die, 'cause present Mike doesn't lie. Aizawa snorts so loudly that Izuku is half afraid that the man will choke on his own spit. He says something to the blonde that Izuku doesn't catch, but Yamada doesn't stop stroking his hair, and the repetitive movement is soothing in its own right. After a minute, Yamada starts singing in a surprisingly smooth, low tenor, and even though the lyrics are entirely in English, Izuku can feel himself relaxing. Somebody once told me the world is gonna roll me. I ain't the sharpest tool in the shed. She was looking kind of dumb with her finger and her thumb in the shape of an L on her forehead. Well, the years start coming and they don't stop coming. Fed to the rules and I hit the ground running. Didn't make sense not to live for fun. Your brain gets smart but your head gets dumb. So much to do, so much to see. So what's wrong with taking the back streets? You'll never know if you don't go. You'll never shine if you don't glow. Hey now, you're an all-star, get your game on, go play. Hey now, you're a rock star, get the show on, get paid. And all that. Glitters is gold. Only shooting stars break the mold. Izuku tries his hardest to focus on the sound of Yamada's voice ringing out through the apartment instead of the crushing mess of fear and anxiety and grief and emotions that he doesn't know if he's ready to face head on quite just yet. He times his breathing to match with the flow of Yamada's singing as best as he can. Bit by bit, his tears slow, his sobs quiet, and he stops shaking like the world's about to end. Yamada's voice eventually trails off into the air, but his fingers carting through Izuku's wild curls never stop. Izuku snuffles miserably against the hero's damp shirt, then forcefully uncurls himself from the fetal position he had assumed. He rubs at his swollen eyes, feeling all wrung out from how much crying he's been doing recently. How do you feel now, little dude? You okay? Yamada says kindly. Izuku wants to say that yes, he's absolutely splendiferous, but that would be the biggest lie. He settles for slowly shaking his head, not trusting his own voice. Yamada just hums and helps him sit up. Aizawa hands him a box of tissues for him to blow his nose and clean his face. As Izuku wipes his eyes, he catches sight of Yamada's hand, or rather, the blood-soaked towels that are wrapped around it. Oh my god, your hand, he wails, dropping the tissues. I did that, didn't I? I'm so sorry. Oh dear god, I'm terrible. I hurt you. Does that make me? Aavvville. Midoriya, you are probably the furthest thing from a villain that I've ever seen. Aizawa cuts in before Izuku can finish stammering the dreaded word out. When Izuku turns to squint at him through tear-swollen eyes, the dark-haired hero reclines against the couch with an open can of beer in hand, a few empty takeout containers stacked on the coffee table. You've suffered so much from your perceived quirkless status, and yet, here you still are, instead of trying to get revenge against your abusers. You've got a good heart, kid. Don't ever lose sight of it. Oh, Izuku whispers, clutching at Yamada's shirt. Thank you, that means a lot to me, Aizawa-san. He sniffles again, unsure of what else he could possibly say. He peers up at the two heroes with something vaguely approaching hope. You don't think that I am a bad person? Why on earth would we think you're a bad person? Yamada says, genuinely bewildered. I hurt you. What, this? Yamada waves his injured hand around, looking supremely unbothered. Looks worse than it is, trust me. Don't sweat it, little dude, you were panicking. But Izuku looks down, releasing his grasp on the hero's shirt to fiddle with his own clothes. Today, my mom, I don't know what to do. She's my mom, I love her, but she defended Keikakin over me and I. Why don't you start from the beginning? Yamada says, patting him on the head. Take your time, little listener. Or well, I suppose that this time, I'm the listener, haha. Izuku cracks a tiny, brittle grin at that. Aizawa drains his beer and gets up to walk to the kitchen. I'll get you a glass of water. You could use it after all that crying. Good idea. Yamada agrees. While he does that, how'd you like my song? Catchy, ain't it? Yeah. I couldn't really understand it, though, Izuku replies shyly, cheeks warming in embarrassment. That's all right, It's bound to be confusing since it's a very old American song. Yamada's grin is all teeth. In fact, I even have the movie that it came from. Wanna watch it with me later? Izuku nods. Anything to keep his mind from spiraling downwards again. Aizawa comes back with a glass of cold water, which Izuku gratefully accepts. He takes 3 long pulls, savoring the refreshing coolness as it slides down his throat. He sighs, pressing the glass against his warm cheek. Aizawa takes a seat next to Yamada and both adults wait patiently for Izuku to gather himself. It's okay. They won't hurt me. It's okay. Izuku cradles the glass with both hands and starts to speak, haltingly, of all of the events that happened throughout the day. To his credit, Yamada doesn't interrupt once. Neither does Aizawa, when Izuku gets to the part when All Might comes to apologize to him. And at the end, Yamada wraps him up in a tight hug. You've been through a lot today, little dude. I know you've got to talk with your mom tomorrow, but how about we just take a break and relax? I believe there's a movie waiting to be watched. The blonde winks. Izuku manages to smile back. Meanwhile, Toshinori hovers uncertainly in the doorway as Inko sits on the couch in front of the TV with her head in her hands. Toshinori-san? He nearly leaps out of his skin when the distraught woman abruptly speaks up. Yes? Are you okay? He asks hesitantly, not quite sure where he stands with her at the moment. Inko looks up with red-rimmed eyes. She's not crying, but she looks like her entire world has been upended and turned on its axis. Do you think I'm a bad mother? She whispers. Sheet. This is a situation that must be handled delicately. Something that he is assuredly not. He is All Might, the symbol of peace, and he can take down villains by the dozen with his impressive physical strength, but when it comes down to emotional comfort, he is quite far from his comfort zone. But he's not here as All Might, is he? He's here as Yagi Toshinori. I think that you are human, and human beings make mistakes, he says, finally, before the silence can stretch on too long. What's more important is what you'll do from here to rectify those mistakes. Spoken like a true hypocrite, some insidious part of him hisses in the depths of his guilty mind. How many mistakes have you made that you haven't fixed? Inko sniffles. You think so? I don't know where I went wrong. Well, I suppose I know now that I did something wrong, she says ruefully, wringing her hands together. Toshinori-san, what do I do? Izuku hates me. I must be a bad mother. I'm sure he doesn't hate you, Toshinori answers hastily. But young Midoriya has gone through quite a bit of trauma, which you may have exacerbated even if you didn't do it on purpose. Inko mmmms pitifully, slumping into the couch. I knew it, oh, my poor baby. The emaciated hero softly clears his throat. If I may offer a bit of advice, Midoriya-san? Oh, why yes? Inko sits up and watches him with wide, watery eyes. Toshinori thinks about how to say the things he wants to say without sounding outright offensive. Sometimes, he begins slowly, wetting his lips. Sometimes, people need to fight their own battles. Young Midoriya needs to learn how to stand on his own, too. Forgive me if I come off rude by saying this, but I believe that your, coddling of that boy is dampening his ability to grow as his own person. He cringes back, expecting an immediate and painful retaliation. But Inko just sits there quietly, a little morose, a little contemplative. Midoriya-san, he prompts when she doesn't say a word after 5 minutes pass. Inko sighs. I just wanted to protect him. But I didn't do a very good job of that, did I? I couldn't confront Mitsuki about Katsuki's behavior, couldn't give Izuku the encouragement he needed to find his own path, and look at where that got me. Us. She laughs a little, a bitter-sounding thing that just seems utterly alien coming from her. It's not too late, you know, Toshinori blurts out, taking a step closer to her. Your son is still just a boy and he needs you. But you need to be honest with him, too. This is something that can't be solved by other people, because you and him, your family. He winces a little at the tinge of desperation that shades his voice when he says the word family. Something that he'd always longed for himself, but never truly found before Nana died. Inko's mouth parts faintly. Oh, thank you, Toshinori-san. That does make me feel better, she murmurs, looking down at her hands. I guess I should sleep on it. There's so much I want to say to him, but I don't know if I can convey them correctly. I don't want him to hate me. He's your son, Toshinori says simply, a corner of his mouth tugging up in a facsimile of a smile. I may not know him like you do, but I don't believe that there is a single hateful bone in that boy's body. The next morning dawns bright, early, and cold. Inko had hardly slept a wink the previous night as she turned various memories over and over again in her head, trying to examine every interaction she'd had with Izuku where she'd missed all the red flags. There were too many to count, and she had breathed out her regret and sorrow against her pillowcase, into her many cups of tea, and, once, over the toilet when the sheer nausea of her failures had threatened to overwhelm her. She's left shaking and queasy in the aftermath, blinking exhausted eyes at the window when the first light of dawn peeks over the city skyline. Aizawa had phoned her last night to let her know that he and Izuku will be arriving for the discussion at around 1, so she has plenty of time to prepare herself for what is sure to be one of the most painful, heartbreaking experiences in her life. But frankly, it's a conversation that is much too long overdue. And really, hasn't she caused even more pain to Izuku to begin with, in her ignorance? She closes her eyes, bowing her head over her newest cup of tea, which has long gone cold between her hands. She stares down at her wan reflection in the murky liquid, and wonders when she had become so blind, so pitiful, so, well, dependent on her desperation to provide Izuku with a normal childhood that she had smothered him instead? Not to mention when Izuku would arrive home, burns and bruises marking him up and down time after time, and she let it be when he had told her that the other kids just got a little rough playing with him. She knew that being quirkless would have painted an immense target on her son's back. Why hadn't she tried to find other options to continue his education? Is it because Hisashi had walked out on them and left her scrambling to come up with some way to provide for herself and her son on her own? For that matter, why hadn't she ever tried to confront Mitsuki about Katsuki's behavior? Clinging to the bright nostalgia of the past, when the two boys had been near inseparable from each other, had left her willfully blind to Katsuki's growing cruelty, it seems. Inko bites her lip hard enough that she can faintly taste blood. She thinks about the Katsuki who she had let into her home just yesterday, remembering the poor excuse of an apology that had tumbled from his mouth, and her less-than-stellar response to someone who had told Izuku to kill himself. How on earth had she missed that? Why on earth had she missed that? The fact that a stranger, no matter that he's a pro-hero and is probably trained to recognize the signs, would sooner be up in arms over Katsuki's terrible behavior than her, is well, it's jarring. Especially when Izuku had fled after screaming at her over her attempt to eviscerate Toshinori over Katsuki, and he had fled into Aizawa's arms instead rather than her, when she should have been the one that he sought comfort from. She had let him down too many times for him to view her as someone safe and trustworthy. And after all the chaos that went down yesterday, she can see it now. The question remains though, what does she do about these unwelcome, but necessary new revelations? Or rather, what can she do? One thing's for sure, she can't continue on as she has been doing. All this time, she had been hurting Izuku and she hadn't been able to see it. Even though he does have a quirk now, it was forcefully manifested by his. She grimaces, the revelation still bitter on her tongue, his suicide attempt, and given that she had learned about it just yesterday, it's no surprise that she still considers him her baby boy. And maybe it's that sort of mentality that drove Izuku away in the first place. Inko sighs and stands up to pour the last dregs of her cold tea down the kitchen sink. She may as well try to get a little more sleep before the inevitable confrontation at 1. She falls into a restless doze on and off for a few hours, and before she knows it there's sunlight streaming past the window drapes and her clock reads that it's nearly 10. Inko sits up blearily, feeling even more lethargic than before. She shuffles into the bathroom to do a quick wash-up. The tired mother decidedly doesn't look at her reflection in the mirror the whole time that she's in the bathroom. Doesn't want to see what she's become. Too afraid of what could be looking back. She makes breakfast for 1, as she's been doing for the past month. More often than not, she'll slip up and start making food for 2 before reality catches back up to her, leaving her with extra portions for no one to eat but herself, which sometimes is enough to make her lose her appetite entirely. One half-eaten meal later, she brews herself yet another cup of tea and goes to sit on the couch. Time ticks away from her. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. She fiddles with her phone nervously, and can't help looking at the time every few minutes. It's agonizingly slow. She almost wishes that it was already 1 so she can get the conversation over and done with, before the numbness spreads through her fingers and toes, leaving a tingly feeling in its wake. Not to mention, she does need to return to work soon. The bills won't pay themselves, after all. But, perhaps she should take a break. Years and years of focusing on her career and financial issues meant that she had unintentionally neglected her baby. Years and years of willful blindness and rose-tinted lens. Believing only what she wanted to believe, instead of what was right in front of her eyes. Which brings up another issue, Mitsuki. Inko sips her tea, her brows furrowed with suspicion. Katsuki had had finger-shaped bruises on his arms, easily hidden under long sleeves. Like someone had grabbed him and squeezed hard enough to hurt him. Surely Mitsuki would have raised a fuss if anyone had taken a hand to her boy like that? Or she'd yell at him for being weak, her mind helpfully supplies, and Inko immediately feels guilty that she could think of her friend in such a bad light. In her memories, Mitsuki had always been loud and aggressive, the complete opposite of soft-spoken Masaru. Her parenting style had mirrored her abrasive personality, too. And with Katsuki inheriting that kind of disposition? Well, Inko sighs again. She has no evidence, only suspicions. And isn't that ironic? She'd sooner notice something wrong with a friend's child than her own. Clearly there's something wrong with her head. Maybe Hisashi broke it. Or this new quirk society that they all live in broke it. But Inko's the one who hadn't thought she had needed to heal it. Ready, kid? Aizawa's voice breaks Izuku from his impromptu staring contest with the door. Izuku swallows audibly and feels himself breaking into a nervous sweat, but he nods. He has to get this conversation over with. It's been long overdue. Aizawa jabs the doorbell. Izuku can faintly hear a chime from inside the apartment. He imagines his mom startling at the noise and hurrying to the door on slippered feet, knowing that it's them. Indeed, not 5 seconds later, a very frazzled-looking Midoriya Inko almost throws the door open to greet them. Her hair has a greasy sheen to it, and her clothes are rumpled and wrinkled. Izuku winces at the purple bags under her eyes. She must not have slept a wink last night, too busy worrying over the events from yesterday. He can't help but feel a little guilty about that. Izuku, his mom whispers, her eyes shining at the sight of him. She hesitates, then tentatively holds her arms out for a hug. Well, despite everything that transpired the day before, Inko is still his beloved mom. Izuku can try his hardest to hate her and blame her for his misfortunes in life, but it won't change the fact that she single-handedly raised him. For all her flaws, he still loves her. The hurt and confusion and anger from yesterday's roller coaster has dissipated into the wind, driven away by a combination of Shrek, Yamada's and Aizawa's support, and a good night's rest. Now, Izuku can think clearly. Now, there is only one thing that he wants, and needs, to do. He flings himself into her arms without hesitation. That seems to do the trick, because he can literally feel her sag against him, like the weight of the world is dripping off of her back like so much water. She holds him tightly and doesn't say a thing. And there they stand for several minutes, just holding each other, feeling each other, and breathing. They finally break apart when Aizawa clears his throat behind them. They both flush a little, embarrassed, but when Izuku looks back at his mom, the bags beneath her eyes suddenly don't look quite as deep as they were before. And maybe there's a tiny, tiny upward crease in the corners of her lips. He secretly hopes that it's because of him. The three of them move into the living room. Tea? Inko offers. Both Aizawa and Izuku decline, so she sits on the couch with them. They're quiet for a moment, both mother and son thinking of what to say. Mom, Izuku begins, and Inko's head snaps up. He swallows nervously, fiddling with his fingers. I have to talk to you about something. Inko holds up a hand, and Izuku stops talking immediately. Izuku, I have to tell you something, too. Sorry, but will you let me say my piece first, she pleads. Oh, okay. Aizawa cuts in, his brows furrowed. No, finish what you were about to say, kid. You started speaking first. Whatever your mom has to say can wait until you're done. What? But oh, alright, Inko sighs, curling into herself a little. I'm sorry for interrupting you, Izuku. Go ahead. Izuku bites his lip, looking between the two adults. Okay, then, Mom? I just want to say that I don't hate you. I know that you love me. But, you still hurt me a lot, even though you didn't do it intentionally. All of these years, you kept telling me, sorry, but that's not what I wanted to hear from you. I know that quirkless people get a lot of negative attention and it must have been really hard on you, too, but I just wanted you to tell me that I can do it, too. He pauses to take a deep breath. Inko looks heartbroken and on the verge of leaking buckets of tears as always, but when it seems like she's about to leap clear off the couch and slide into a crying Dejiza on the floor, Aizawa shakes his head in warning. Izuku can see that Inko is visibly struggling to rein herself in, little shivers and hiccups racking her body. I know that being a hero is dangerous. Even for people with a quirk, the immortality rate is high, and the rate of injury even more so. You were worried about me, right? But, Mom, can't you see that that kind of mentality didn't help me at all? You tried to protect me from the world, but you couldn't even protect me from the local bullies. And yeah, I know that I told you that my injuries were nothing because I didn't want you to worry so much, but deep down, I wish you'd been able to see past that. I wish you'd actually done something about it instead of just apologizing to me all the time. Izuku sniffles, holding back his own flood of tears when he remembers the cruelty and humiliation of being the only quirkless kid in his classes, how everyone, even the teachers, laughed at him, tripped him, stepped on him, stole his things, sat back and watched and did nothing when Katsuki and his followers would beat him up and claim it was self-defense. Even now, the aches of old bruises and the smell of his own burnt flesh sting in his memories. Aizawa leans over and pats him on the head. You're doing great, kid. Anything else you want to say? Inko looks about 3 seconds away from a heart attack. Izuku, she whispers feebly. No, I'm not done. Izuku bursts out, startling her. Inko's eyes are as wide as dinner plates as she stares at him, her mouth parted in shock. He recoils a bit, shrinking back when he realizes that he had just yelled at his mom, again. But Aizawa's warm hand on his head convinces him to keep talking. Well, I just meant that your belief that I needed to be protected made me unable to fight back. You could have signed me up for martial arts or something to help me learn how to defend myself. You could have transferred me to another school or hired a tutor who could look past my quirkless issue. But you didn't. You didn't believe that I could do it, so I didn't believe I could do it. And no one else thought that I could, either. Until, well, you know. This time, Inko flinches at the reminder that he had tried to kill himself recently. So. Yeah, that's all I wanted to say, Izuku finishes lamely, almost hating himself for putting that stricken expression on his mom's face. He ducks his head, peering hesitantly at Aizawa. The knot inside his chest that he hadn't even noticed was there quickly loosens at the sight of Aizawa's faint smile. You don't think this makes me selfish, do you? He whispers to the hero. Heroes aren't supposed to be selfish. Aizawa snorts. Trust me, heroes are some of the most selfish people you'll ever meet. Not everyone, obviously, but a lot. Izuku's eyes widen. Really? Really? You and everyone else have grown up putting heroes on pedestals and worshipping the ground they walk on, but you need to remember that just like you, heroes are human, too. We cry, we bleed, and we need to pay our bills. But just like them, you're allowed to be selfish sometimes, too. You're allowed to want things for yourself. And right now, what is the thing that you want the most? Izuku looks at his mom at that moment. What I want the most right now is to make up with my mom. I don't like fighting with her, or arguing with her. Inko quivers, both hands coming up to cover her mouth as tears trickle down her sunken cheeks. I don't know, Aizawa-san. I guess I just want a life where I'm happy and so is everyone else. That's too naive, but it's a good start. Aizawa nods, ruffling his hair. Now, are you ready to hear what your mom has to say? Why yeah, I am. Izuku takes a deep breath, and lets it out. He looks at Inko head on. Okay. I'm ready, Mom. What did you want to say? Inko sits there quietly for a moment, bringing her hands back down to her lap. Izuku watches her nervously, feeling more and more apprehensive as the seconds trickle by and she doesn't say a word. He glances at Aizawa, a pit growing in his stomach. Let her think, Midoriya. She'll talk when she's ready, Aizawa says. Izuku gulps softly, but when he looks back at his mom, he can only see someone who looks defeated. It's not a good look on someone like Midoriya Inko. There's a strange glint in her eyes, though. Some murky emotion that he can't quite place. Another minute passes, and Inko nods slowly to herself, as if coming to a decision at last. Izuku, she says, loud in the silence of the apartment. Izuku jumps a little. I know you don't want to hear any more apologies, but I am sorry that I've failed so badly as your mom. I regret that I couldn't see you for who you are. I regret that I only blamed myself for your quirklessness instead of helping you figure out how to deal with it. I regret that I have allowed Katsuki to harm you for so long. I regret that my actions have pushed you away when I only wanted to protect you and give you as normal of a childhood as possible. And I regret that you felt so beaten down that you thought you had to die to escape. I'm sorry, Izuku. For what it's worth, I'm sorry. Izuku bites down on the urge to tell her to stop apologizing yet again. He knows it's different this time. He settles for taking a shaky breath and nodding. I know that now you have a quirk, but that doesn't change the fact that I should have been there for you and I wasn't. I can only hope that you will forgive me. But, not right now. She holds a hand up when Izuku tries to protest that she's his mom, of course he'll forgive her. Izuku, I hurt you deeply and I don't deserve your forgiveness right now. I feel like I need to earn it. You are my son and I want to do right by you. So I'm going to get help, because for you, I want to be better. So, Inko gets off of the couch and sinks to the floor, halfway to a Digiza. Mom. Izuku rises in alarm, but then he realizes that it's not him that his mom is bowing to, but Aizawa. Mom, what are you doing? Inko doesn't answer him, her watery eyes fixed on the underground hero. Aizawa-san, I know that I agreed to have you homeschool Izuku for the foreseeable future, but in light of certain revelations, I'd like to take it a step further. I realize that I have no right to ask this of you, but as a parent, I think that this will be the best choice I can make right now. For all of us. So please, will you accept temporary guardianship of Izuku while I go through therapy? She bows so that her head is nearly touching the floor. Please. Izuku gapes at her, speechless. And Mom, Aizawa regards her with a cool gaze. You know that I am a pro hero and a teacher already. I am busy enough as it is. What makes you think that I have the time to take care of your son for you? She looks up from the floor and says without a hint of hesitation, because in just one day, I have seen how good you are for Izuku. You are the one my son trusts the most, at this time. I know you will treat him fairly and teach him well, and that's all I could ask for considering these past 10 years. I see. Nothing in Aizawa's expression gives his thoughts away. For a second, Izuku is afraid that he will say no. But his worries are for naught, because the hero sighs and says, fine, I'll do it. But only up until the start of the next school year. Thank you, Inko breathes, her whole body sagging to the floor in relief. I'll get the paperwork for you and contact you when I have it. Aizawa waves her off. No need, I have blank copies at my agency in case of emergency. I can get them to you in a few hours. If you need a recommendation for a good therapist, I can also give you a list. Oh, that's so nice of you, thank you. You truly are a great hero, Aizawa-san. See, you do care. No, I don't, he grumbles half-heartedly. They both know he doesn't really mean it. Izuku activates his quirk just so he can launch himself at the hero and snuggle into his scarf, nudging the top of his smooth, feathered head right up against the bottom of Aizawa's scruffy jaw. He's so happy that he could get high on this feeling and never come back down. Better not joke about dying just yet. Inko gets off of the floor, patting herself free of any invisible dust. I'm glad we had this talk, to get things off of our chests. When she looks at Izuku this time, she smiles. Actually smiles. Izuku? I love you, my darling. Please don't ever forget that. He won't, not when he is reminded of just how much some people care about him every day. Seeing his All Might shrine again gives Izuku mixed feelings, tinged with equal parts nostalgia and bittersweetness, a clash between the romanticized ideals of his past and the uncertainty of his present and future. On one hand, All Might has been such a huge, formative part of his life, a hero beyond all heroes that Izuku has idolized for so long, judging by the sheer amount of hero paraphernalia lovingly and strategically placed around his old bedroom. Grinning posters and various figurines gaze at him from all angles, not a speck of dust in sight, as if he had never left those bygone days. On the other hand, Izuku now has had a front row seat to the person behind the mask of the symbol of peace. It's not without great reluctance that he realizes that All Might Toshinori is as human as any of them. He has doubts. He has fears. He makes mistakes just like anyone else. Aizawa has told him before that heroes can be some of the most selfish people he'll ever meet. Izuku picks up one of his All Might figurines and stares into the shadowed eyes of the plastic doll, and wonders if the decision to tell him he can't be a hero without a quirk was selfish on the man's part or if he was selfish for thinking that. Either way, Izuku knows that everything that has happened in the past month means he won't be able to look at All Might or pro heroes the same way ever again. He puts the figurine back in its place with careful fingers. He won't need it where he's going for the next 9 months. He won't need any of it. The posters remain on his walls, the dolls on their stands with their plastic smiles and faux cheer, the pillows and blankets neat and tidy over the bed, the dog-eared hero notebooks stacked haphazardly on his desk. Izuku grabs the first bag he sees that isn't obnoxiously red or yellow and goes through all his belongings, picking out what he'll be taking with him and what he'll be leaving behind. The pile of clothes he has that isn't hero-themed is small and sad. Izuku stares at them, his soul shriveling a bit on the inside when he realizes just how much of his life has revolved around heroes and modern hero society. Even now, the fanboy instinct can't be fully suppressed. So Izuku goes through his belongings once again. Despite his muddled feelings towards the number one hero, Izuku finds that he can't bring himself to leave everything behind. So he bites his lip and runs his eyes over his shrine, promising himself that he'll only take one All Might-themed thing with him, that's it. It takes him well over 40 minutes to finally decide on what he'll be bringing with him. Another 8 minutes to pack everything into his bag. 2 minutes to sit and breathe in the memories. And then he's stepping out the door with a finality, not the kind that says, goodbye, but rather, see you later. Ready to go? Aizawa asks from where he's seated on the living room couch next to Inko. Izuku nods, one hand clutching the strap of his bag. Yeah, I'm ready. Inko stands up and gives him one last hug, whispering in his ear that she loves him. Izuku hugs her back with equal fervor, not knowing when the next time he'll see her will be. His mom is warm and smells like the tea that they'd had earlier. Abruptly, he knows that he will miss her fiercely. When Aizawa holds out his hand, he takes it, and together they march out front to sunny weather and clear skies. Closing the door on one long chapter of his life, and opening the door to another. 3 weeks later. Friday, June 1st, 10 o'clock. A short series of sharp knocks grabs the principal's attention from where he's perusing a set of student files. He checks his watch with a frown. Is it that time of the morning already? Come in, he says, pushing the files to the side and straightening in his seat in an attempt to look regal and important. The door opens, admitting the school receptionist, followed by a homeless man? Hiroshi squints suspiciously. Aizawa-san from Yui here to see you, sir, says the receptionist, looking torn between being starry-eyed at the name of the famous school and repulsed by the unkempt state of the man behind her. Ah yes, thank you, you can go, Hiroshi says. The receptionist bows and waves Aizawa through the door, closing it with a soft click. Hiroshi can feel a bit of sweat beading at his temple as Aizawa slouches in place, taking a long, considering glance around his office. He sees the man's eyes lingering on the rows of bookshelves lining the walls, the awards and plaques he's earned in his distinguished career as Aldera's principal covering the far wall. He rubs his fingers together out of habit. Welcome to Aldera, Aizawa-san. Why, when I heard that a Yui representative was coming to our modest little school, I could hardly contain my excitement. All my hard work must be paying off. The principal lets out a nervous chuckle when Aizawa just fixes him with a stony gaze and a slightly arched eyebrow. What can I do for you today? I've heard that you've come because of one of our students. You must be talking about Bakugo-kun, yes? His grades are exceptional, and his quirk is the most powerful of all of our students. He is the very best we have to offer, and I'm certain that he would make an excellent addition to your... I'm not here to talk about Bakugo. Aizawa's interruption is short and curt, and completely throws Hiroshi for a loop. I beg your pardon? I am not here for that violent, troublemaking brat, Aizawa says, enunciating each word slowly and with a heavy dose of sarcasm laced in. I am here on behalf of Midoriya. Izuku. Hiroshi sits in his chair for a moment, stunned, before he lets loose a loud, mocking laugh. That quirkless nobody? That's who you're here to talk to me about? I don't know what business someone from Yui has with him, but surely you don't intend to admit someone like that into your hero school? Boy's got no quirk. It'd be a waste of time, I tell you. We took him in out of pity, but all he's got is a decent brain between his ears and not much else. This time he cuts himself off with a fearful gasp when the temperature in the room sharply declines. Aizawa looks absolutely murderous. Hiroshi squeaks as the man advances on him, slamming a single hand down on his desk hard enough to make things jump and rattle in their places. The portly principal cowers in his chair, shaking, but unable to look away from the angry man. Are you done? Aizawa hisses. His eyes have a red tint to them that reminds Hiroshi of a demon. Why yes? What would you like to know about him? The Aldera principal sweats profusely as Aizawa's hard glare bears down on him. His hands start feeling cold and clammy with fear. He tries to wipe them on his pants discreetly. Good God, is this man actually from Yui? He's more terrifying than any villain that Hiroshi has ever seen. Aizawa takes a deep breath through his nose and pulls back, much to the principal's relief. I find it appalling that someone who is in charge of a school would have such biased beliefs, but you aren't wrong. Quirkless people are disadvantaged in this day and age. That isn't what I'm here to talk about, however well, it is related to, but not entirely the main topic. Oh, it's not? Then, what are you here for? Hiroshi asks with a tinge of derision. He quickly backpedals when Aizawa glares at him again. I mean, please talk about whatever you like, Aizawa-san. My staff and I are happy to serve you. The man sighs. First of all, show me around your school. I want to get a feel for how things are under your management. He says the last word like one would speak of a particularly repulsive cockroach with a heaping dose of disgust, his nose wrinkled just so. Aizawa looks like he would like to step on him, and Hiroshi feels very much like the aforementioned cockroach in the earlier scenario. Right away, Aizawa-san. Hiroshi says with faux cheer, even though he would much prefer that the man would go away right now and come back another day, preferably on a day when he isn't here. But alas, it isn't meant to be. The principal wiggles out of his chair with far less finesse than he pretends to have. Aizawa doesn't move as Hiroshi steps towards the door. Where would you like to go first, Aizawa-san? Hiroshi asks, clapping his hands together in front of his chest. The students are in classes at the moment, but I'm sure none of the teachers will mind us popping in for a quick peek, and the students would be very excited to meet a member of such an esteemed school, you know. Don't care. Show me anything, as long as we get around the most important areas before noon, Aizawa says. Right. Hiroshi looks at the man dubiously. Well then. If you'll follow me. Hiroshi goes upstairs to the third floor, where the third years are having class. Despite Aizawa's initial attitude towards Bakugo, he's sure that the eccentric Yui representative will change his mind once he sees the boy in action. It is true that the kid has been rather subdued these past several weeks, but his grades haven't been affected much and his quirk growth has certainly shown no signs of slowing down. Honestly, Bakugo has to be the kid with the strongest quirk to ever attend Aldera, and Hiroshi thinks that Yui will regret passing him up. He stops in front of the door to classroom 3-2 and raps smartly on the door, with Aizawa barely half a step behind him. The low drone of a teacher's voice cuts off. "Oh, good morning, Shigeyama-kochu. What a surprise to see you here," the teacher says when he pokes his head out to see who is interrupting his lesson. "Yes, a good morning to you, Nigawa-sensei. Pardon our intrusion, I was just showing Aizawa-san here around the school." Hiroshi leans in as if to impart a very important secret, although he doesn't attempt to lower his voice. He's a representative from the Yui school. Nigawa's brown eyes widen. "Well, that's exciting. I'm afraid I can't stop and chat now, but you're more than welcome to stand at the back of the classroom and observe if you like." Nigawa bows slightly. "It's nice to meet you, Aizawa-san. I hope you will find everything here to your liking." Hiroshi twitches when he thinks he hears the hero mutter something under his breath about that being unlikely, but when he turns to glance at Aizawa over his shoulder, the man looks nothing but bored. He coughs and gestures over to the door leading to the back of the classroom. "After you, Aizawa-san." This whole school reeks of hypocrisy and cruelty hidden behind false politeness. Shoyuta hates every second he has to spend walking the halls with the jittery Aldera principal, who blabbers on and on about the school's history and their vast network of alumni and how much they have to offer, and about a lot of other things that Shoyuta doesn't give two sheets about. He tunes out Shigeyama's nervous rambling and simply observes. After the man had had the gall to lead him to the classroom containing one Bakugo Katsuki who had turned 5 shades of white upon seeing him and had turned back around in his chair so fast that he practically gave himself whiplash, Aizawa had been led to a few other classrooms containing their so-called best students, then to the school library, the field, and a few other school facilities. He isn't impressed in the slightest. Even the hallway filled with pictures of notable graduates and current star students leaves a hot, sharp feeling in the pit of his stomach. Midoriya isn't in any of the pictures. His name isn't mentioned on any plaques or lists of achievement besides his academic class ranking. The school's principal is happy to brag about any of his students, especially the strongest and smartest of the bunch, but whenever Shoyuta makes any mention of Midoriya, he becomes extremely shifty and uncomfortable. His unsubtle attempts to change the subject are like glaring neon signs to Shuta's well-developed bullshit radar. This is the man in charge of an educational facility? Ha. Ha ha ha. That's either the punchline to the stupidest joke Shuta's ever heard, or people really are just that dumb, shaped by the ideals of a society that reveres quirks like the holy gospel. Shoyuta can feel his brain cells deteriorating the longer he spends in this buffoon's company, and is utterly relieved when they finally return to the principal's office at 12:45. The other man settles in his chair again and puts his hands together on top of his desk, attempting to appear magnanimous, but failing miserably. "So, what do you think of our school after the tour, Aizawa-san?" Even the man's voice is as pompous and arrogant as he is, with a hint of a nervous undertone. Shoyuta would like to punch him in the face and call it a day, but Nedu would definitely laugh at him if he got himself arrested for such a stupid reason. He settles with a short, terse "fine" and crosses his arms over his chest. "Now that that's out of the way, why don't we get down to the real reason I'm here?" Shigeyama falters, sweat beading noticeably at his temples where his hair is receding. Well, that is, he isn't at the school right now. His mother pulled him out a few weeks ago." Shoyuta glares. "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you sure you're really a representative of Yui?" Shigeyama sputters, quivering. He tries to draw himself up. "Listen here, I've got nothing to say to you about that boy. He's quirkless. The only thing he can do is study hard and get some meaningless, menial little job somewhere that's out of the way and hope someone will take pity on him, like we did. And he wasn't bullied. We don't allow that sort of nonsense in our halls. The boys just like to have a little fun sometimes, you know how they are. A bit of light roughhousing never hurt anyone. I dare say it builds character. But since he's no longer a student here, he is no longer our problem." "Is that so?" Shoyuta says blandly. "Imagine that. He is, in fact, so furious that it's taking all his control to hold himself back." Shoyuta takes a step in the principal's direction, taking just the slightest bit of pleasure in the way Shigeyama flinches back. "Why don't I tell you what I think about that? I think that you, and everyone in the school who follows your ridiculous methodology, are full of shit." Another step. "When I first looked at Midoriya Izuku, you know what I saw? I saw a child, an abused, neglected, self-flagellating child who has been so let down by this society that he sought to escape it. I saw someone who is so unaware of his own self-worth that he does not know how to accept kindness, let alone how to accept that there are people who care not just about his physical well-being, but his mental health, too. I saw a boy who has never had a helping hand willingly extended to him in all the years he's had to live with being quirkless. A pause. And do you know what I see now? Shoyuta says, his voice dangerously low and soft. In front of him, the Aldra principal gulps loudly and shakes his head. He continues, I see potential. I see a future. For someone who has had things taken from him time and time again, he is still one of the most selfless kids I know. He has been beaten down, stepped on, kicked, insulted, and screamed at, and he still got back up. He is far more heroic than those snotty brats who settle idly in their skins, thinking that their quirks can get them anywhere they want to go. Shoyuta grins, wide and manic and full of teeth. Shigeyama turns pale as spoiled milk at the sight. You talk a big game with all your fancy platitudes and your unnecessary bragging about students who are supposedly making it big in the world right now, but you know what? I've never even heard of any of them, which makes them small fry. Unimportant. Little more than cannon fodder. Heroes like that are a dime a dozen, Shigeyama Kochu. They are the ones who burn out the fastest and also die the fastest. The principal flinches hard. I suggest you take a good, hard look at yourself. What are you really trying to do here? Shoyuta finally moves close enough to loom over Shigeyama's desk. He checks the clock on the wall, an ugly, ornamental thing that looks a bit misshapen as if something had dented it at one point, and clicks his tongue when he realizes he's spent too much time intimidating the principal in his own office. It seems I've gotten off topic. Before I leave, give me access to your security footage. I need to check something. Why, you're just a representative. Only the police have clearance to access that. That's private information, you know. Shigeyama blusters, clearly stalling for time. Shoyuta rolls his eyes and digs out a folded sheet of paper from one of his pockets. I do, in fact, have permission to access those records. He hands the paper to the principal, who starts sweating even more when he reads what's on the paper. Now show me the footage. I shouldn't have to tell you what will happen if you refuse. Are you threatening me? Are you trying to hide something? Shigeyama flails. No, of course not. But it will take time to sift through all that footage, you know. I wouldn't want to keep you here all day, Aizawa-san, he simpers, beady eyes darting all over the room. How about you tell me what you're looking for and I'll have my staff comb through it for the most relevant parts? Shoyuta stares at him, unimpressed. Unnecessary. I'm a licensed pro hero, Shigeyama Kochu. Do you think I am incapable of sorting out the most important records myself? I'm starting to think that there's something on there that you don't want me to see. You're wasting my time, Shoyuta says bluntly, cutting off whatever the principal is attempting to stutter out. Now show me, unless you would like to be reported to the police for the obstruction of justice. His hair starts floating as he activates his quirk. All right, Shigeyama cries, throwing his hands up. I'll show you the records, just don't hurt me. Shoyuta deactivates his quirk and blinks rapidly to clear his dry eyes. That wasn't so hard, was it? He drawls. The principal shudders and turns to boot up his desktop computer, where the files can be accessed. May I ask what it is, exactly, that you are looking for, Aizawa-san? You may, but that doesn't mean I'll give you an answer. Shigeyama's whole face twitches with poorly concealed irritation, which is actually quite funny, but he doesn't try to do anything untoward that would further derail Shuta's investigation. Thank God for small mercies. What would you like to see first? The principal grinds out. Shoyuta smiles again. And promptly body binds the man with his capture scarf, pulling Shigeyama away from the desk. What are you doing? Shigeyama yells, writhing against the cloth pinning him to his seat. Unhand me. This is assault, I tell you. Shoyuta scoffs, don't think I didn't see your finger hovering over the key that would have mass deleted all the footage you have recorded and stored. I deal with people like you on a weekly basis. Shigeyama stops struggling and looks away, frustration etched into every line of his face. Well, go on then. Take your look. If you're here to get me arrested, then I'm going to bring this whole school down with me, he declares, spittle flying from his mouth. The underground hero just looks at the man with disgust. How on earth did this pathetic trash end up in charge of an entire school? Shoyuta shakes his head and helps himself to the computer files. After just 20 seconds, he understands exactly what Shigeyama had been trying to prevent him from seeing. No bullying, his butt. Shoyuta skips around to different parts of the footage, but every section he views contains some manner of roughhousing, extortion, physical violence, illegal quirk usage, or teachers blatantly overlooking said incidents, especially when they involved a certain green-haired child or other kids who had very minor quirks. Grainy reels of Midoriya and other kids getting shoved into shoe lockers. Their belongings being stolen and wrecked. Various bits of food and trash being thrown at them in the hallways. Being cornered and forced into being human punching bags. Bakugo Katsuki himself standing over Midoriya with a superior sneer, sparks crackling in his palms. Teachers looking at kids who are clearly screaming for help and turning around to walk away. Shoyuta has seen enough. He pauses the footage and spins around on his heel. Feeling rage boiling the blood in his body so hot that he literally sees red. Shigeyama Hiroshi, he utters with an eerie sense of calm that he absolutely does not feel, for the willful endangerment of minors under your care, lying to a pro-hero to undercut the severity of immoral actions perpetrated by students to other students under your administration, and attempted unlawful tampering of video evidence, you are under arrest. You can't arrest me. You're a hero, not an officer of the law, Shigeyama argues. I can't, but I don't need to. My good friend Tukachi and his buddies will be more than happy to take you into their custody. In fact, they are already outside the school, waiting for Shoyuta to signal them to come in, which he does with a simple phone text. Shoyuta narrows his eyes at the other man. Let me make something clear to you, Shigeyama. Midoriya, the boy who you've been demeaning the whole time I've been here? He's currently my ward. Which makes me his legal guardian at this point in time. The principal turns a sickly gray pallor as the implications sink in. You wouldn't, he says, his eyes as wide as dinner plates. If he asked me to, I would, Shoyuta says firmly. He has every right to sue you for damages to his physical and emotional well-being. And make no mistake, we would win the case without question. Shigeyama slumps in his chair, utterly defeated. You would destroy everything I've worked so hard to build up in the past 2 decades? Shoyuta rolls his eyes. You did that to yourself. A house of cards stands no chance without a solid foundation. Shigeyama's next words are scathing. Why go so far for someone who's quirkless? Someone who, by all means, is next to worthless in this. Shoyuta glares daggers at him. The principal squeaks and shuts his mouth, quivering. All this talk about quirkless this and quirkless that, this is why you're here in this situation. You're so hung up and fixated on putting powerful quirks on a pedestal that you've utterly failed in your responsibilities towards the children that you are supposed to be in charge of creating a meaningful education experience for. And now look at where you are, Shoyuta snarls, slamming his fist down on Shigeyama's desk with a bang that reverberates through the office and makes Shigeyama flinch. He circles around until he's roughly 2 feet away from the principal, still holding the scarf tight so that Shigeyama can't attempt to escape, and leans down so that Shigeyama can hear every quiet word he speaks into his ear. You want to know what the greatest irony of the situation is? Midoriya isn't quirkless. What are you talking about? Shigeyama looks completely bewildered. Shoyuta smirks as he draws back. You heard me, I don't need to say it again. As he is currently in my care, he is receiving one-on-one training and tutoring with me. When the time comes, I will be more than happy to recommend him to Yui's heroics program. His gaze grows cold again. Your school kicked him down and humiliated him countless times, but he still got back up. And now, he will be soaring to greater heights than before while you languish away in your new metal prison. What else can I say except that this is justice? At that moment, the police burst in, with Tukachi in the lead. He nods to Shoyuta and says, "Thank you for the tip, Aizawa-kun. We'll take it from here. I will need your witness statement later, but I'll contact you about it." Shoyuta watches with no small amount of glee as Shigeyama is taken away in cuffs, looking completely lost and as if he regretted his entire life. Nedu is probably having a field day with the entire thing. He wouldn't be surprised if the Yui principal had hacked one of Aldera's cameras just for this glorious moment. The flashing red and blue lights of the police cars attracts the students' attention. As Shoyuta walks down the hall to the entrance, he can see crowds of kids in the courtyard, ogling the spectacle that is their principal being arrested. The kids are whispering furiously to each other behind raised hands. Shoyuta pays them no mind as he steps outside under the midday sun. Now that that's over, it's time to go home. Home. Where Midoriya awaits, most likely working on his assignments with great diligence. Where Hisashi will return after his classes for the day are over. Where the 3 of them can exist in peace. Where there are neither heroes nor villains, but there are fridges full of food, cupboards that hold more than just coffee and jelly packs, soft blankets strewn around on the sofa and in random corners, and tentative smiles full of sunshine. Shoyuta closes his eyes and breathes. Life is good.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. So when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.